Download Loco now. Download Loco now. Download Loco now. Oi, download Loco now. Download Loco now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Penta Esports All-Star Showdown Valorant. A huge shout out to our partners in the form of Trinity Gaming, Thug, and Local. We had a kind of a, I'd say, rough day yesterday, with things beyond our control. And our folks at Penta were not only able to, come up with an idea in time, but all the players and the content creators alongside the captains were more than willing to restructure today's games to make sure that we have a smooth running, hopefully smoother than yesterday. It was a bumpy journey, Crips. How are you feeling after that ride?
Honestly, I'm glad that things are back on track now. When the servers went down yesterday, I was a little panicky because I felt that, oh my God, my game has crashed. And then it turns out, no, wait, the rest of the world is also facing the same problem. So I kind of got relaxed in that moment. But yeah, it threw off everyone's schedule. So I'm just glad that today we will be able to bring things back on track. Yesterday, we were in the middle of the upper bracket semifinals when the crash happened. We were done with about one map between Team Mortal and Team Scout, where Team Scout was able to mount a phenomenal comeback. And I think they would have been able to continue with that momentum had we, gone through the matches yesterday itself. But then, things went out of control. And we're going to be continuing that game today.
Yes. We'll talk about how the schedule is today. We have a visual representation of everything that's going to happen as well, which is going to come onto your screen soon. The game yesterday, right? We got to witness the first game of that best three, which was Ascent. And like you said, it was a very, very how can I say this? Expected yet unexpected situations. We were expecting plays like this prior. Yeah, it's kind of a paradox, The comeback was phenomenal because at the end of the day, it doesn't get closer than that without it going overtime, right? It ended at 13-11 with every single player on the server stepping up phenomenally. So for the interest of, I'd say being fair, we're going to continue that best of three as it was. So it's going to be either one or two maps that we're going to get to see based on if Mortal is able to mount a comeback and maybe beat them out in map 2. But that's yet to be known. We're going to go again, revisit that map P2 as well later on for you guys. How do you think that this tournament is shaping up so far? Because we've lost one team already, and now we're in the process of, going through our last day. So this is going to be the last day of all the shenanigans, of all the fun, all the laughter.
So I have a feeling that today will be super surprising because I think the people who were not able to mount a decent performance yesterday will be able to step up. That includes the likes of players like Hevan who weren't exactly having the best time. But then later on, when the games got a little close, we saw all the members of Team Mortal and Scout just rack it up. And it's not like any one particular person was carrying the show. All the members of the team were, contributing equally. So I have a feeling that today we will get to see some unexpected plays, but the results can be to some extent predictable.
I kind of get where you're going from, because let's be honest, you look at the side of Team Mortal. They have Vibor, they have Kappa, they have Marcel, and right now they have Sai filling in as the fifth man, but that could change if they want to swap anybody off. The playing 5 with Zephe, which I'm actually going to be looking forward to. In case it does happen today, we still have that chance. And on the other side, on Team Scout, we have Badla, Wimp, Coley, Rex, and McQueen if she does elect to stand in today. So out of these players, I'd say the only one that's kind of been lacking a little bit is Sai. We've seen brilliance from Badlove, but not at the same caliber that we expect. Wimp came out with decent plays. Coley has been
phenomenal. He's been phenomenal.
He's been roasting them like it's a barbecue, man. No cap. He's been having a field day. And Rexy is chiming in as well. He's not being a very, very, what do you say? He's not been a hard carry, but you notice like in the start with the race, right? How he's able to completely shut down Sai, brilliant uses of utility. And he was able to continue that, bringing his team a little bit of momentum early on when there was nobody else to really have their voice heard in the room. And you go towards the other side. You have Vibor, Kappa, Marzel, and Sai. So this is not technically an easy bunch of people to play against. You're playing some of the most experienced players in South Asia right now.
Exactly, some of the most experienced players over here. And even then, I'm really surprised that the captains themselves are able to keep up with them. On the first day, I saw that Scout personally was struggling to get the frags, but he was not missing his utility. He was landing his stuns on time. So even though you're not able to impact, in basis of frags, at least your utility is helping you set up these players for success. And at the end of the day, that's what matters. It doesn't matter how many kills you have personally, but how many rounds your team is able to get. So players who come from a different game, of course, Scout and Mortal have been professionals in PUBG Mobile and BGMI, and they've even represented the country internationally. But to come to not just another game, but also to a completely different platform, to go from mobile to PC, it's not an easy change. And then to still compete at the highest level, I think that's phenomenal.
Yeah.
So yeah, these guys, they clearly have the game of blood running within them. I don't think the Valorant people will be able to adjust to BGMI if they go into that game as easily, as easily as Scout and Mortal are handling Valorant right now.
True, and with the 30 odd people that are playing this tournament, from at least the Valorant demographic, there's only one player that I know of who's done this feat, and that's SK Rossi. Because not only has he represented India in Valorant, but he's also won a tournament in Piercing Blue
But
for
then
our
again, that was a
region.
PC game, right? So
It was a PC game, true,
yeah.
but if you look at his overall career, right?
Hmm.
You look at his career in Dota. Sure, he might not have had a professional one, but he still hit like what top 1,500 SEA,
Hmm.
and what absolutely killed it in his CS:GO career. Kind of revived the energy down here in the south to actually pump up, get back in FPS, and now in Valorant we have quite a booming and thriving scene thanks to the contribution of these folks in the dying end of their CS:GO career.
Yeah, so it's essential, their contribution to the Indian esports scene, and it's also more essential how people like SK Rossi, people like Mazel, they've been instrumental in bringing the Bangalore scene up at the very least. Um,
True.
sure, I mean a lot of the players that you'll be seeing here today hail from Mumbai mostly, but then again, it's about incorporating the entire country as a whole. Speaking of incorporation, let's take a look at the timeline for the day because, of course, we've had some adjustments. Uh, we started off on 21st with the auction where the players bid, the captains bid for the players, and day one was swell. We had two best of ones, upper bracket, and then lower bracket we had a best of three where Team Alpha Clasher was sent packing from the tournament. Now, yesterday was a bit of a stretch because we were supposed to have a best of three final, upper bracket finals, and we were supposed to have a best of three lower bracket finals, but
Yeah.
now all of them has been shifted to today. So we'll be continuing the first best of three from yesterday of upper bracket,
Yeah.
followed by the lower bracket best of one, and the grand finals, which was supposed to be a best of five, has now been turned into a best of three.
I think it's an even compromise. Having
Mm.
that best of one is somewhat iffy, but you also have to give it to the fact that some of these players and content creators themselves have time constraints as well. So having to respect that, and them having to respect each other. So it all falls into picture. It all falls perfectly. And again, in case you are just tuning in, this is at least part of what these players and content creators are duking it out for. A decent bit in terms of moolah. The prize pool in its entirety is 5 lakhs, with the winner taking home 2 lakhs, with the runner-up taking a lakh 25, and the second runner-up taking home 75 grand. We already have our fourth place. If I'm not wrong, that's Team Alpha, right? Yeah, Team Alpha lost that best one, and then got eliminated with Rossi hitting 40 bomb. So that was an absolute berserk performance. Sadly, couldn't save his tournament life. And we're yet to decide who our MVP is, which at this moment is heavily contested by the entirety of GE. So it depends on how the next few hours go. Another lucky individual might bag themselves 50 grand.
Well, if the MVP is getting 50, then there's definitely going to be competition because, uh, sure, team game, you need to win the game together as five members. But if there's that much money as an MVP on stake, then I think people are going to be vying for that top spot. Let's take a look at the brackets and see how it's been going so far. Team Alpha has been sent home already. They were defeated by Team Snax in the lower brackets, who now await the loser of Team Scout versus Mortal to show up in the lower bracket.
Yeah. And that's a team that I've been desperately waiting for, Crips. Team Snacks, if you did not have the luxury of watching them, they're basically Hellranger, Lightning Fast, Kill, Pinksus, and Shivy, along with Snacks, obviously. So it's a team that has I think, displayed the most amount of comfort, despite them not being in a more comfortable position than this. But overall, their team is, I think, formidable to take on that best of one challenge. And, well, the odds are slightly stacked against them. Let's see how they fare.
I can't exactly agree on on the odds being stacked against them and whatnot. Um, I
Okay.
kind of have a feeling that both the teams are equally good. They have some really experienced players in them. Sure, the fact that three global esports members are in one team together might make it a little easier for them to coordinate. But you also got to realize that they're not exactly playing seriously. You know, global esports just managed to make it to the
True.
franchise system of Valorant, and
Yeah.
they really have nothing to worry about right now. They've only got hard work to do ahead of them. So before that grind begins, before they start practicing for the franchise league, they need to blow some steam. So I guess this is why the tournament is there for them, you know, to blow some steam to help them enjoy and hopefully not face burnout.
Yeah, and hopefully when they get back to playing lightning fast, can be like, bro, I told you I'm a better jet.
Um, I mean,
Because we
he's
did
already
get to see
dipped
that
SK Rossi.
yesterday.
Yeah, he's already dipped SK Rossi, so it does make sense. But I don't know. I kind of feel like Lightning Fast is better as a chamber. I love his hopping, even though he doesn't do it all that much. I mean, back in CS:GO days, he used to pick up that sniper, and that was amazing.
Yeah, it was a delight to watch at, I think this was a very, very early Lightning Fast as well. This was a very young Lightning Fast. So
Hmm.
watching him mature through GE and finding a very, I think he's been one of the most consistent providers for GE. So I think he's found a very pivotal role within a very, very illustrious squad, which is now representing us internationally. And you couldn't be more happier for GE as they keep investing in younger talent, right? You can't imagine when Kohli will eventually step into this roster and then start, bringing in the results that we might one day look up to.
True. Uh, so speaking of the results, let's get back to whatever happened yesterday. Ascend, my God, what even was this game? I mean, Waddle was leading 11-6, and
I
then
know,
everybody
right?
from Team Scout stepped up. Scout himself was winning duels against multiple pro players, and he was able to mount a comeback. 13-11, the game ended with Scout in the lead. And now we are going to bind. Team Mortal will pick defense on this side, but the map overall has been picked by Team Scout. So maybe this could end 2-0. If it doesn't, then we go to map number 3, and that's going to be Icebox.
Maybe. We, however, did see Team Scout play on Bind, if I'm not mistaken, right? We did see one Bind game. I'm forgetting which team it was because it was 3 Ascent, one Bind. Then
It
day
was
two
against Alpha,
happened
I
and didn't
guess.
happen. Yeah, I think, and it didn't go all that great for them.
It
So,
wasn't Team Scout who played it. It was Team Alpha and Team Snax who did.
oh yeah, it was Team Snacks. Yeah, pardon me. The off season's been delightful and it's been fun. So with all these names being mixed up, can't really blame us, can you? Regardless,
Yeah.
Bind. This is the second time we're gonna see Bind. So if Team Mortal actually do manage to win this out, we can go to a map 3. We can go to a new and fresh map, which is going to be Icebox.
Yeah.
I'm kind of looking forward to map 3, but you also do have to consider, whoever ends up winning this essentially will have to play like the entire. Whoever ends up losing this and still has to make the grand finals essentially still has to play the entire day.
Yeah, they have to play the entire day, and that's gonna be exhausting, right? You've got a map now, maybe even two. You've got another map in the lower brackets. That's three maps least, and then another best of three. It can get tiring, you know, playing so many games at a stretch without too many breaks. So yeah, I just wish the best of luck to both the teams, and hopefully they should be able to end it soon enough without having to spend too much time over there.
Yeah, the player of the game that we did get to witness yesterday is Marzel. He was playing the KO again, if I'm not mistaken. And dude, I got to learn something pretty interesting yesterday. So, Valorant is gonna try nerfing the initiator flashes, such as the flash from Sky, the flash from KO, to not be as pitch perfect in terms of self setup, and they're gonna buff all the duelist flashes. So they're gonna change Yoru's flash to last longer. They're gonna change the Rana flash where it affects even the longer range. So there is still a prospect now where Rana could be now competitively viable, and I never thought I'd be saying this.
Reina being competitively viable. Uh, I mean, sure, if you go to Icebox, then I think Reina can be viable. We've seen multiple people pick it up over there. But I'm actually happy about the changes that they're using. The KO, the left click flashes will be much longer than the right click flashes. So I'm actually happy that they are differentiating it like this. I mean,
Yeah.
up until now, people have been playing KO and the Sky as pseudo duelists of sorts. Just flash for yourself and continue peeking, even if your team is not there. So I mean,
Yeah.
at the highest level, obviously there's much better coordination. So you can actually ask your teammates for a flash. But in your average matchmaking game, anything below immortal, you can't expect help from your teammates. You can't even expect them to throw a flash for you.
Bro, that's
So
even in Immortal.
yeah, even in immortal, sometimes people don't do that. So yeah, I'm just happy that Valorant is making a difference that way. So now people will actually have to give it a decent thought. The flashing duelist versus the flashing initiator comp. Otherwise, people can just pick Phoenix and Yoru and continue playing the way they have been doing already, right? Then there's no difference between your KO and your Sky. But now with this change coming in, the changes will actually matter. The initiators will have to throw their flashes from farther away and set their teammates up for success rather than just setting themselves up.
Exactly. The only thing that I feel like a little sad about with this entire ordeal is the fact that I didn't get to execute one of my ideas, which was a frag movie by the name of Tota and Tofa, which is
Wow.
Blast X Phantom on the back of the bird. You just have those spray down, fast paced montages,
So
something
you
like that.
you you've got the Sky flashes on back of the Blastix Phantom, and that's what you decide to name it.
Yes, obviously,
I
because
I
the
I
finisher.
I just pray that you never become a parent because I don't know what the hell you'll name your child, OG. My God, that guy's gonna have a tough time growing up. Uh,
Uh,
speaking of speaking of growing up, we have some young content creators potentially playing today, and they might just have a chance to prove themselves because I see Zephy in the server
oh, wait, you
and
do?
we've been looking forward to this guy, and
Damn.
he's significantly younger than any other player in the server, so I kind of want to see him in action.
True. He's very proud. He's very prowess in his duelist from what me and Crips have been made aware of. But I think the heavy talking and all the action can lie in wait because we have one map potentially if Zephy is not able to pull it off. Otherwise, we still have the chance to go to Icebox. With this roster change, I'm thinking this is gonna go to Icebox, dude. I'm not even gonna mind. I know it's gonna be slightly longer than any of the other days we've had on broadcast, but if we're gonna get a new map and if we're gonna get new blood, I'm in for it, man.
Yeah, I'm totally in for it. I mean, I don't even mind the new map part, but I'm definitely excited to see Zephy in the server. We've been seeing the same five people play again and again. Uh, there was only like one game where the other content creators stepped up. Like Pinkses stood in for one game, and the same happened for the other team as well.
Millie
So
stood in for a game as well, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah,
Yeah.
Millie stood in for one game. So yeah, I mean, there's like six content creators in each team, uh, but only five of them get to play at a time. So one of them has to sit out, and I'm glad that teams are taking turns to give everyone a chance to play.
True. I wonder, later down the line, like let's say a year from now, right, with Valorant itself growing as a game and having more features. One feature that I'm looking forward to is like a game mode where you get to pick and ban. And it's for
I
streamer
think
or
that's
content creator events like this.
no. I think it's gonna come in the future soon. Um,
Okay.
they're gonna make it a little bit like League of Legends. Of course, League of Legends has hundreds of characters to pick and choose from, but Valorant doesn't have that many. But uh, and I don't know, these might be just rumors up until now. I don't think they're confirmed. But once we have like 30 agents, Valorant might start having a ban system. I'm not sure if they will have a
30
pick in
agents.
ban system, but at least like a ban system will be in place where you can veto out certain heroes that your enemy team cannot play, and then they have to pick and choose from the rest.
Dude, at that point, it becomes a completely different kind of mind game, right? Because
Yeah.
you walk into a tournament with a game plan knowing what agents you're going to play. But imagine having
Mhm.
them vetoed against you and you
Yeah.
having to have multiple game plans to even stand a chance. That changes the entire dynamic of how you
Exactly.
approach professional Valorant. And that's only professional Valorant. If you look at it from the content creators slash, fun tournament, like what we're having right now here at Penta Esports, this could be an entirely different thing. You can have SK Rossi on the other team. You can ban both the Chamber and the Jet, force him to play something else, get him
Yeah,
off his comfort,
exactly.
or something along that lines.
Yeah, something along those lines. In fact, if I'm not wrong, then they might also have an anti-mirroring system That means you can't have the same character picked by both the teams. I mean,
Oh, that's
as of
smart.
now, in professional play, the meta is more or less set. Except for maps like Pearl and Fracture, the meta is more or less set. Everyone picks your Chamber, your Omen, and your. I mean, people have stopped picking Jet that frequently, but everyone picks up KO and Fade these days. So, you can't have mirroring agents. Then you'll be forced to play with different agents on both the teams. You can't have two
True.
Chambers on either side. You can't have two the first versus two the first battle. I
Yeah,
mean, this is
that's
assuming Riot pulls it off later. But this is like way in the distant future, at least a year from now.
when you started off that explanation, I was kind of happy. I'm like, okay, this sounds cool. But when you broke it down and you're like, no Today Force versus Today Force, no Jet v Jet, you kind of lose Valorant, right? You
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
lose all the anime battle that you're gonna have, and that's the entire point of Valorant. It should feel like a movie, and you should be the star. So talking about movie, one thing that I'm really looking forward towards as well is the release of that new Indian character, which,
Oh
if I'm
yeah.
not mistaken, is gonna come in another like 2.5 weeks.
Wait,
So
2.5 weeks? I
I
think
think
it's gonna
something
come
along those
next track,
lines.
right? So how much time is there between now and the next track? Hold on, just let me check.
Yeah, because
23
I'm
days. So
gonna.
yeah, 2 weeks.
Oh, it's
A little more
23.
than 2 weeks. So 3 weeks,
Yeah,
a little more than that.
that's something that I'm really looking forward to, because at this point, I think with the way the standard meta has developed and with the way everybody picks only a finite amount of agents given the map, it's kind of saturated Valorant, right? Especially in the controller market.
Yeah,
If at every map you see the same controller, then it's almost like you're playing the same game.
yeah. And
So
more importantly, this guy, so according to whatever Riot has told,
yeah.
they are looking to replace Viper, if not wrong, because right
Thank
now Viper is
God.
like, okay,
Thank God. I'm sorry.
I didn't expect that reaction from you. I mean, as of now, Viper is like one of the only characters that can control large areas by herself. Sure, your
Okay.
Brimstone and Omen can throw up smokes in narrow or choke points, but in massive open maps like Breeze and even on maps like Icebox, the Viper is more or less essential because she's the only character who can cover such a great distance, in just one ability.
Yeah.
So the new character Mage is most likely going to have something similar to help him cover larger areas.
True. The one reason I was like, I went, thank God, for a very different reason. So the reason that, you know, many people in and below Immortal, when they play up against a Viper, it feels like that area denial and the kind of control that Viper can grasp over a side when she has the utility is just far so much. It's so much that, it's more than comfortable for the Viper to even try and play solo, because he'll be able to buy a minimum of 10 seconds if he uses his poison orb well alongside his poison touch. So that, especially on Breeze, is such a choke. It's like you almost can't enter that B side quick, because as soon as you go on the Viper's venom, you get vulnerable, you get sprayed through the smoke. It's like 2 bullets, you're done. So it's very problematic
We
on
get it. We get it.
few
You hate
maps.
Viper.
And when you bring in a new controller, you kind of change the way the initiators and the duelists, more importantly, need to approach that map. So it kind of opens up a little bit of freshness. It opens up new possibilities and new things for you to try.
We get it. You hate Viper.
Thank you.
Understood. You don't need to justify yourself. We all love and hate certain things about Valorant. But God, OG, you went on a complete rant. It stopped behaving. You stopped behaving like a guest and you started behaving like one of those people on YouTube who make rant videos for a second. Um, so yeah. Uh,
That's
I don't
good.
think I hate any particular character that much. So yeah, I'm gonna abstain from making comments, but I think you might hate this even more. The next character is most likely gonna have solid smokes.
Okay. Hmm. Interesting. Does
So
she
no
do
more.
DPS or something?
No. It means you can't shoot through smokes.
No, I know. Wait. Oh, wait. What? Really?
Yeah, yeah. Of course, this is just a rumor. Nobody knows for sure. But given
Okay.
whatever clips and rumors that I've been seeing, you're gonna
Interesting.
have solid smokes, kind of similar to the Astra's cosmic divide, but on a smaller scale.
Dude, but imagine something like that on a post plant. Like, imagine how
Exactly.
clutch
It's
that could be.
exactly it's gonna like put a little dome of protection around the spike diffuser, and then you can just stick it. Nobody can do jack shit. And that's gonna force a lot of people to even change how they play post plants. I mean, Ascent, you plant for generator, hide and aim in. Haven, you plant on C side and you hide at C long. Now you can't do that anymore. You're
My
gonna have
God,
to
that's
play
so
on
cringe.
the site. On
Dude,
the
like,
site.
so I remember this is all the way back in Valorant beta. So there was this one tournament that was happening in India during the beta, and me and a couple of colleagues just registered for that tournament. We're like, you know what? Why not try this new game? Why not give it a shot? When we walked into that, I think I barely knew very little bit about Valorant is how much I could say. And I only played Sage back in the day. So back then when Sage was one of the first agents, my bad. She had her wall which would be instantly solid. Like I think in the gap of a second it becomes
Yeah.
solid. So what
Yeah.
we used to
So you
do
could just,
is save that for the post plant.
yeah,
And we used
exactly.
to smoke the bomb. I used to wall the entry off, heal my duelist who's defusing the bomb, and we all used to go become meat heals behind
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was the most effective strategy as well, right? Back then, Sage was super relevant. The resurrection can change any given situation at any time, always relevant. The heal itself was pretty strong. You get all the way back to 100 HP.
Yeah, true.
But then later on, like in episode 1, Act 2, and Act 3, when they released Killjoy and Sky, respectively, the Sage started to diminish a little in value, and her perception of a must-have agent was stopped. I mean, back then
Yeah.
even Cypher was a must pick. Now it seems like Chamber is that character, the must pick character. But I guess they're going to make some changes to that as well. He's already been nerfed, might get nerfed further. Who knows what's the future got in store for us?
I'll feel bad for Chamber if he gets nerfed more than this dude. Like, I don't think he deserved as much, but that nerf was very understandable, right? That Headhunter price increasing was, I think, what everybody expected. But I feel like what damaged him more was the fact that his rendezvous range decreased by a decent amount, in my opinion. I feel like if it was like in prior, the setups were so wank. So it was possible for you to now make a case where there's more duelists walking in. I feel like that was one of my fears last year, where it would have been maybe controllers and sentinels just taking over Valorant. I feel like with the way Riot's going about this right now, it's the best way to go, especially with the now changes that they're getting to the duelist. The relevancy within all four roles is starting to become more synchronized by the day. And with that new controller, like I said, I feel like it's going to be the breath of fresh air. This off season, I think, is meant for all of us to chill, man. Even I'm going to take a chill pill from Valorant after this. This is going to be a nice, fun little event before I take like a good break.
Okay, that's quite the opposite of me because I was thinking of doubling down on Valorant. But
Damn.
then again, we both have different beliefs. At this point, the only thing that I want to double down on is this particular game. I know you guys have been waiting for the start, but don't worry, we are about to begin this match very soon. Keep in mind that Team Scout is already a map up, so when you see that little dot on their name, don't get surprised. This is not the start of a best of three. This is the continuation of a best of three from yesterday. Just gotta keep that thing in mind. Scout was able to win Ascent. We are now heading into Bind, where Team Mortal will be starting on the defensive side. And yeah, if I'm not wrong, Zephy is definitely playing for Team Mortal right now, along with Kappa, Sai, and Mazel. And then
Yep.
on the other side, we still have the old lineup. Team Scout isn't going for any lineup changes. Kohli, Badlov, Wimp, and Rex are still going to be playing alongside him.
True. Uh, this. I'm wondering now. What do you think Zephy is gonna? Where do you think Zephy is gonna fill in? Because we always have Sai who plays the Jet. So is Sai willing to give that up? Marzel, I think, can flex a decent bit, but again, you never really want to remove that initiator role, right? Him on the Fade is nuts. Him on the KO has been absolutely absurd throughout
Zephy
this
can pick
entire
up the
tournament.
raise. The raise is very viable on Bind. I'm not sure if Sai will
Yeah,
pick up the Jet once more.
true.
He might just go for
Chamber.
something like a Chamber or something. Yeah. But then again, Battle is
That
also
makes
amazing on
sense.
Chamber. So I think we just gonna have to wait and watch. Let's see what the agent selection is like. We're gonna be heading into the agent select very soon. These players have started picking up their characters. So uh, yeah, I guess we don't need to speculate all that much now.
Nah, we don't. And yeah, we're gonna get to see Zephy in action. Our young duelist has, well, he's taken his role. He's picked up the raise like you suggested, dude. And Sai going on the Fade. Okay, this is interesting. Marcel on the Chamber, and Kappa, I'm pretty sure, should be playing that other initiator, right? Is Love gonna do it, or is he baiting us? Come on,
With
bad
the Yoru,
Love. Come on.
do it.
I'll love you if you do so.
Do it. Do
He's
it right
like
now.
he's like the only one left except for Rex. Kappa's gone in for the Sky. So
Okay,
it's
understandable.
a very nice composition that we get to see on the side of Mortal. I'm
I
just
don't
waiting for you, Bad Love.
recall seeing Kappa on the Sky recently. I mean, been sticking to the Fade and the Sova so far. I can't remember him playing Sky, at least not in the last month.
Dude, we got
Although I could be
debated.
mistaken.
We got debated.
Yeah, bad love going for the
Choose
chamber.
your agent.
Makes more sense, honestly. You need one sentinel at the very least. So you've got Scout on the breach, and he's been doing amazing work on the breach so far. His fault lines have been landing spot on. Aftershocks not so much, but at least it's still better than Hellranger's Aftershocks. Remember when Hellranger
Right,
didn't kill
bro.
two of his players with the Aftershock? Yeah, that was a bit funny.
Okay, so you just wake up and choose violence, eh?
Hmm. I mean, that's
Nice.
what these players have also chosen. So yeah, just going with the flow.
Yeah, and there we go. We get to see the teams in their form. You can see K's this young man about to get into the ring with a couple of beastly individuals, is how we could put it. This is Team Scout, of course. Scout being surprised by, I think, a lot of people's metrics. Even yesterday, he came absurdly alive with that clutch play towards middle. What, 4 kills, 3 kills, something ridiculous along that lines when his positions was already discovered. So either side having a lot of plus points to their side. You know, Coley has been really good. Bad Love has been chiming in. Rexy and Wimp have been picking up the pieces where it's necessary for them to. So it's still going to be dead even, and considering the reset both these teams have gotten, let's hope that that's going to be Mortal's saving grace.
Well, I don't know about saving graces, but these guys definitely
Solid.
have nothing to save when it comes to attacking B long as they start off things on a fly. They've gotten the picks, they've gotten the entry, and it's just Marzel left to defend over here. He's got backup arriving, but hold
God,
on,
Mass
backup does not
TPs.
require mass teleportation across the A site, and they might just be able to get here before the defenders arrive.
Yeah, they should be able to make their way outside Shars. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Although Zephyr is making that harder. Jesus Christ, what was that shot on Skull? What?
Oh my god, like, they still left Wimp over there and absolutely no remorse. They finally shut him down. Mortal responds in kind, but I don't think they can reach again. I feel like a broken record when I say the defenders won't be able to reach on time because the attackers have just been running all over the place. It's almost like they're on a marathon.
Spike planted.
And well, at some point in a marathon, you do need to slow down. And I guess,
Player standing.
never mind. I guess that's where Team Mortal's, idea was. Didn't really work, as Bad Love was given more than enough time to set up towards elbow. Marzel, I'm pretty sure that he's not going to be given the speak. They're just going to play off the info. They're going to play off the footstep. Although that rendezvous gave Marcel a small window of opportunity where Rexy is quick to deny. And the pistol goes the way a Team Scout. That is exactly why I was looking forward to buying, man. This is the TP shenanigans. This is the rotation fun that you get to have, unlike Stay Low Descent.
Exactly. And I'm glad that these guys are actually going for it because in professional play, nobody really does this. Nobody takes
Five
mass
minutes.
teleportations, definitely not twice in the same round. So I'm just glad that these guys are playing the train simulator. All 5 players just rushing into one place and then teleporting across the other side. Just going in like a train, screaming choo-choo, whistling across and kicking ass.
Yeah, and it's going to be a similar setup yet again from Team Mortal. They've left Marzel to his devices side long. Meanwhile, it's a fairly one-dimensional split of the Beast side that's being attempted by Team Scout. Beautiful shot from Marzel. Dictates Coley and makes his way back towards the side into safe haven. Although Rexy finds good timing on a Kappa. Mind you, there's still a decent amount of manpower on the side, so it's going to be a little hard if Team Scout want to take this just tooth for tooth, fight for fight. If they don't use utility to set up, things could get gruesome, and hence Love is making grounds on the other end. Mortal, all he had there was the classic, so couldn't really expect much out of him from the get-go. And Bad Love, 3 HP. It's not in the most ideal position, but he's making important rotations happen. Now, what did Team Scout do? Did they commit here to the A side? Did they take the TP again? There's a lot of possibilities for them, and that Prowler got valuable information. They know that the rotation's close by. They need to deal with this aptly, though.
Spike down A.
Oh, they can't. They cannot deal with Sai. Not with the shenanigans. Scout up close and personal. Gets sprayed down by Zephy. The stinger after the buff is just absolutely ridiculous. But Wimp is coming all the way from behind them. I don't think they've accounted for this. They might momentarily check him, but Sai misses the timing. And he should be able to get all the way towards U-Haul, but he doesn't know that Zephy is right behind him. Sai saves him from the humiliation of getting knifed.
If only he had time. He was still trying to go for that silent play, but with 15 seconds on the clock, he kind of needed to make a move there. And small slip-ups costing Team Mortal the round. Mind you, they were the ones who got the initial pick, so when they try to play contact there towards that B side, towards that A side, my bad. It really did go sad with the CQC angles being held.
Well, here we go. The first buy-ish rounds. I mean, both the teams have been able to win around each, so economy at this point just doesn't exist for either of them. Shabby buys and scattered weapons all across the board.
Oh,
But
beautiful.
Zephy's sharper than I thought.
Nice nades. Forces Coley back. They're just... Okay. He didn't see him. Zephy has no clue, but he's still playing this aggro. Oh my goodness! Just grinds them like a meat grinder. And yeah, this has been a very, very good start to this game for this young individual.
Player
Although
standing.
his team kind of looked scary there for a second. They, however, regained themselves in this 1 versus 2. Mind you, Bad Love is on low HP, so if they still play this one together, if they still play on the back of trades, this should be their round.
Well, if it is their round or not depends entirely on a near impossible clutch coming out from Bad Love. Oh. The flash could have indicated him off the position from Kappa, but not aware about it, and they get the defuse without any difficulties. Good stuff over here from the side of Team Mortal. At least they've been able to regain the lead that they once lost. But my goodness, I am really, really excited to see Zephy in action. I mean,
Yeah.
his satchel movement was super clean over there, especially when he just went past Bad Love. I understand that being in the smoke encompasses your vision, it tunnel visions you, and you can't really do much when someone just walks past you and you don't even know about it. But the fact that he slid into the corner over there, just in the back of that satchel, it almost made me think that he was a Neon, because movement was just that clean.
I know, right? It looked so quick, so clinical, and again, Sai with the support to help him play the aggression. That is the Tote Force on the other side. Okay, the Tote Force is on Love, my bad. Regardless, Sai's the one who finds that initial kill. Despite that boom bot, Wimp's not able to find that early frag, which is surprising to say the least. And mind you, Zephy has his ultimate. He can maybe pull off a berserk play quick through the TP, because information soon about to come their way. Sai, beautiful engagement on Rexy, does that clinically and is not punished from hookah whatsoever. So timing is of the essence. Mind you, he has the Nightfall as well. The timing was decent, but the spam through the smoke. No, the Trace of Fire betrays him. And at least they find a frag back here, Team Scout. This is still, however, an upward climb.
I hate that first smoke that's on the side. It's just so awkward to deal with.
Sight?
Yeah, there's one on the side between the metal box
yeah.
and the corner. I mean, it's faded away now, but I hate that. I detest that smoke. I disgustingly it annoys me. I'm just glad that we don't have to deal with that anymore. It's out of the way. But that has to deal with Kappa, who's just jump spotting for now. And with the 2 of the force, he should be able to give us quite a show.
Yeah.
He's relayed information of one person towards the left-hand side. He's heard the footsteps.
He dodged it. No! That could have been play! This is a good position from Marcel and Kappa. Okay, I really got scared there because Bad Love dodged that flash. That was a crucial kill for him to find, however. If he found that kill, it would have allowed him to punish Marcel. They would have gotten this side on the back of trades. It's all a very, very trade-oriented setup played by the defense, except for Side, though. I had no clue what he was doing there, just sitting and committing with that spray. That looked like it was almost dead on, right?
Yeah. But the way that Marzel and Kappa held it, it was phenomenal. Kappa's position was already known. Badlove was marking his angle. Still, he's able to help out Marzel and surprise the hell out of Badlove as well. So I'm just really happy with that. It's not as great, but they still made it work. And that's what matters at the end of the day.
They have information about this. The combo doesn't really come to that big of an effect, you know, the combo with the alarm bot on the paint shells. But they have a little bit of information towards B long, at least some form of security at that B side. Now, they play the mid game here, and this is smart, your Team Scout. They know the rotation's the name of the game when it comes to bind, and they're trying to play this slow. They're trying to play this steady. They showed a little bit of presence toward the B side with taking hookah and whatnot. Now they're slowly walking back and trying to play quiet contact towards A. Utility in a frenzy. It's just, and Sai needs to make a quick decision. The Nightfall, is it gonna aid him in his efforts? Because Kohli, he's made significant inroads through Shars.
Yeah, but even after making that significant intro, they haven't really been able to get to the spike planting area. And the body has also arrived. Now they can't make moves at all. They're just doing everything they can to delay. But Zephy, he's gonna make everything blow up through the fray. And the op, it's posted once again. An uncharacteristic miss, but I think he can make it back. Badlove needs to recover, but Scout helps him out. He's been silent behind that box up until now, finally choosing to reveal his true colors. But now that they've TP'd across the other side, Badlove needs to be the bodyguard, needs to stop Marzen from coming through, but he can't. Scout, now forced to plant inside the metal box, has no escape avenue, but the Stinger can definitely aid him in this close combat. Nah, Kappa's just shot, bro.
Yeah, but the one thing I really liked about the round that just happened was the fact that Scout got vengeance. He demolished Zephy with that stinger. Damn happy. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and it doesn't get any colder than a stinger, does it?
I mean, it doesn't get cheaper than a Stinger.
Shorty?
Oh yeah, no, that's not cheap. That's just dirty.
Yeah. Yeah, point. Okay. One thing that's expensive though, and one thing that Team Scout can afford is the fact that they have 4 ults. And 4 pivotal ults. They have the Showstopper, they have the Orbital Strike, they have Nightfall, and they have the Rolling Thunder. Just naming these ultimates give me a minor headache.
Okay, so nobody really gives him the satisfaction of peeking a shot. Well, the Oppa now has to reposition. Zephy's already on his way to the B site, but the attackers are taking it really slowly. The only people who've actually made some progress are the ones on the bath area. And they too are just clearing areas one by one. As they slowly now start to creep up towards a shot, the smokes will delay them just for a little bit. But then again, they've never been ones to shy away from holding things back. They are actually happy that the defenders are using up their mollies, the smokes and nades right away.
The boombot as well?
Yeah, the boombot as well. They're just glad that they are using all this utility now, because that means there won't be anything left for them to use later on.
Exactly, especially on that retake, because it's gonna hit that position at any moment. The Showstopper to try and get the intro. Wait, what? He actually found that frag on Immortal? Nice reply, however. Still, on the side of Team Mortal, that was a surprising frag. 4v3 post plant. Sai, is he gonna be able to make his way back to safety? Just about. Should be able to get healed as well from his teammate. That buys a little bit time, and Whip can play brilliant positioning and timing. Kohli, he doesn't better. The double, and he looks to make one more heroic play, but he goes down thereafter. Scout, position discovered, distraction bot, but Whip still finds the kill. The Rolling Thunder could be a brilliant setup to a better play, but Marcel still finds a way. How? He was stunned. That should have been Scout's frag any time of the day.
Oh, Marzel, what a difference maker. I really thought there for a second that Wimp's position can deter the entire retake. But then as soon as Marzel was able to win that first duel onto Bath, Wimp was forced to reconsider his position, and that gave away whatever angle and advantage he was holding. And after that, it was just smooth sailing. Sure, Scout's Earthquake made things a little awkward for a second, but even when stunned, Marzel is just unstoppable.
Yeah. Controversial opinion, what do you think of the 22 champion song? I kind of liked it, not as much as Die For You, obviously, but it was still
Obviously.
nice.
I love the animation, but Die For You, the
Oh,
song
yeah.
itself is better. But then again, I
100%.
mean, it's the music of Valorant. You still have to appreciate it. I also like the new League of Legends song that Lil Nas X has made for Riot, but then
Heard
again,
of
that's a
it, yeah.
completely different game, completely different genre. And Kappa, he's built different. So is Zephy. This guy's unstoppable. Okay, for any sponsors or TOs watching him right now, I mean, he's not on the main lineup of Global Esports right now, so maybe you can sign him up.
Maybe
The
right
potential-
now he's giving. Oh, he almost landed that shot on the scout. Finally, on the other time of asking, he does the triple in this round, and he might be the youngest to get the ace. Not Mortal. He's gonna snatch it away before that even becomes a possibility. So, and it's all left on a Kohli. Now that 1v4 mate into a 1v3. As he's desperately trying to make his way into B, but Zephy on the chase. He's holding the angle from inside the teleport, and he knows for a fact that he's right in his assessment of the situation. The quad! Well, he just mentioned Lil Nas X, right? I think he just showed them the Old Town Road.
I cannot believe this performance from Zephy. And he's making it look so easy. He's not playing your average competitive game. These are some of the best players in the country that he's up against. And he's
Nice.
making mincemeat of them.
Look at him.
I mean,
If I was
Global
this teacher,
Esports-
I'd be scared in the PD, I'm not gonna lie.
Bro, like Global Esports, obviously they're one of the best teams in the country, but they're also harboring some of the best young talent in the country. I can
know, right?
easily see this guy going pro someday. I'm not even
Easily.
kidding.
Oh, Zephy! There are 4 people on the other side, young man. Are you sure you want to try this? Yeah, I think he makes the rational decision and makes his way out, although Rexy might just be toasted alive. Wimp darting his way into his pocket, and he's dealing with the situation relatively well. Wimp with the double, as the Phantom gives him the assurance of the transfer, and everybody transferring themselves towards that B side. The reset is hard as they maintain the advantage and are looking to choke here, Team Scout.
And this is going to be a two-pronged retake with Zephy peeking out of the smoke.
Nice
A very
try.
ballsy move, but he doesn't get rewarded for it. Sai at least swings right through and gets the trade back again. But Muzzle trying
Look at
to
the
drop from the
wraparound.
other side has to get the trade off from the one coming from Smoke. Scout surprises Sai. Never in a million years would he have anticipated Scout to make the rotation all the way back from CT. And Wimp goes around the
HP.
pre-fire, slowly moving across the gap as he tries to spray down his nemesis. And it's once again back in the favor of Team Scout after a long and arduous journey of winning the pistol round and then losing the next 6 rounds back to back. They finally have put up a second round on the board.
Finally. And, you know, it's still 6-2, Crips. There's still a fair chance that this could be an even half. So, just need to see a lot more of where that came from. It's a timeout that's being taken out, I think, by Team Mortal, where they get a chance to discuss. They have... What do they have in their back pocket? So, let's talk about ultimates now. Scout's team has the orbital strikes, so they have the opportunity to just bomb rush A. You know, you just alt lamps, you push side, you have utility that aids you in the fights that you have to take. On the other side, you have the Nightfall and you have the Seekers. So, if you think about this, you know, Mortal's team should theoretically be so much more comfortable playing retake on the back of Marzel playing that Tour de Force, getting that early pick, and maybe even getting another as he tries to deny what could be a potential rush. Possibilities that can be deployed right now, and everybody's taken their sweet time to think this out. Think that we got the go ahead, so yeah, we enter back into regulation.
Yeah, most people think that in timeouts like these, people are discussing strats and whatnot, but no, it's most likely someone
Lol.
going to open the door or something. Marzel over here opening the door of opportunity, destroying Scout right off the bat. And without any of those fault lines and flashes, it's gonna become a little harder to get control.
Look at the aggro though. Oh, they put that! And okay, Zephy is still good for 1, although the trade's there from Rexy. That could have been a kill with the dog. That could have been that kill, dude. 11 HP. What are these rounds?
Yeah, imagine if he got bit to death. Mauled
right?
by the animals. 3 members left, 3 seekers sent out. Should be able to figure out the positions of every single player. And with them going all the way around the backside, the hookah seems to be undeniable. But
Okay.
Bad Love, he's just unstoppable right now. Plant should be possible, but look at the positioning of Rex. They still haven't discovered him.
Wait, did the secret just expire at the last second? Okay, he has the opportunity to make a big play. Now, it needs to be swiftness and decisiveness that could win Mortal this round, although Love is just a step ahead. Not even a step, more like a mile. That was a very, very gut-wrenching play because Scout pulled off something very similar just around prior. And to have your House of Cards fall with a similar gust of wind is an unbearable thought. The fact that Team Scout still has 3 ultimate crypts is gonna... I hope that they do it now.
I'm not sure if the trump card will come into play, but I am sure of one thing. This exchange of utility on Shaz is just a bit too much. It's gonna bait out way too many resources from either side. At least the defenders have been decent enough at just conserving their utility in this round, but in the past they've made the mistake of expending too much too soon. Will they repeat the same mistake again? I don't think so. Zephy's shutting down A shot and Marcel already pushed up B long. The attackers can feel the map shrinking around them.
Yep. It's only Rexy who's able to make a play and find it working. Zephy continuous on the deny. Once this man's on the operator, this guy has been unparalleled in terms of confidence. He just takes any gunfight that's given to him, dude.
He's 14 years old and he's making professional players of India look like chumps.
Chumps.
I'm not even kidding. I'm in awe of how talented this young guy is. Why did we not get to see him before?
I know, right? It's like, where did this guy even come from, dude? So interested to know what this guy's story is, which you guys will get to know more as well if you stay tuned for what would be an interview session later on. So, yeah, that's to look out for.
Yeah, I definitely want to speak to this guy in the interview session. Although I might not get to. I have a feeling that Hindi casters will be doing this one. So I hope that Maisie and Cracky ask all the appropriate questions. I'm sure they will.
I mean, at this point, we know very, very little about him. So getting to know anything would be a delight. So the pause was called off yet again. 7-3, and we might finally get to see a showstopper play if it comes down to it from Wimp. But it's all going to be reliant on the openings that Bad Love could deliver as he's trying to prime this Today Force to success. And they yet again anticipate success towards A, which hasn't been the case whatsoever for Team Scout.
Oh, I don't have a good feeling about this one. They're all geared up right outside of a shot.
Party!
With
Never mind.
The showstopper, he doesn't get much, but Bad Love is at least able to kill Sai as he was running away from the showstopper. Kappa is able to deal with any threats coming in from Shah, so that should make this a one-pronged attack only. Much easier for the attackers to move inside like this, but the orbital strike is going to force everyone towards the right-hand side, and they don't get to the teleporters in time. No, Scout and Rex have been caught in transition. Kohli can't recover either, and Bad Love has to go back to collect this spike.
Okay, I guess? That's the equivalent of committing a bank robbery, but leaving the bags in the vault, you know?
Yeah, never even getting to the vault. Like, they had everything set up. They blew up the vault, they used the orbital strike, even managed to get Bad Love a pick. But after that, instead of committing towards the A site, they just kind of tried to make it towards B. I kind of felt like that was unnecessary. They had the right idea over there. They had control of U-Hauls already. Nobody would be able to peek a shot because Battler was watching with his 2 to their force. So I think everything was going fine. They didn't need to go towards the B side. But hey, I mean, at least with this, they relinquish one more round. And that brings Team Mortal that much closer to victory.
Yeah,
Battler is just unstoppable right now. This is one of the first time I'm seeing Zephy getting destroyed like that when someone white swings him. And Bad Luck takes out Spy as well. Somebody put a halt to this man's progress.
Yeah, finally a change of narrative where Team Scout are the ones dictating it in this early part of the round. So they've gotten those 2 picks and they've resorted to rendezvousing with their forces. They need to maybe root out this lone Marcel, who's been a consistent threat throughout his appearance here in his debut. So did they spot him out? Finally, fate's against him. I was wondering, did Marcel's feeling way too lucky? And ooh, Kappa yet again, timing to some extent. Wimp taken down.
Spike planted.
So they've found a little bit here, Team Mortal, but that's all they've found. Just a little, as Team Scout still have a very, very good grasp of this last round in the first half. Never mind, my bad.
I'm kind of worried about the drop. I don't even care about the nightfall, honestly. It's just Kohli in such a precarious position.
Thank
He's
God
able to
he did it the
deter them
right way.
both. Kappa could have never jumped down because of him. And now, even though he takes down Kohli, there's just way too much stacked up against him. Yeah, that's the power position of these people. 8-4. Team Mortal firmly in the lead.
For a second, I was anticipating Kohli to maybe get timing there. I don't know why, I just had that inkling of fear. But it all falls into picture relatively peacefully. 8-4, right? So, considering the start and some of the fortune they've had in a couple of these rounds, still decent enough for Team Scout if they want to mount a recovery. Mind you, they were Mr. Recovery yesterday, so there's still a high likelihood that this map is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Did not count them out. They've done it before, they can do it again.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Second half about to begin. And Wimp, he's got a vendetta.
Okay,
Prowlers
they have
and
information on
boomboxes.
either side now. Oh no.
This nade could be big. And they're forced to get away from each other. If he just peeked through that smoke for a second, he could have gotten an isolated 1v1. But then again, they don't want to take this risk. Kappa, though, he's more than comfortable taking risks as they flood
shot,
this A
Marcel.
site with way too many attackers with overwhelming force. Scout hiding in the smoke, dwelling in the darkness. He can't get through the light, can't win the fight.
That was tight. So this advantage just continues to extend. Although the rebuttal finally in, and it goes in tandem. They find a kill each here, the remaining members of Team Scout. The positioning, the time, not really in their favor. Although, as I say that, they continue to find progress. They continue to make inroads. It's all now on Orexi. 1 versus 2, blinded, and position to some extent aware of either player. Mortal, the jump classic doesn't help him, although it's a very, very good rotation that Kappa has opted in for, going all the way around Lamps, ring around the Rosie, and drops the pocket full of Posey. 9-4, 1 away from double digits.
Oh my goodness, this poem is as dark as Nursery decides it is. Most people don't know
Okay.
that it's about the Black Plague.
Really?
It's about the Black Plague, where not even half, like 75% of Europe was wiped out.
Wait, I'm not wrong, 75% of Europe caught it, but only a couple were wiped out, right?
No, 75% wiped out.
Damn.
Yeah.
Talking about being deleted.
Exactly, bro. And here comes Zephy once again, looking to delete some people, looking to press that backspace button on someone's head. No, it's bad luck. Just one clicks him away for now. But Wimp is kind of trapped over here. Is he trapped in the corner? Or is the other guy trapped in there with him?
That's
Sai
the
has
mystery,
just-
you know?
Yeah. Sai has way too many choices to make right now. The Prowler is still knocking at the doors. But as soon as it opens,
There we
Sai
go.
should be able to get a jump onto Whip. With the situation more or less equalized, the defenders have fallen way back. I mean, they're either defending from CT spawn on A or from defender side on B. Smokes go
Yeah.
down on A, plant now starting. Marcel looks to intercept them before they can even get close.
He hears both of them. Okay. He's looking the right way at the right time for the highlight clip. The triple as he sheeshes through this butter paper of a buy that was posted up. So we should get a good round now from Team Scout. Hopefully they will be able to invest into Vandals. They'll be able to invest into utility. They might be able to even invest in a fast play. Heck, they have the Fade. They have the Raze. You know, these two agents go hand in hand really well on Bind. So they have a lot of opportunity here to play aggressive, considering the split approach that's being employed by Team Mortal. If they are feeling lucky, they can take that engagement and not be fully punished for it. Although, saying that, it's switched to a completely execute-based setup for Team Mortal, and they still end up dropping that first kill.
I'm surprised he's able to get away with something like this. Wimp jumps right inside. Zephy forced to look in both directions. Now Rex ready to redeploy. Almost got killed over there. Knows all of them are stacked towards B long, so this is gonna be a little bit of a choke point that they can't get through. Even though they can get the kills, Kappa is forcing the issue unnecessarily. Mortal can't even help him out because of the aftershock. And now he's definitely in the near impossible 1v5. Can probably get like a kill or two and do some economy damage. But I don't think he can win the round. That's fine. I mean, he's still got plenty of buffer. 5 rounds in the lead.
Yeah, and more importantly, having this flawless victory allows them to at least have the ability to reinvest if things go south, right? Now they just need to start making up that margin while they have this minimal buffer that's existent. I mean, it is 10-5, and considering the amount of diversity that I've gotten to see from Team Mortal today, and considering Kappa has the Seekers, there is a feasible opportunity now for Team Mortal to modulate the pace, try to play the mid round on the back of early picks, and allow the Seekers to do a lot of the rotation and the heavy thinking.
I don't think they put in as much thought into this round as much as you did, OG.
Lol. I mean, they are some of the best, so
Yeah.
that's really shit expected. Okay.
The pop flash out of the smoke. Going into a full-blown war. Dead bodies dropping all over the showers, and not enough water in the world is enough to clean up the blood that's been shed over here. Zephy looking to make the rotation on the other side. Scout got completely unaware. They should open up the side for them to plant, but hold on. Zephy doesn't want to go for the plant. He wants to go for the fight.
My goodness.
Takes
What a
Rexy
beast.
out of the day. And he's going for more, definitely, right?
Yeah,
He's holding this off angle, which Badlov will expect, but can't
Going for the
deny.
crux. It's just that it just feels like a single player game at this point when Zephy's on the raise, you know? Like, I still can't believe that he caught Rex off guard in a situation like that. Wait, sorry, not Rex, that was Sire,
Oh.
right?
Yeah, he caught Scout. Scout was busy fighting towards Shaz, so yeah. But then again, he got Rex as well. And then Badlov, even though Badlov somewhat expected him to be there, just, he couldn't win the duel.
Alright, this is force the hand of our man Badlov to pull out that Tour de Force. He's playing aggressive. Mind you, the first buy round, this is how he got the first kill, and Marcel continues to be the victim of that long play. Command advantage instantly secured, and you see that the entirety of Team Scouts now relaxed. They can play this one a little more passively, and they've opted to still maintain control of Shars. That's the only thing that they've still been interested to contest.
Oh my god, Sai's been sending everything through the smoke.
Sheesh,
Down
Goldie!
everything. Love has basically inflicted hate crimes upon the other people coming from short, but Mortal now left to recover the spike, can't do anything. Please give Badlov the ace. Sai has been trying to send his utility through this smoke since forever, but now Kohli, I think he might try to deny Badlov the ace, but no, he's a good teammate. And there's Badlov coming across the other side already.
Kohli,
South pushes
deny
through
it.
the smoke. He
Aw.
would much rather die to Kohli than try to Badlov. Oh no! And now he's trapped in the corner. They're gonna let Badlov go ahead. He needs to get this. Give us the ace. Give us the penta kill.
Give us a fantastic moment, as you may. Ah, never
Oh,
mind.
no.
He gets fantastically wrecked. Sag. Utter butter Sag, indeed. Ah, dude. How many aces have been missed so far? 4?
Yeah. I mean, 4K Rossi is a meme which will never die. So, like, there's like 2 missed opportunities of aces from him. And then this is the 3rd one. I don't remember a 4th.
There was one from Kohli as well. The quad.
okay.
2 from Kohli, right? He got 2 quad kills on that game of Ascent that he got to play against Rossi.
Huh.
And on
Okay,
both the
I mean-
times he got denied the ace.
Okay. Well, I mean, he's sharing the same pain as 4K Rossi, so understandably so.
Yeah. And now his teammate Bad Love, so sharing the pain. You know, there's that dairy milk ad, right? Dard baatne se ghata hai. So I think they're
What the
going
heck?
for. I think they're going for that philosophy. Oh, the judge plays! Zephy, thank God he's put the place. Thank God. Good job, Scout. That's all I'm gonna say.
But they need to be careful over here. Scout can delay them for as long as possible, but Kohli doesn't need anything. As soon as they walk across, he's ready to intercept them. And Wimp is just landing all the shots in the world. I mean, they weren't supposed to win this round because they didn't have all the weapons needed, but still.
One enemy
In
remaining.
the fashion they're doing so.
Yeah, in the fashion that they're doing so, it's just looking a bit too easy right now for the defenders. But it's good because Scout is able to make a comeback like this. Otherwise, Mortal would be winning this 2-0, and we definitely don't want that. We want Icebox.
Wait. 2-0? I thought Scout's the one leading.
Exactly. I mean, if Scout is able to mount this comeback,
Yeah.
then we will
Okay,
have it
okay.
2-0. But
My
Mortal
bad,
still
my
has,
bad.
like,
I
a
heard that wrong.
Right.
Yes, yes. So they have a significant lead, but look at the way that, they've been managed to shuffle their ults around. They have the Orbital Strike, they have Nightfall, they have Showstopper. Wherever they want to commit, it's going to be significantly easier for them to find inroads here. So they better use their ultimates diligently here, Team Scout. They have a very good opportunity to shut down a lot of this offensive play. And most of what, Team Mortal have been doing on the offense is somewhat transparent. Somewhat. Except for the TP shenanigans.
Oh, yeah, I
Wait.
kind of want to see that again.
Hasn't really happened from Team Mortal yet on the attack.
Yeah, no, it hasn't. At least Scout's team was having fun that way. They were playing.
Oh, they were
the
making
Plane
memes,
Simulator.
bro. They called the timeout here, and I'm thinking that this is a technical timeout because you
Nah,
don't really see them talk. Oh no, Sai's talking. Never mind.
You know, a lot of people assume that in streamer tournaments like this, that whenever there's a pause called, they're probably discussing strats or they're discussing what to do. That is seldom the case. That is almost never the case. In this situation, a pause has been called because Badlove probably has to go and pick up something from the door. Maybe he's ordered food or something. He's AFK basically. Maybe he went to the bathroom or something.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now
And
you're
this
starting to make
almost
sense.
always happens. And I don't blame you. I've been bamboozled like 3-4 times in different tournaments like this. So yeah, at this point, I've just made my peace with it. In proper pro tournaments, when you see a tactical timeout, that means they're actually discussing stuff. Over here, it just means something or the other has come up and you need a moment. Oh, but they don't account for him on the left-hand side. At least he doesn't get the kill with the op, but Kappa is just blowing things up.
I know, right? He gets that first kill, and they're not even committing on the back of that. They disengage.
Yeah, but that's because they've probably seen the op over there. They don't want to run into one op, but if they don't go for the other, they're just hoping that there's not another one standing on the other side. They're just hoping that Badlove hasn't made the rotation towards A yet. Now, Badlove might not be here, but there's 3 other people over here who can easily turn them into mincemeat. One of them is Scout, who's got the fault line primed already. The flash gone towards a shot. He's just dumping all the utility that he can. A little damage taken from the Molotov, but Scout, he's taken down Marzel. He's trying to attend to the smokes. Now, Kappa tries to pull a smoke play again, but he's actually successful this time, getting them both. Oh my god.
Okay,
It's kind of uncanny how Mortal is, still alive. Even though, like, Marzel tried to make that smoke play, it didn't work for him. But then when Kappa does the same, he just destroys them. I guess it just comes down to the timing.
It does, and Kappa had not only timing, but so much chaos around him, right?
Yeah.
Badlove needs to go for a clip-worthy moment, looking the wrong way at the wrong time, which allows Team Mortal to hit map point and on the verge of pushing us to Icebox.
Do you think we'll get to see Icebox? Or do you think we'll get to see another comeback? Scout pulled off a comeback yesterday. He can pull one off today as well. Badlove's on the op already. Everyone has a buy.
I'm
Kohli's
thinking
got
Icebox,
the...
bro. Straight up. It's a reset.
I don't want to melt the ice just yet, but Kohli can incinerate them if things go wrong.
And so can Zephy. He has a showstopper. He has the judge. He can go in for those quick plays. From either side, there's still a lot left in the bag, and Love is just decapitated at moment's notice. The showstopper is gonna be up for the party. Nah, but he still makes good movement. Finding his way through Lamp, should have the back of Scout. Dude, this guy is playing KZ.
Seth, just making quick work of them. They really want to go to Icebox and they want to go there soon. And now almost everyone's going to be stopping right outside of CT because they don't want to get blown up. But a showstopper sent goalies way regardless, which puts poor Rex in a near impossible 1v5. And he's got people gunning for him, but it's not much that he can do. It's undeniably done. We're going to Icebox regardless, ladies and gentlemen. Team Scout was able to mount that comeback yesterday, but today Team Mortal answers back in kind.
The kind of plays that we got to see across the board, especially from Zephy. What a debut for this young lad as he shows off that he can pull off clips that are ridiculous even up against some of South Asia's best.
Yeah.
Look at this. Straight up obstacle course.
He just jumped over everybody.
And everything.
Never in a million years Scout would have expected he gets shot from that angle. He was protecting U-Hall. His teammates were supposed to protect him from the back over there, but nope. This is just something else. Team Mortal winning map 2, pushing us to map number 3. Potentially the first ever map 3 of this entire tournament.
Yeah, first ever map 3. First ever map apart from Ascent and Bind. So
God.
It's going to be a very refreshing and a very needed change here, Crips, and I'm so happy that we're going to get... It's going to take a little time, however, which buys us a little time to talk about what happened in the game prior, right? The kind of plays that were pulled in the attack from the side of Team Mortal, it was a step above anything that we've seen. Cool, but I still feel like on the defense, Scout and Co had so much of misfortune. That round where it was, I think, Zephy completely blowing it out at Hookah, didn't see that coming whatsoever. There were a lot of moments where they could have been better trades, but you never really saw that happen. And again, not a professional game. Nobody's coming here with that kind of a setup. It is just chaos, and I think we got a good understanding of what chaos looks like, right? In a lot of these rounds, I think chaos is what led the way. Like, for example, Kappa making that play under Heaven. This play from Zephy. These are things that you simply can't expect, my friend.
Exactly. Nobody would have expected Zephy to roll around the corner like that, especially when Battler was still alive and, you know, behind Zephy. Nobody would have expected that he just walks past Battler. So stuff like that is super surprising. But you know what else is surprising? It's Zephy and his opping skills. He just makes the professional players of India look like chumps for a bit. So, yeah, I'm just really proud of this talented young man. Just destroying and decimating everybody. His satchel movement is clean, his reflexes are sharp, and he is a deadly tool. A force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and not to mention the versatility that this guy has in terms of weaponry. We got him see him rock the Vandal, the Sheriff, the damn Judge. But we still got to see it. It was nice. Sort of. And of course that couple of rounds where he did drop off, like this one against Bad Love, right? It happens. It's Valorant stuff, and he knows it as well. He didn't take it all that heavy on his head. You have to give it to this man for the ability to play amongst people like Kappa, like Marzel, like Sai. Because if you're an older CS player, for example, you used to look up to these people. So now in Valorant, I feel like that's something that's exponentially increased. Because not only has Valorant gotten a bigger and, you know, a more, I'd say a far more interested viewing base, where they care about these games more. We have more viewership. We have more people who are actively involved in the scene now. But also the fact that these guys have been pillar stones, right? I can't imagine how it would feel in his shoes to perform in a team like this.
He's not just performing. He's on a roll. He's on a tear. So aggressive. He's getting into the faces of his opponents and just shutting them down. Even when they expect him to do a certain thing, he wins the duel. So I don't know what to say except just appreciation and love for this guy. Sure, every now and then he gets flash and he gets killed, but the way he's clearing things out is just phenomenal. I
Yeah.
also like the approach of Team Mortal to just capitalize on that chaos. Of course, there's certain smokes that they use to put down, which I didn't like, especially the ones towards the B side. But every time they use those smokes on the A side and they try to then play on the back of it, try to surprise people on the other side of it, I love it. It just catches Team Scouts so off guard that they never anticipate that.
In all honesty, with how the first half went, I really hoped that Teen Scout were able to put up slightly better numbers. Although, yeah, you can't expect that random aggression that you get when you have a Ray Sky combo. And also with Sai supporting Zephyr, it was almost like a done deal on the defense when them playing the aggro step. Nonetheless, the player of the game, at least the map, is Bad Love. Phenomenal performance on the chamber was the, I think, only reason why Team Scout stood even a chance in this map. Because you look at the drop off, right? You see Love performing on a tear with 23 kills, and the only one closest to him on his team is Wimp on 14. Mind you, Wimp still had an okay game. He could have popped off a little more considering he was playing the race, though.
Well, Badlov, as always, he's been a force to be reckoned with. Because even in the olden days of CS, he was one of the underdog players who wasn't in the spotlight all that much. But then,
Yeah.
whenever you put him up on a stage or whenever you put him up on a pedestal, he delivers. He will never be the kind of guy who, gets put in a spot and then he doesn't come out of it with flying colors. So he's just deserving of all the love. That's probably why his name is Bad Love, right? He doesn't get as much attention as the others, but he is just so talented that he can take over the entire server when things required.
Yeah, we have people who we saw as up and coming talent now truly shape up. We see new talent shape up in the form of Zephyr. We have another map. We have a new map in the form of Icebox that's going to be coming on forth. So we're still not gotten to see one thing. And I'm hoping that we do get to see it on Icebox with just a bamboozle level draft. That's the one thing that I was hoping that we get to see in this tournament, Crips, because at the end of the day, streamer tournament, all these streamers already have quite the name, a good bit of fame, and decent bit of moolah. So they're only competing for that little more in terms of I told you so and I wrecked you cards for the after party.
I think that whatever the lineup shenanigans you were hoping for will come through in Icebox because in Bind you can still make any kind of a lineup work. In Icebox, there's certain characters that you just cannot ignore. Your Viper, your Chamber are like absolute staples. You can't use a Breach on Icebox, and I've only seen Scout play the Breach so far, so I wonder what he's gonna pick up next.
True. And I'm surprised that it's Scout playing the breach, considering Scout and his persona, I thought he'd play something like a duelist, maybe even something as cocky as a jet, because you can take fights that you're really not
Yeah.
gonna cape with any other agent.
No, but honestly, you're right. Scout has that aggressive persona. Even I was surprised when he was playing more of a supportive role, but he's doing it well. He recognizes that he's got professional players around him, so he's just doing whatever he can to support them best. And he's been playing the breach well. His utility is mostly on point, and he never team flashes. I've never seen him team flash anyone, so that's amazing, right? I've seen so many
Yeah.
pro players team flash each other, but not Scout yet, so that's great. Although a breach in Icebox, not really the most ideal pick. He's gonna have to go for something else. I think he might even pick up a Sage later on, but I'm not exactly sure.
Sage?
Yeah, why not?
I see a decent bit of value of Sage in Icebox, so yeah, I think Sage would be the most ideal, right? Because again, Sage is one of those heroes which, if you're not really as comfortable with the pacing of Valorant, is not really affected by it. You can play Sage on your own pace. You can play it for post plan, you can play it for pre plan, you can play it with a preemptive plan, you can save your utility for when your teammates ask for it. So there's a lot of ways you can go around that agent. So I kind of get that's actually pretty smart of you, Crips. Sometimes I give you less credit than you actually deserve.
Oh, okay. Let's not make this about you and me. Let's not turn this into a roast battle because that will just take this cast somewhere else. Um, quick question: do you think we get to see McQueen this match?
I don't think so. I don't
No.
think so. Honestly, I think the lineup right now with Scout on it should be the one taking the dub. I'm I don't know. I feel something is gonna change in that next map because it's Icebox to some extent. When you have players like Sai, like Love, like Zephyr to some extent with the kind of opping that he did get to show, it closes down a lot of those long range fights. So there's a lot more delegation that he can do on a map like this as well, where a lot of those early to mid rounds is predicated on your duelists comma chamber taking those fights which not only give you information but security. So yeah, I still feel like Scout can add value, but yeah, it just depends on how he chooses to. One of the route is Sage. Another creative route is a Sky. Now you guys would be thinking Sky Icebox? Must be a pretty
No.
whack Sunday for this guy. But
Yeah.
the point that I'm trying to go for here is Sky not only is self reliant when she needs to be, but she also can heal, get information as well. And the Seekers don't really take much ult points, which is possible if you relegate your defuses, if you die enough, and if you get like occasionally the two ult orbs you need in between the span of 4 to 5 rounds. So if Scout wants to do a setup, which he's been doing brilliantly throughout the tournament, it's still possible for him to do it with the Sky, although that will take a little bit of ingenuity and thinking out of the box.
I still can't get my head wrapped up around the Sky on Icebox. I think it's too whack. I would much rather have the Sage because the wall is just simply too necessary sometimes for planting and diffusing. So um yeah, I think that's my 2 cents on it. If you do need a flashing character, you might as well just go for the Reyna. We've seen so many times in the past players like Excali and sometimes even players like SK Rossi have picked up the Reyna on Icebox. So I'm not
True.
fully against the idea of a Reyna. We might even get to see Scout play that because I remember back when I played with Scout, like this is like some when Valorant was still new, he was just spamming Reyna every single game we played with him. So makes sense for
Yeah.
him to go back down that road. Although I think we might just get to see a Jet and a Chamber both in the same match. Why
I
not?
like the
You've got like star duelists in your team, so why not just go for two characters that can get out of jail?
Jet, Chamber, Rana. Gonna have a crap ton of get out of free jail card, thrown on the server. So we're gonna be seeing a lot of chaos, is what it is. And to some extent, I get what you're saying with the Sage, but with the way the entire tournament has been transpiring, and especially with the way these two teams have been duking it out, I don't think we'll even get to a position where the plan's gonna be stuck and people are in a position to spam, because the fight is either gonna be over or it's going to be delayed for the post plant. At least that's how it's been going, in my opinion. The few times that we got to see a deny, but I think I remember Scout trying to deny once when he just had a ghost or something and he tried to just walk in through a smoke. Firmly denied on that occasion. So we've seen a couple of players go for it, but we've never really seen it work. Now, one thing that Icebox will sort of differentiate in terms of Ascent and Bind is the fact that the opportunity to flank is slightly different on this map. Now, on Ascent, you have mid, which essentially dissects the site. But towards the side of Icebox, you not only have mid, but you also have kitchen, which directly leads to
Kitchen,
the rotation
boiler, under
avenues for the
tubes, and
defenders.
yeah, and then kitchen, boiler, tube, and like the million angles towards oranges. There's way too much. In fact, there's some agents dedicated to just handling that particular area of the map. I mean, a chamber is like the perfect example of that, right? You put your trap in tube, go under tube, try hopping towards mid, go towards boiler, looking down towards the direct corridor, and if not, then you're the first point of contact to rotate towards the B side in case there is a hit coming over there. So there's just a lot of options that way. Uh, in regards to that, I can even see the appeal of a Viper coming through because on the attacking side, while your Viper will put down the utility towards the side, she can always lurk around. Uh, I'm instantly reminded of the performance of
AVK?
Nats.
Oh, okay.
I was going along
Different level.
I was going to a different level over there. You remember Nat's performance in Masters, right? The one where Gambit was winning.
Yeah.
He basically repopularized Viper, and the way he was lurking with that particular character, especially in Icebox, it's just legendary, and nobody has been able to replicate that level of lurking yet in any level of Valorant so far. So if you try going for something along the lines of a lurking Viper, then you might be rewarded with it, especially in a tournament like this where not everyone is fully coordinated, not everyone's going to check every angle. So there's still
Yeah.
plenty of opportunities for you to exploit.
True. And I think, yeah, exactly, right? This is the kind of plays that you could pull off in this tournament and feasibly expect a victory from. And like you said, there's been very few people who have even come close to the degree of Nats in terms of pulling off plays like that. The only lurking Viper that I ever knew in India was RVK and continues to be RVK, who especially on Icebox is an absolute bellend. So if you queue up against him, just Alt F4 straight up. Not even worth it, trust me. I
Oh
think
my
we're right
god.
about ready to go as well. So I think
Yeah.
in perfect timing because we discussed so much about the draft, right? We thought about what Scout could pick. I'm pretty sure that our fundamental players like Kohli, Sai, Marcel, they're gonna go for their standard thing. If I'm not wrong, Kohli has been pretty good on the initiator so far. Sova has been one of his best agents, so I'm pretty sure that Sova is gonna be something that's floating around his mind. On the side of Mortal's team, you not only have Sai, but Marcel and Zephe who are capable of picking up the operator. So I'm wondering who's going to be given that chamber jet role. Should most probably be Marcel, but also could be Zephe included in that role.
I guess we won't have to wait too long to figure this one out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hop into the agent selection for the final map of the upper bracket semi-final of Penta All-Star Showdown over here. We've got Team Mortal and Team Scout. Both of them have been able to win a map each, and this map will determine which one of them goes down to the lower bracket and which one of them moves directly to the finals.
A Killjoy from Mortal? Okay. It's been a while from since I've seen KJ Icebox. And you're right. You were right, Crips, yet again. Rana on Scout. Okay.
Yes, yeah. I mean,
Damn.
once you've played with these people enough, you can tend to figure out what they're gonna go for. But what does surprise me is that Kohli has picked up the Sova. I thought Kohli might be the one going for the Sage and Rex might be the one going for Sova. That's what I thought would happen. But hey, it's fine as long as they interchange, as long as they're comfortable with this.
Yeah, I mean, considering what we've been seeing from Kohli Sova throughout this tournament, it's something that we know that he's comfortable with regardless, right? And we know
We
Rexy
know
can
he's
switch really
comfortable
well.
with it, but Rex on the Sova is phenomenal.
I know, right? Hey, I mean, a fun tournament,
Your
so
agent.
maybe you'll just look for some memes here and there.
Yeah,
And
maybe
Zephe on the jet, bruh. I've been waiting for this.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. I'm surprised there's no chamber on the side of Team Mortal over here, and Mortal has picked up the Killjoy instead. I remember that back in the day, Killjoy used to be a staple pick on Icebox, but now it's kinda out of the meta. But hey, I don't really blame you, Killjoy is still a pretty strong pick.
Killjoy, the only thing I hate about her is her voice lines, too. I still feel like she's the most annoying, obnoxious agent that they've ever released.
And yet you admire Rampart from Apex.
No,
How
no,
do you
that's
hate Killjoy's voice line and admire Rampart?
that's just because you hate Rampart.
That is the single in the entire history of video games. I'm not just talking about Valorant over here. I'm not just talking about multiplayer games. I'm talking about all the games in the world, right from when I was a child to now. Rampart from Apex Legends has the worst voice lines ever. Period. Put my hands down right here and right now. Fight me.
I will fight you over one thing, though. I just sincerely hope and pray that the new Indian agent isn't going to be having
Oh
the
my
same kind of voice
god!
lines.
I
That's all.
swear to God,
I hope.
I swear, if they mess up that guy's voice lines, I will
Straight up retire.
probably, bro.
You heard it here first, folks. Well,
We will talk about the voice lines later, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into the game. This is the final map of the upper bracket final. Team Scout versus Team Mortal. Let's go. Let's get this show on the road.
yeah, it's a decent bit of information that they've got towards either side here, both the attack and the defense. On the cup, it's pivotal that he doesn't go down. Bad love. At least he had Wimp right around the corner because he was looking questionable at the very best. They get the first frag regardless, and Team Scout on the attack now get the chance to pull out a trump card. What do? Did they pivot? Did they commit? I think they pivot, and they have successfully even caught off the rotation. So they've gone a step ahead here, and Scout kill really shouldn't be putting that much of a difference in this round, as this A side's going to be taken by Brute Force.
Oh
And well, talking about force, young Skywalker has emerged on the scene.
Oh my god, there's nothing to turn him over to the dark side. Zephy is taking names, kicking ass. And Wimp, he's taking down Marzel, but Zephy is more than capable of shutting him down. Rex with the lovely trade, boils it down to a 1v1. Both the Sentinels now up against each other. Rex has figured out Mortal's location, but with him jumping around the ropes, it might just give Mortal a false sense of fighting. No, but Rex commits to the plant. Mortal now has to go across the other side. The turret
Just a
doesn't
second,
detect him
mate.
crossing, but he must have definitely heard him.
Yeah, Rexy is going all the way to upper belt. Is he gonna make it in time? Oh, he could have stuck that there, Mortal. If only he'd know. If only he knew. I think he just barely could hear a footstep of Rex. He should understand the positioning is from upper belt and maybe try committing to that fake. Yeah, he's holding the angle and he's just sitting duck for Rex to shoot at.
He almost had it, man. He almost had it. He got
Yeah.
dinked. Rex should have been taken down. If it wasn't for his armor, the coach should have mincemeated him.
Yeah, more reason for you folks at home not to use your crouch key in the middle of a fight.
It's not even about the crouch. Rex had armor. Mortal didn't. That's it.
I mean, look at how easy it is for Rexy from this perspective to shoot him. You need to be more of a mobile target for you to be a little more elusive and getting a minor advantage walking into a gunfight. Because sometimes you know how Valorant aim works, right? I think we got to see a couple of those moments even yesterday.
I'm sure we won't be falling short of moments like these today as well. The drone thrown, and these guys have cleared out 410 for now. But as I say that, Zephy is going to retake that area by climbing up on the zip line.
Finally.
Rex does get the spray down on him, but Marzel with the instant trade. Can't account for Kohli to swing through just yet. But Kappa, what a lovely transfer.
That was a
Scout
classic.
and Mortal, he's... I never expected Kohli to go down like that.
Okay, so this happens in this universe. Makes sense. They don't have information here, and I think that's the W, right? They don't have information on Bad Love, and the frag that Wimp collects is a very valuable one, as nobody's in vicinity to punish. Love finds Sai off guard. Did get scary, it did get sweaty. Especially with Mortal finding that frag on Kohli, like you mentioned. But they managed to restore sanity here.
Planted.
That duo of Team Scout is able to pull out a round like this, which is going to keep their scorecard clean. Hopefully, I mean, I say that Kappa's picked up a sheriff. So there's still opportunity for him to find the clutch, especially because of the fact he has the wall. Only if he was able to find that first frag and then deploy it. Nah, Bad Love. A little too direct with his peak as he was just holding that rotation. 2-0. A decent rebuttal though, as they do take 3 members down. They should be pretty happy with what they've gotten there on Team Mortal.
Well, good start for now, but as the buy round approaches, we might just get to see these guys go up on equal terms. So far, the teams have explored either side, but they haven't really shown us anything on mid just yet. And the moment I say that, Team Scout gears up for a mid take. Let's see what they show us. I'm expecting Vim to put down that poison cloud on Boiler. Okay, never mind. He just went straight for the swing. He clears out and reaches kitchen as well. Okay.
Did they
All
hear
right.
him? They
I
haven't
don't know
allowed
about
that.
Yeah. I'm not sure about hearing, but they'll definitely stop him from getting here. He can always just shoot it and get back. Plus, the other Viper has already reached the other side. Look at Marzel. He's about to shoot Wimp in the back of his head. And he does it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Love gets Mortal towards the side. No utility that the Killjoy could have used now to delay. Kohli trying to dodge that shock dart, but he's on happy feet right now. Rexy with the double, a crucial double in that, keeping his team in a giving his team a fighting chance. That revive just to seal the deal, as Marcel is the next casualty to Scout's rampage. 3-0. That round was a crap ton of bamboozling. Not only was that Viper on Viper battle another thing of timing in and of itself, but Mortal's sad demise at side. If he had Nano Swarm set up, if he had a little bit of utility set up in the side before the hit happened, you could have seen Mortal survive for a little longer. A lot of if, buts, and mights, but that's Valorant, ain't it?
That is Valorant. Especially in a situation like this, when they take mid directly without too much utility. There was bound to be counterplays, and the counterplays ended up working. to some extent. But hey, once again, Team Scout, they're doing pretty well so far. But I'm kind of worried about this setup of the defenders over here with Sai on top of Rafters. There's not much that he can do to stop them from coming in. This toxic screen is also a little tilted, so it doesn't account for all that many crossfires, but Kappa doesn't care about crossfire. He just goes right past the toxic screen. This crossfire, the one between Zephy and Sai, this could be a deadly one. Especially with the barrier up put up over there. Sai gets isolated, but no, Zephy can't account for him. Zephy can't kill Scout. Finally does it, but now it's a bit too late. The trades have already gone out, down to a 3v3, and there's no flanks coming through. It's gonna be a straight up brawl. The only thing working in the favor of Team Mortal is that the spike is dropped on the other side.
He gets the gun! Dude, Zephy can feasibly do this. Sure, he's on 1 HP, but he has the gun and he's been having fun all this while. Now it's all on a Marzel though. 1v2, Sheriff in hand. Close angle being held by Coley. And he takes the fight with commitment and perseverance. 4-0. That was, again, looking very questionable, Crips. The fact that Zephy is able to get 2 frags with the classic and dash back is criminal.
Yeah. I mean, he was holding the angle with Sai, which he did not manage to get the trade on. He kills Mortal later. He killed Scout later on. But I thought that was it. I thought that's all he's going to be able to accomplish. The fact that he gets away with the gun and gets back to safety is just criminal. They don't win the round, but they've caused enough damage, and they're starting to keep the economy of Scout a little humble, but if Team Scout wins this round, their economy is going to be way out of whack. It's going to be unstoppable at this point. Rex,
Zephy.
to Mortal, no trade available.
Nice shot.
Zephy is able to stop them right here and now. And with this position towards Hall, this should be a very good shooting gallery set up for him. Sai gets pinged. Coley is able to take him down through the walls, but Zephy is just unstoppable, man. There's no way he loses duels in a narrow corridor like this unless Bad Love comes from behind him and finally puts his killing spree to an end.
Last player standing.
Big frag, because Kappa had that revive. Coley needed to find Kappa there. Mission accomplished temporarily. Because Marzel is still alive. You never know what to expect when you have this man alive and kicking. And again, he's found fortune. He's found timing. He's found success. But can he find clutches? Nah, not for now. Bad Love close to be a very, very strong deny. 5-0. They've kept it clean. Some of the other way, they've not managed to drop a single round here. Team Scout are somehow finding flawless victories back to back. Not in the fashion of, them not losing a single player, but they're not losing a single round so far, despite it being so sweaty.
Exactly. I mean, Zephy's been making it very difficult for them to get anywhere. Marzel's always been coming in time and helping out with the rotations. Everything does seem to go in the favor of them. Poison Cloud and Barrier are both committed over here. The last time this happened, Mortal was taken down by Rexy, but this time it seems like the A side is way under control for the side of Team Mortal as they push all the way outside. Finally, it's Kohli who equalizes the situation, but I can see a little scuffle happening once again. The tiny gap in the wall, which Rex isn't aware about, that's what gets him punished.
Big frag. Kappa goes down. Mind you, Kappa yet again had that revive. Marzel in the nick of time. Viper diffs Wimp to oblivion. Kohli all alone. The backstab imminent but not to come anytime soon. If only he found the opener. If only he found the opener, he had a little bit of hope. Marzel to finally give some to his own team where they've been lacking any. 5-1 as Team Mortal start off this first half better late than never. And they have the lockdown as well, my friend. So they have utility to continue and maybe make a little bit of this victory. Grabbing together 2 rounds will certainly aid in the process of them getting momentum.
Rex is still mad at Marzel for doing him dirty like that through the wall. But hold on, Zephy's going for some cool plays. Keep in mind that this Poison Cloud has been put down on mid like 3 times now, but now that there's no barrier Rob, Zephy's been forced to fall back. He might be reconsidering his positioning, considering that nobody else is coming towards mid. And with this position, he's in prime, he's a prime candidate to help out on B as well.
Oh, TikTok
with an
walls?
elevation. I would rather call it a Grimwall. You know, that's not name stuff that is banned. But
Nice.
Kappa, he's banned Badlav out of this site, and he sent him back to spawn for the next round. Oh my god, look at the Viper. Marzel, he might just anticipate someone to sneak through the gap, but Rexy gets them better. Oh my god, he just did them so dirty. Nobody accounted for this one.
Absolutely nobody. And look at that, they just sell them a fake. Oh, dude, this is some next level tryhard that Team Scout is doing. So, with he's not able to find that single frag. Dude, with some of these plays, yeah, I mean, some of those fights have been a little cheeky. This is a straight up fake. I don't think we've seen any of this throughout the tournament, right? We've seen like split commitment and late round calls and stuff, but this is something in different realms altogether.
Enemy remaining.
I have a word for it.
Go for
It
it.
starts with C. It's not chaos, it's just straight up confusion
Yeah,
and
okay.
carnage from the side of Wimp. 6-0. I'm sorry, 6-1. But I have to give a great amount of props to Rexy, considering what happened to him in the last round as he got taken down by Marzel. By that tiny gap in the barrier op, this time he snuck past like a ninja. Got past their radar, flew right under it, and he executed both Zephy and Mortal over there in such a brutal fashion.
Yeah, this is a 6-1 start. They still have the revive, they still have the Empress and Scout. But on the other side, you still have 4 ultimate scripts, and one of them is a lockdown, one of them is a Hunter's Fury, one of them is a Viper's Spit. So problems not only in terms of area control but also numbers can be negated. But that's reliant on Team Mortal playing their cards right. I think they took a momentary pause there because Marcel needed a second or two. We're back. We're ready to get back in the action. What's the buy looking like? So, a Phantom, a Vandal, a Dog. Kappa on the Sheriff alongside Zephy on the Sheriff. Things are not looking mellow for Team Mortal at all.
I'm not sure
Supposed to
about
use
this
this.
smoke. It doesn't cover the bottom of tube. I think that's intentional. I think it's to give Zephy a false sense of security. And as he walks through tube, he's gonna walk straight into his death.
Yeah. Coffin peak. Dun, 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 dun. That's all that was popping in my mind for a second as he was speaking.
That's the coffin dance, not the peak. I mean, given the way some of these people are jiggling, it might just be similar to a dance. But hey, Sai's about to make the same move that Zephy just made. Will he get punished for it as well?
Just made it back, so he's now towards orange to help Sai in case they do end up trying to take mid control. And if Sai and Kappa are able to play their cards right, that not only be a kill but an extra gun to go in their arsenal. Oh, it's the simple frags that sometimes betray you and hurt the most, and that's what Wimp's feeling right now. Kappa can't afford to go down here. He's trying to still maybe scratch at the defense just a little bit more. Weaken it before the storm actually hits. They've managed to rotate towards the back of orange, but again, that is range and position that, you know, Team Scout will be happy to fight from.
Player
My
standing.
god, Kohli going berserk right now. Whatever hopes that Sai had of trading his teammate has been shut down. And now Kohli hiding on top behind that box is prompting Marzel, basically begging him to give him a peek. But Marzel doesn't give him the satisfaction. As he tries to walk across this narrow bridge, he's going to be met with Rexy first. The slow up should give away Rexy's position. And the timing of Kohli's jump, it's phenomenal. Marzel can isolate them both down to a 1v1. 14 HP only, but Badlove keeps his position a secret, revealing himself only to execute Marzel from the back. 7-1. This game is way too one-sided. Given how close the last 2 games were, I just did not expect this game to go this way.
Yeah, and you've got to give it to the individuals that are in play over at Scout's team. Like, for example, that round Kohli went absolutely berserk. There have been rounds where Rex has been taking complete control. Scout as well came alive in like 1 or 2 rounds in the past. So, is he going in this without a gun? Wait, he doesn't have a gun. He's on a classic. Hello, Scout? Okay, well, he gets a gun from Zephy's body. Never mind. Never mind, my bad. Another push. And it's only side to hold close to port 10. The swing from Scout, dude. This guy has no problem just going in. Even if he loses the fight, he knows that his team's got this round in the bag. So he's not feeling any sense of discomfort whatsoever. In fact, he's like, come, shoot me. So my friends can in turn shoot you.
Oh, playing the sacrificial lamb.
In
Setting up your
enters the
team.
negotiator, more like.
Ah, okay. Okay. I mean, I can see the appeal of that, but then again, wouldn't you both rather get kills?
I mean, I've had a history of my teammates baiting me. So at this point, I think I've become numb. I don't even feel pain anymore. It's just the weird sensation that crawls up my back.
Is that why you stopped playing with me?
Maybe to save you from similar
Later.
pain.
Later. We'll discuss that later. What I'm not comfortable about is this
What?
Hunter's Fury coming through and Kappa still peeking in spite of it. Another Hunter's Fury to respond in kind. You fight laser with laser, you fight fire with fire. But what you cannot deny is Badlove's desire to go into B side. He's got backup arriving along with him, but this Viper wall is rather straight, so they can go across the other side as well. Maybe all the way down to Snowman. What? Wimp is not stopping! Sai counter strikes in the other direction, will get traded out by Badlove later on, but Rex can't go for the plant. Marzel breaks the wall, kicks the door down, and now he's becoming the manifestation of Inspector Daya as he is trying to bulldoze his way through. Badlove looking for an opportunity, spots them both out. Now he can't go for the plant, has to isolate the fights, which just simply can't happen. The moment he tries to go for a 1v1, Kappa also peeks it, turns it into like a triple peak situation.
And that's one of 2 rounds that they've found in the first half, Grips. 1 of 2. And yeah, it required a Death Star versus Death Star battle, Kappa avoiding it, Marzel being, again, an absolute mad lad as he is. So many things to go their way for that to work. So these last 2 rounds, if they're able to maybe find a little bit of good fortune, the pistol could be their hope to making it back, but even that feels like somewhat of a long stretch. What is this strategy?
They're just going right for it. Rex with the wall going across, with the other 2 going above. The
Are they
spike
going-
has been dropped, but it can be recovered. And Sai has been
Okay.
pushed off of kitchen, so he can't do much about this one. He can't even get back in without the poison cloud doing so much. Badlove, he is an absolute menace. Somebody stop this man.
Finally, they find some reply, but it's still not in the form of silencing Badlove. Wimp, brilliant frag on a Sai. Kappa has that revive, mind you, which he's been holding on to for the entire half. This might be the moment of asking. This might be his chance at redemption. The revive up. Kappa and Sai to try pulling this one out the bag. Meanwhile, Wimp and Love holding from within that Viper's pit. Mind you, Bad Love on a monstrous 3 kills already. He might find himself the incomplete ace, but it'd still be that ace that we have been waiting for. The angles held are so nice. They're holding each other's close positions except for that B main push, which are completely discounted, and Wimp gets utterly and butterly annihilated. Well, the snapback's decent, but Kappa has that wall, and he's placed it in a very, very shrewd manner. The half stick, the peek, he does this textbook fashion. Kappa showing him who's Papa.
Give it up for the clutch man, the clutch minister. Finally getting a round for the side of Team Mortal. They've been struggling to get rounds since quite a long time, but now that they've been able to string 2 rounds together in a row, back to back, Zephy has enough money for an AWP again. And you know what happens when this guy's got the AWP. You better make sure that you hide yourselves well. You better make sure that your Viper utility goes up and Zephy doesn't shoot you through it.
Kind of making him sound like Santa Claus there. You better watch out, better watch out, you better watch out. But that's the only part of the carol that's on rinse and repeat.
How the hell does that have anything to do with Christmas?
Oh,
Speaking of presents, Vimp is going for the same push on Kitchen again. This should give him a lot of control, but I don't know if they want to commit to this one. There's one right underneath them. I don't think they're going to check this one. And Mortal wrecks them before he can get checked.
And that's a
Jeffy's
spike.
already on the back, and he's pushed all the way up mid and back down into Tube to make this round so much harder. Badlove had a prime position over there, but there's simply no denying him. Goalie Shock Dart brings one more player back to life. But
Bait
will
rest.
they be able to get this one?
The revive on Bad Love, and that forces the fight. Rexy's more than eager in a 1v2. It's Coley and Bad Love, so not an easy 1v2 by any stretch of the margin. He, however, has the spike, has the lockdown, could have maybe conceded, but even that was a far-fetched prospect. As we hit the curse score line 9-3, but I think the only curse here is the one of the slow start. So if they're in a position to overcome that, anything is possible. Although it's not been a very, very easy first half. With this double sentinel lineup, Mortal and Co should be able to buy some value with this composition on the defense.
9-3, OG. Do you believe in the curse? I don't think you're a superstitious person now, are you?
Not really. I still find that, this lineup on the defense still could be a pretty decent lineup. It allows maybe, two players to play never mind. Okay, so we're gonna start off with the Jinx. We're gonna start off with the Caster's Curse, and then we're gonna immediately head into quick action. So it's boiled down to this 3 versus 3. At least it's not a whitewash. At least they're contesting this evenly. And it's Coley who's trying to play a little bit of a front foot in that smoke. Well, nobody there to punish it, and it's only Bad Love in position to make a difference, and he makes a positive one. Man advantage in their coat. They managed to disengage, and it's gonna be a slow mid play that's attempted by Team Mortal to recover this pistol.
Oh, the trademark is still active, so this sneak up to its kitchen is probably not going to work. Although he's not even got backup. Look at the positioning of Mortal himself. He's just going all the way across the A side. Makoli's ready to intercept him. Mortal wins that duel, and that clears up the A side. But it's going to be of no use if the spike can't make it over. Oh, Kappa, the timing is just unreal. Wimp walks right past him. And he's about to get on the backstab of Wimp. Hello there, and good
30
night.
seconds left.
That almost hurt me from inside. The dink is something that's has a special place in my heart, hence you never see me use the Phantom. Or the Ghost for that fact, The Ghost is actually such a good weapon, but it's just that one fact that's such a deterrent. Another thing that's a very big deterrent for Bad Love to find the clutches is HP. Couldn't find the backlines, the turret would have taken him down instantly. Now needs to break not only a crossfire but also utility, and the fact that Kappa is not even gonna play with Mortal in that sense, just wide swings and takes Love down.
You know
A
what?
slow
would have
road
been funny?
back. What?
You know what would have been funny if he died to the turret?
We saw that
Mind-
yesterday, right?
Yeah. Yesterday, Mortal got like some 2 kills
Double
from a
kill.
turret. Yeah, that was definitely weird to say the least. I mean,
Never
the
seen
first
that
guy dying
happen
from
in
the
all
turret.
honesty.
I've seen 1 kill from turret. I've seen people die to turrets, but I haven't seen a double kill from a turret.
Oh, okay. I've seen people whiff at a turret, but I've never seen them die to a turret. So, yeah, we're getting to see a whole lot of firsts here, aren't we?
Yeah. And speaking of first, Zephy is obviously going to lead the charge.
And he has the Vandal. They're looking business here. They know that they don't have many rounds to spare, so they need to tread in security. They need to tread in caution. And that's what this Vandal enables you to do. Okay. He knows that he's going to be playing this aggro, so the Spectre not only helps him in the range, but also giving them an expensive weapon is an added bonus.
Oh my god, speaking of expensive,
Well.
Scout uses the cheapest gun in the game to get him that nice and easy kill. He can't recover the weapons unless they go all the way back across 410, and then they've done so. But there's Rex on the backstab. Sai is not watching this. Rex should be able to get an easy kill and then some more, because Marcel turns around, finally deals with the back lines, but Goalie from the front has knocked the door out, and now he's left in a 1v3. They will offer him 1v1. Scully from the top, Wimp from the bottom, and then there's Battle of right across the corner. Marzel with the clutch.
So why you never count this man out? Even when there's disadvantages stacked on top of each other, he'd stack bodies and finds the clutch.
Player standing.
Look at that. So well isolated. First knew exactly what the play was with that Viper's pushing. And this third one is just... It defies logic. That guy's on 70 HP. He should be and dusted, but still Marcel finds the clutch.
That's what happens when you give him 1v1s. He's gonna take it all day, every day, and twice on a Sunday. And speaking of taking things, Badlove takes Zephy's head off. Zephy popped the hell off in bind, but this time he's having a rather silent game. I don't blame him. I don't blame him, because even Badlove and Kohli have stepped up leaps and bounds. Kappa looking to make an individual engagement on the B side. He's going ahead by himself. There's no backup in sight. But is this a fake?
They have very, very, split positions. So with the spike being all the way towards A, they're just looking for a little success. They're just looking to draw rotations maybe. As I say that, Mortal is making a way to B. So this is a questionable round coming in from Team Mortal. They had every opportunity to go for that ace side take there as soon as they drew rotation, and they discover the presence at B. They still are willing to contest with 30 seconds on the clock. Timing somewhat is of the essence, and it ends up punishing them this call. It's all left on one man, and this time it's Mortal with 30 HP, so he'd be better off saving.
Yeah, they don't have the best of money. They've worked so hard to get their economy back online, but with 14 seconds left, Badlove won't give him the pleasure of even trying to go for the plant. 10-5. It seems like Team Scout is running away with this game.
So there is that Viper's Pit, right, on Marcel. Now, I think that if they try going for the ace side here, allowing Zephy and maybe Sai to find the opening with Sheriffs, which they found on multiple occasions, even on the back of inferior buys, they will be in a position to still win this. I really hope that Team Scout respect a round like this and play this as though it's a buy round. Just respect the Viper's Pit, respect the utility and the prowess.
But that Viper's Pit will only go up if you manage to get a plant.
Yeah,
If Team Scout can stop this from happening in the first place, this would be amazing. A lovely angle from Rex, but unfortunately he can't transfer onto side quickly enough. Shockdot's pushing Kohli back far now, but he's holding a rather off angle towards the server box. He's tempted to peek Zephy, but there's just way too many people standing in his way, so he decides to go against it rather. He would much rather hold crossfires with his teammates, which don't exist for now, but at least Wimp is taking care of Marcel, so no more Viper's Pit threat is available.
Yeah, mind you, Marzo was the play towards mid, so he was trying to make a lurk presence, which was very well dealt with. That was a beautiful recon from Kohli. Essentially gives this entire jig up.
Oh my god. That would have been a very risky peek, but Kohli takes that risk regardless. Wimp is able to get the spike carrier across, and Sai was already low on health. He got a couple of one-taps with the Sheriffs, but that was way too tall of a task.
Way too tall. Now, this is looking like it's close to being done and dusted, right? There's just one chance for a fight to, come from the side of Mortal, which is on the back of ultimates. They have Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm, Viper's Spit. If you're on the verge of a comeback and you need to start things off, I wouldn't have asked for a better round than this. It's going to be a fast play from Zephy now. Blades out. Should be able to get that updraft action up and running towards the main position. And this is exactly what you'd expect from a Jet on her ult towards his B side. Although they've overlooked yellow. Wimp. How has he managed to keep this position a secret for so long? Zephy, did he whiff his knives?
I have no idea, and what Marcel couldn't do last time, it's been done this time around by him. The Viper's Pit is gonna deter them. This could be match point right here and now. Sai holding the edge, but Kohli finds him regardless. Now things are looking better. There's nobody inside the pit. And if
Yeah.
they don't re-enter it, then the pit will go down. Mortal on the heavy flank comes all the way from under tube, and now Scout is left in a very awkward position. Does he deal with Mortal first, or does he continue looking towards B main where Marzel might be lurking?
I think at this position, he maybe take the fight towards B main. It's a little more straight up, although with the utility, Marcel will be negligent in giving him one. Beautiful job. With the calm, composed play. Team Scout, they were in a position where after Zephy lost his blades and they punished that orange push, dead even. They even found Sai through that smoke. Mortal was the one who made a very big impact alongside Sai there. So the trend of captains continuing to sway the momentum and the direction of games continues. This time with 4 ults on the other side.
My god, I'm very nervous about this one. Marzel got pinged by the recon dart, but still he doesn't get the frag. Battler's been denied, and now Zephy's about to take a Hunter's Fury laser to the face. Somehow dodges, but as soon as he climbs back up, there's going to be multiple people ready to intercept him. Meanwhile, the spike has gone down on mid once again, and Zephy doesn't see Rex come across the corner. Sai gets it back, but the damage has been done. The opportunity is lost.
Look at Scout. He has a shorty. Ha! Pre-fired. The way a shorty should be managed. 11-7. Baby steps in the form of a comeback. But I'm still not fully a believer, Crips. Now's the time where Team Scout have the opportunity to fully invest into a buy, and they're not having a single operator up on the board. So it's going to be 5 Vandals essentially. They'll be able to play far more of a fluid setup on the defense rather than a more rigid one, which is typically what happens when you have that operator.
I kind of feel like the defense has been rigid already. I mean, there was this only one round where the crossfire between Server Box and 410 was existent. After that, they haven't really done anything of that sort. I mean, they've been going for the fights right across Rafters and the zipline tower, and it's been netting them kills. Wimp has been delivering, Rex also doing a decent job. But then again, it's not crossfires, it's just first contact peaks. So you can't exactly rely on that all the time, because you won't be able to win the duels all the time.
Oh.
Lockdown committed. This should be able to clear out the Viper's pit and maybe force Wimp to go across the other side. But Rex, he's relentless. Still peaks on top.
They have the advantage. They can just play retake now.
Yeah.
Rex, see a get detained. Oh no. Okay, they lack the ability to immediately fight back. It's fine, however. They can just play numbers play. Util play the game of patience and they might be rewarded. Kappa, the fact that he's able to find that frag and go unpunished is... Okay, he finds another one. This has broadened it back for Team Mortal.
Oh, but Mortal's about to get swung by Wim. No way he would have anticipated this one. Left alone once again to his own devices is Marcel. He's got the spike on his back, but he's got way too much room to cover and not enough time. At least after getting that kill onto Battler, they might expect him to go towards the B side, but Wimp is here to anticipate, but he's got his knife out, and Marcel gets the Viper diff. Kohli had already started rotating towards the B side, and this definitely means he can't stop Marcel from planting. Maybe the recon dart can make things a little easier for them, but with the time being of the essence, Kohli, he's gonna go around the other side and finally catch Marcel off guard. We have map point.
Dude, the trades are just ridiculous sometimes. Sometimes it's so dead even. Sometimes the heroics that these individuals are able to pull off. Like, considering the position of Kappa, there's no way he gets more than one there. But he still managed to, be more than successful in his endeavors. So, map and match point. This is the upper bracket finals, mind you. So the loser of this is gonna go down to the lower bracket and have to duke it off against Team Snax for a best of 1. Zephy's gonna make that quick play towards the top of tube, and they're trying to maybe just dissect B with such decisiveness that they allow Zephy to inevitably be that backstab linchpin. The front lines are well enough without a jet, dude. Who needs a duelist, Crips?
Oh my god, who definitely needs a duelist? They won't let this get to map point. At least the spike has gone down, but Kohli has no chance of recovering this round. And I think this might just be the economy break, is it? Yep, it's the economy break. Team
And
Scout
what
has
a
to go for
time.
an eco. Yeah, I mean, this definitely means that 12-9 is inevitable. Maybe even in 12-10.
Yeah, Bad Love so far away from his today foes. Although he does have decent bit of bullets in that headhunter, and we've seen him pull off immaculate headshots before. So him finding the first frag here and falling back isn't that far away from possibility. We just need the members from Team Mortal to be squeaky clean with their approach, because they have no more wiggle room. That could have been a first frag, nearly even was. Zephe, still alive, still aggressive, and they're dealing with this with swiftness and brutality.
Midair. He just spray him down midair. Of course, he had some help from one of his other teammates. Who just peppered Kappa.
Okay, bro. Okay, that is a frag and a half. I still can't believe that was two professional players, mind you, duking off against each other. It wasn't even the captains, content creators, nobody else. I don't think I've ever seen Classic at that range, even in a pistol round.
No, but like still, the mid-air kill that Zephy was able to get, it's just pretty funny.
I mean, at this point, what does he do that, fails? He's whipped out the blades, found so much success. Whipped out the AWP, found so much success. Whipped out the raise, found so much success. It's like anything he does automatically becomes somewhat successful.
Let's see if I can find the success again. Team Scout is being super careful. I don't see them aggressing at all. In fact, I don't even see any presence on mid right now. Every time that Poison Cloud has been put down by Marzel, they wanna just take control of Kitchen and then fall back momentarily. I guess that's exactly what they've been anticipating, After putting on that smoke, they've managed to get Kohli and Scout himself to just guard the Kitchen and mid area respectively, with only, I believe it's Kohli who's watching towards A side. But honestly, this Hunter's Fury is not going to do much. There's nobody to clear out on A side, so it doesn't clear anyone. Wipe is
sad that
put
they don't
down,
have
and yeah, at this point the retake looks nearly impossible unless the Hunter's Fury clears this out. Zephy might just die, and Kohli gets two of them in a row. Okay,
Wow.
now it's looking possible. He killed Marzel as well, so no pit. This could
Yeah.
be doable. This could be the game right here, OG.
They revived though, 2 birds, 1 stone, and they still find a way to fight back. Kappa needs to get back to safety, and somehow they find their way to navigate all the way to under nest. This is unbelievable. Love, doesn't he spot Kappa? The information surely should have been relayed. Well, this could be Scout for the clutch. In fact, there's the two captains duking it off to make the play for their team respectively. Scout, he's called the bluff, but Mortal, he's not peeking just yet. Needs the tap. Where's the tap? Now he needs to force his way to half, and that gives Mortal a room.
The two captains duking it out to finish the game, but Mortal keeps his team alive. They are not done yet. And with this, they've broken the economy of Team Scout again. 12-11 seems inevitable. Maybe even in overtime.
In overtime? I just hope it's not like the overtime that we got to witness in day one, dude. That's all I'm saying.
That was just brutal.
What did it go to? 18-16? I'm thinking. Yeah. Yeah, 18 for sure. That was some never-ending action there. But this, with Wimp having his Viper's Pit, there's still a round where there's a significant advantage on the side of Team Scout, and nobody has spotted Bad Love here. Nobody has spotted neither the drone, neither will Zephy. Should hypothetically walk into this thinking it's clear, right? But he's being patient, which I really adore.
Hypothetically. Once again, both the teams being super patient. Nobody really playing aggressively. Nobody even extending beyond the initial barrier areas. I'm surprised that even on an eco round like this, Team Mortal is being super careful. Of course, it stands to reason that they don't want to walk into a stack like that. They don't want to walk into a trap. But with the spike being left all the way back to its garage and them trying to explore yellow and still not getting anything done with only like 40 seconds left on the clock, I think this could be a disaster. Now, luckily, there's no alarm bot this time on Kitchen, and Marzel's got the timing right. He can hear both of them across the other side. Even Rex, he's gone unchecked. Kappa kills him. It's not Marzel, so he doesn't even have to fire a bullet, and this should be easy for him to kill Kohli. Now, poor Scout left all by himself.
Oh!
No!
Cringe! Cringe! Don't do him like this, bro. Okay, if Zephy gets knifed here, oh god, you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
What the hell did I just see? A moment of silence, that's all we need to commemorate this, to commemorate our fallen soldier Zephy over there. I mean, I've always seen Scout smile, but this is the first time I'm seeing Zephy this serious, you know? Zephy has been smiling like a giggling child, and yeah, now he's like, it's serious. It's game
Oh
face
no,
now.
he missed all three. He took fall damage as well, then he hit the final one. Dude, that is so sad.
Imagine being a Jet and taking fall damage.
Oh yeah. There we go. This is what I've been waiting for. I told you, there's this one round that Team Scout has, which is them walking in with an advantage, and that's that Viper's Pit. Along with that Sage, if Rexy lives to resurrect his teammates.
That's true.
Okay.
I
Okay.
mean, Rex himself
This
is going ahead to fight, which wasn't necessary. He's had the resurrection in his back, so yeah, now that's not possible anymore. But
Exactly.
hey, at least A is still locked down tight. Oh my god, Scout with a lovely tap onto Marzel. There goes the controller, and the odds of his team recovering become even harder now.
Exactly.
I mean, Scout's team never had the strongest of crossfires, but with Marzel's utility not being present, this crossfire that they will try to set up now might actually work. And they still challenge them inside the Viper's Pit.
Almost. I think Wimp just was in the vicinity of seeing Kappa's barrel. But that... Wait, why did Zephy waste his knives? Does he even have a gun? I think he has... Oh,
picked up
Vandal.
Lexi's
There
gun.
we go. Yeah, he does. So, they're making a pivot now towards the B side. And I think Wimp was in a good vicinity to hear this out. So, Bad Love has all the idea that they're heading here. Although, even by my standards, I think that's an overextension.
Yeah, and you're like one of the hardest pushers I do. So yeah, Scout shooting the wrong target.
Goes for
does
the
get
drone
better of
first,
Mortal,
imagine.
and this is crucial because he's wasting so much time. He baited the hell out of his teammate over there, but Zephy, he's equalized the situation. Needs to go for the plant right now, but instead he wants to fight Kohli, and he wins
Oh, he
it!
does it! Overtime! All forced by the Prodigy!
Zephy's face in the last round, the way he looked into the camera, I knew that this guy meant business.
Redemption. That's what he's gotten, not only for himself, but his team. As they were on the verge of being sent to the lower bracket. Now, in the last map of this best of three that started 24 hours ago, it's gonna go into overtime. Zephy is taking that up. He's feeling it, bro.
I wonder if we'll get to see multiple overtimes or if it ends in just one.
Let's hope for the best, both in case of the players and us. Well, the white swing. That almost looked like a montage peak for a second. Zephy. That recon, it's gonna give away his whereabouts. He's not been able to land his shots on 3 times at the asking. Finally on the 4th he does. It seems like CQC is where he feels comfortable at, but that's only momentarily. The wall goes down. Mortal tossing the spooky bolt, but he's not gonna catch any kills with that. He needs to catch them all by the gun here, and by the barrel he should be able to get the peak. That's Marcel alongside him, trying to give a little bit of support, although he does find the kill on a Bad Glove, which is easier than I envisioned. Marcel making this look like a piece of cake. What in holy hell's happening?
Scout goes across the other side and he needs to get the ball broken. Kappa is going for the full stick. By the time he's done reloading, Scout might not have got the time. Kappa, he tries to challenge him again. The white swing is anticipated and Kappa takes his sweet time to execute the captain.
Dude, Marcel is just a miracle maker now. How is he able to get that first frag on a Bad Glove when usually when you see an op trained in position from yellow, never really misses.
Yeah.
One of the most fundamental angles you can hold in the game. They have the overtime lead just like that, dude. From almost losing in regulation. Yeah.
Then again, Team Mortal has always been the one that denies comebacks. This time they are making one. They gotta pull it off yet again. They can't let this go to waste. They can't let Badlove pop off. Badlove holding that crucial angle on Yellow. Should be able to take down Zai if he's not careful enough. But it seems like Yellow is unlucky for both the Oppers. Now Zephyr
Yeah.
needs to make the play. Dash activated, but he might just consider going back across the other side because Marzel's found a decent inroad over here on A. It's only Wimp across the back of this side, which Marzel will look to challenge right now, and nobody expected that to happen. Wimp never thought that Marzel would go for a wider peak like that across the left-hand side, let alone even try to challenge him in the first place. Wall put up just to buy some space. Nana Swarm set. And this looks like an undeniable round from Team Mortal. As long as the captain
Look
himself
at
stays
Zephy.
awake, it should be great. But they don't even need to go for anything else. Zephy with the flank has diminished the forces of Team Scout. And this round looks nearly impossible. Rex has to turn into a Tyrannosaurus in order to pull this off. And he's been offered individual duels, but Kappa will make sure he can't get back to safety. GG. We have our first finalist of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen. It's none other than Team Mortal.
The
sigh of
Mortal
his
is
face
getting
tells you
ecstatic.
everything.
Oh, dude, he's absolutely elated by not only his but his team's performance. Marcel on 30 frags. Man has got timing, man has gotten aim def, man has gotten everything that he needs to get for this comeback to be in full fruition. And not to mention the contribution of both Kappa and Zephyr.
Yeah. Kappa was always the one who was cleaning up the shop after something went wrong, clutching things out, and, you know, just being a solid anchor overall. Meanwhile, Zephyr was the spearhead of the team, the man that leads the charge and delivers by decapitating his opponents. 14 years of age, yet he's got such amazing skills. I'm sure that by the time this guy turns 16, write it down, ladies and gentlemen. You heard it first over here. By the time Zephyr turns 16, he's going to go pro.
I mean, he's already in the best place to do so.
Yeah.
So, yeah, all he needs to take is a sweet time. And before you know it, we'll have new and upcoming prodigies within the scene. And this is the one part of Valorant that I really love, not only domestically but internationally, right? Not only do you get like players from other tactical FPS games who have not really managed to perform really well, but you get new players who start from Valorant, you know, with Valorant being their inroads into tactical FPS and are able to become professionals. You get to see new names, which after doing this for so long, after seeing esports for so long, is always a welcoming change.
Of course, of course. I mean, these pro players that you witness over here, they've been playing for donkey's years, and I'm not referring to Valorant over here. Unlike BGMI, where a lot of new talents can pop up day in and day out, and there's like at least a pool of 100 decent players in the country. With regards to CSGO and Valorant, there was always like a pool of only like 10, 20 players at the top.
At max.
Just keep changing. Yeah, the same 10, 20 players keep changing rosters, keep changing lineups, and those guys are the ones who are always competing at the top. And these are names that we've been hearing since, what, 2016?
Enemy remaining.
So for a new person to come in here and make a change, give these guys a tough run for their money, it's so refreshing. I mean, I still remember when SK Rossi and Skills were underdogs in Team Blaze. This is all the way back in CSGO. And nobody really considered them to be a serious threat. And then they banded together and they started kicking ass. And that was the last time when new names popped up. That was in 2019. After that, 2020 is the first time I'm seeing someone new pop up.
Oh yeah, actually come to think of it, it's been a while.
Yeah, it has. It's been a long time. Time flies.
I mean, the only newer names I could even think of that, you know, made it per se is
Deadly
like, you know,
Ken, maybe?
players like RVK, Deadly. Because RVK, even in CSGO, he was a taunted talent, never really given the chance when CSGO was alive. And as soon as it came to Valorant, he was put through a small grind before he was given a good home at EG, where he's able to
Yeah.
display his talents and he was able to find a team that believes in the philosophy of a team and believes in the chemistry. So
Yeah.
I'm not really able to think of much more in terms of,
Rofuel,
you know.
maybe? I mean, Rofuel never
yeah,
really had a
interesting.
lot of CSGO presence, but in Valorant, he's been amazing.
Yeah, Raw Fuel was always that one player you get to see in the tier 2 kind of tournaments who was always mechanically dominant over
In
everybody
CS?
else there. Yes.
I never even saw him in CS. In RVK, at least RVK, I was able to see during the CS scene. He was playing for underdog teams, but I never even saw Raw Fuel over there. So he was like a new entry for me. But yeah, like only like 1 or 2 names get added each year to the list of pros that we need to keep our eyes on, and I'm just so glad that Zephy is discovered here, and I'm gonna be keeping my eye on him.
Yeah, not only Zephy, but also Kohli. You know, we always knew he had the talent, but he never had the platform to display his brilliance. Well, certainly made real good use of this All-Star Showdown.
Yeah.
And we get to relive the remainder of this highlights, right? Which basically shows you the remainder of the second half. And, you know, in the second half, there was substantial effort being put in from Team Mortal every single round. And in the start of it, it felt like, dude, they're trying so hard, but I feel bad for them. The score is like, I don't see this even happening. The Chris goal line prevails.
The 9-3 scoreline prevails, and this whole series has been full of comebacks. It started on Ascent with Mortal leading and Scout making a comeback, and it ends with Scout leading and Mortal making a comeback. So, tit for tat, and these teams have given us quite the long run.
Quite the long run, yeah. I mean, it took us to overtime, so wait, took us to single overtime, not even double overtime.
Yeah.
Thank God. Assume that it might become like that quad overtime game. Yeah, didn't get close to it, and I'm counting my stars for that. Zephy has been something that I think is gonna be very well countered in the next game. He's made his way to the grand finals, and mind you, the grand finals, unlike the game that's gonna come on fourth, is gonna be a best of 3. So if he's gonna be playing that best of 3, which I sincerely hope he does, we're gonna get to see a lot more of this guy.
I hope we get to see a lot more of this guy. And not just that, I just wish that everyone in Team Mortal just shows their true colors and starts kicking ass so much. I mean, there were individual moments where Kappa was coming in clutch. Rex was making such good mid-round plays. And while all of that is happening, Marzel is just a miracle worker. I don't even know how he's able to pull off so much, so often. Like, it's almost like Team Scout threw this round against him. It would have been nearly impossible for them to come back if Marzel did not die over there, but he stepped up again. He wasn't able to finish the clutch the first time, and then I guess it is going to be one of these rounds where Marzel is the one who breaks the economy of the other team and sets up for the overtime.
They were a very, very decisive Marcel that we got to see today, right? Especially in regulation towards the dying end. If Marcel didn't pull off some of the plays he did, yeah, this would have been a game far gone, far easily. Although Mortal did find this clutch, it was a very, very salty round that we got to see in what was coming. So, dude,
It's like you're playing a
never seen
melee
that.
fighting game. Yeah. You ever play Dark Souls or some other game like that, and the boss just
No.
swings and you're pressing the dodge button and stuff like that? That's what the knife fight felt like.
I've never seen that on a game which is streamed. I'm still losing my stuff over that, and that phenomenal clutch. It looked like something straight out of a Jet, hype video.
Yeah. Man was hitting shots like he was in the trailer. Of course, towards the tail end of the game, all the Oppers were having a little bit of a bad time. Nobody could really land their shots. And that goes for both Zephy as well as Bataf. But Marzel was, like I said, again, a miracle worker. Just 3 frags in that round. So impactful. And Kappa solid as ever. Calm and composed as ever, like a rock in a storm. Carried his team over to the other side. Zephy...
Yeah.
He's always been
final
leading
blow.
the charge by being the entry fragger, but this time he came in as a lurker and he timed it so well yet again.
Yeah, and that was the final blow nonetheless. 30 kills on Marzel. Still doesn't top the 40 that SK Rossi did put up, but the
Hey,
30
this
that
time
Marzel
was-
did get won him the game.
Yeah. Whatever Marzel did, it won him the game. SK Rossi with the 40 bomb, he still lost the game. Tells you how much impact a player can have, right? And tells you exactly how much impact kills can make. I mean, Marzel might not have had as many kills as SK Rossi, but all those frags were impact frags, which either turned the round story or made a clutch possible. All those 2v3s, 2v4s were made possible mostly because of Marzel and Kappa.
And now Marzel and Co get to relax a little bit, get to reset, get to have a small break because they have to play a best of 3 against the winner of that lower bracket finals, which is going to be a best of 1, mind you, and which is going to be the next match on stream. It's been an unfortunate circumstance for Scout and Co, but they've been put in the lower brackets. Now they're going to be put in the meat grinder position, and it's Team Snax that they have to face off. So
Hmm.
if Scout really wants to win this tournament, it's going to be a really, really, really long Sunday for him.
Let's hope he's up for the task because we surely are. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be Team Scout going up against Team Snax in the
Yep.
lower brackets. Meanwhile, Team Mortal has already reached the grand finals of Penta Esports All-Star Showdown Valorant, powered by Trinity Gaming, Tug, and Loco.
Yes, sir. This has gone to overtime. It's been a long game, and Scout really has a good 10 minutes to not only mentally reset but also remove all that fatigue from his body. Because let's be honest, especially for the sake of someone like Coley and Rex, they played above and beyond for their team. So for them, if they want to keep their tournament's hope up, it's going to be a long run, and this tournament is slightly adjusted. So format's shorter than it being a best of 5 finals. We have a best of 3 finals. I hope that for the sake of this tournament and for the sake of this being our last day on broadcast, we get to see more variety because I absolutely loved Icebox. It was a refreshing change. We still have one best of 1 and a best of 3, so there is chances, Crips. Although I wouldn't really fancy myself in that lower bracket finals. I'm not really sure if, Team Scout would be feeling as comfortable playing on a map like Breeze, Pearl, or Fracture, while their tournament lives depend on it.
I just hope they don't pick Ascent again.
Exactly.
It's too puggish of a map. You can't really determine who's gonna win on Ascent. I mean, comebacks are possible, clutches are possible on that map. As long as you throw bodies at each other and just trade, you can straight up just 12-0 your opponent.
Haven
At least
would be a nice change.
Haven would be a nice change. I don't know. I really hope somebody picks up Pearl. It's a lovely map. I don't know why people are afraid of playing it.
I know,
Same
right?
goes with Fracture. All these newer maps, people just don't want to play them at all.
You've been having an eye out for Pearl ever since it comes out, and I think there's only 2 teams in India who haven't disappointed you in that front. I think both those teams are Velocity and Revenant. But in the context of this, without it being a team game, the possibilities are endless on Pearl, and I wholeheartedly get your excitement. Like, imagine, right? In case you're newer to Valorant, like what Zephy did in the round prior to close the game out that lurked through mid to get the double kill. That could be something that happens every single round, and that is Pearl.
Well, that is Pearl for you. We've reached the conclusion of Icebox, ladies and gentlemen. And that about brings us to the end of our upper bracket final. Team Mortal, finalist, Team Scout, fighting for tournament lives in the lower bracket where they will be facing Snax in a best of 1. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, because that match is also going to start really soon. Moji, what are your thoughts on that one?
I'm honestly looking forward to Snax. I feel like Snax has this one in the bag, and with the little that we got to see from Snax yesterday, with the kind of place that they went on the offense, which at least in my eyes is the harder part of the puzzle for all the 4 teams that are playing in this tournament. That was something that I really liked. So considering that, I'm going to give it to Team Snax taking that lower bracket finals, winning that best of 1 and making it to the finals. What happens there is monkey's business for now, because I don't think we can even predict that far in the future considering this tournament right now. So yeah, it's not looking all that great for Scout in my opinion. What about you, Crip?
I think Team Scout is actually looking better. And the reason I say this is because Team Scout, they've at least warmed up their hands and everything, so they're ready for the day. Of course, I can take into account that they might be exhausted after this lengthy game.
Lengthy, yeah.
Team Snax, I mean, they look kind of shaky yesterday. I mean, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to say that the players aren't playing to the best of their abilities, but then again, they don't have as much of a fighting drive that Team Scout does. I don't think they're trying as hard as Team Scout is. I think the players on Team Snax are just actually enjoying themselves and treating this tournament like it's supposed to be treated, like a fun stress relief, stress buster tournament. But Team Scout is putting in the effort, putting in the hard work.
Okay, you kind of have a good point there. I mean, even on that game that they had on Ascent, if I'm not wrong, yeah, it felt like a more casual environment, right? I still remember, even after that's Hellranger who stayed in the breach, got the 2 team kills. He was just laughing it out, and so were the 2 people who were killed. And I think that's the healthiest way to go about this. The tournament is a tournament which is meant for us to highlight the importance of having fun in a game like this. Mind you, a game like Valorant can get pretty tiring if you do not enjoy it as much. You know, take it from a person like me who only likes to win in a game like this, it gets pretty boring pretty quick. So if you want to play this game for the longer run and if you're truly in love with the game, having a mindset like that certainly helps at least improve the longevity of how much you like the game or how long.
Exactly, exactly. And especially with the players of global esports having a lot of hard work ahead of them, they're going to be facing against some of the best teams in the world in the next few months. So they might as well just take this time to just stress bust, fall in love with the game once again, because playing it for too long at a stretch does burn you out. And hey, burnout in esports is a very real thing, a very real problem. That's like the main reason why people even quit in the first place.
Yeah. True.
Speaking
And
of
you know, some people quit, some people come back. In fact, one of the person who did quit and come back is Kappa. Stopped in CSGO, came back in Valorant, it gave him a new glimmer of hope. Sometimes you just need to wait for your day, right? You could have a very bad year, but that one day is more than enough to turn your entire year around. And I think that was the release of Valorant to a lot of the competitive pros in our circuit right now. Regardless, we're going to be ready with the low bracket matchup in no time. Until then, I'm going to go grab a cup of tea. You grab a tub of popcorn, grab a cup of tea as well if you're into it. A huge shout out to our partners, Trinity Gaming, Thug, and if you just want a momentary change of entertainment, switch into any of your favorite streamer on Loco. Meanwhile, we'll be right back after this short break.
Download Loco now. Download Loco now. Download Loco now. Oi, download Loco now. Download Loco now.
Well, it seems like that small break is over, and we are back with that All-Star Showdown. So, Crip, the game one that we saw on the stream, Scouts team fought their hearts out, fought their tears out, but they still weren't able to secure it. It went overtime and it went away from their grasp. Now, they have to essentially fight off half of GE. Skills, Hellranger, alongside our good friend Lightning Fast to join in with Shivy and, if I'm not mistaken, boosted player is Snax, right? Yeah, Snax is IGN's boosted player in this. So, yeah, this is a matchup that I'm going to be excited to see just due to the fact that it's a very well-rounded roster against a team that's been looking hot but just failed to get a match.
They've definitely been looking hot, but what I'm more concerned about is that the cold-blooded murders that they get away with are just unreal sometimes. I still remember yesterday's Ascent game, Lightning Fast and Hellranger just making one and done positions into multi-kill positions. How does that even happen? Like, it's called one and done for a reason. You get traded out immediately, but they get away with murder in cold blood so many times. It's unfair to see it happen over and over and over again. In fact,
True.
yesterday, uh, we saw people pushing the limits of Omen. We saw teleport kills being successful. Also, I would hope that I hope that something like this happens today because I'm an Omen fanboy. Wait,
You're trying your best.
I want some. I
Not
want
bad.
some open Omen teleport kills. Yesterday we saw Wimp. Was it Wimp on the Omen or was it someone else? I believe that Wimp pulled off this one ultimate play where he used his ult to grab the spike, get away from these enemies, and then planted in secret. Almost clutched the round as well. So I was really happy with that. I hope stuff like this happens again.
Yeah, the EG player, right? That we get to see a couple of times a year, but every time we see, we still get excited by it. So it's a play that never ceases to amaze. Mortal, like the graphic shows, has already made his way to the grand finals as they now just sit back, relax, and chill. They have one game of Valorant to watch before they play that best of three, and that best of one's going to decide who they're going to play that best of three against. So now the lower bracket skirmish starts. Team Scout versus Team Snacks. I think I already gave my prediction on this. I predict Team Snacks to take the upper hand in this. The Team Snacks that we got to see yesterday looked really nice. Sure, they were a couple of slip ups, but again, they took their L's and they took it well, right? On the other side, Scout, the team just took an L. They took a massive one, with that comeback being something that sometimes breaks your mental. But again, in a fun tournament like this, when the 9-3 curse happens to you, I think sometimes you just shrug it off, rub it off your shoulders, and start off fresh. So I hope that that's the mentality they're going in with, because once you see the talent on both these rosters, watching them go head to head is going to be an absolute delight.
Oh, definitely. I wonder who the playing five will be from these people. Okay. We're going to bind again. At least it's not starting off in Ascent, so I'm just happy about that. But then again, we've been seeing way too much bind in Ascent, so It's about time someone brings in variety.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's for the best of three. I hope that's for the best of three. If I'm gonna get like a bind, ascent, haven for the finals, not gonna lie, I'll be kind of underwhelmed. It's a Sunday night, dude. Like, I'm looking to have some fun.
Yeah. Sunday night, you expect some people to pick up the wackier maps. I mean, I've given up on Fracture and Pearl. I definitely don't think that's gonna happen. But I'm really happy that Team Snax banned Ascent right off the start.
I know, right? I think
Yeah.
both of us owe Steam Snacks something.
Yeah, both of us owe Team Snax a little bit of respect. And I mean, I don't even care if you don't play Pearl or Fracture. I get it. Those are newer maps. Those are complicated. And Pearl has recently gone through changes. Oh, by the way, there's been new leaked changes of Fracture coming in for next season. And I'm really excited
I saw
about that
that.
one. Yeah.
Yeah. So I
But
think they changed what the rope location, they changed satellite a little bit, they changed outside arcade. Yeah, they changed a lot of things to it.
yeah, yeah. The B site itself has become like much more simpler because there's a ramp added
Really?
to the site, so you don't have to jump up anymore. A lot of these fights, whenever you're breaching the site, I notice that people they fail their engagements because anyone who's hiding behind the site boxes, the radionite boxes, gets an easy advantage on people coming into the site because they have to jump up. And no, now that's not no longer required. There's a ramp up there. The arcade has been changed, made it into a little deeper cave on the side. One entire side of satellite is closed off, so yeah, now you can place your turrets much deeper in there. So stuff like that is happening, and I hope that people accept those changes well. Most people were
I think
criticizing
it's
Pearl
good.
changes when they first came out, but I think people are starting to see the sense of them now.
Now, at least in the case of Fracture, I think at least what they did towards arcade, what they did towards rope, and what they did towards satellite was very necessary. Because at least in the case of arcade, right? Normally, when you play a map like Fracture, you usually have a breach as your initiator if you're playing a professional game. Now, the breach setup towards arcade is broken, and there's no way you can deny it without preemptively setting up for it. At least with the kind of wiggle room that you get now in a map like Fracture, where it's wide but at least predictably wide, it opens up a little more opportunity for you to counterplay, which I think was the biggest issue of Fracture so far. There's no hope for counterplaying unless you take that initial fight.
Yeah, and initial fights is something that will determine the outcome of the round. I mean, you take a example of a team like Paper Rex. They have a 79% win rate on every round where they're able to get the opening pick. No other team has such a high win rate like that. Speaking of win rates, let's see who wins, who loses by jumping into the agent selection.
A double initiator right out the bat, and we're not gonna. Okay, okay. I thought we're gonna see, a little bit of duelist skills for once, but not this case. It's gonna be lightning fast. Gonna yet again take that race.
Hmm. For those of you who are tuning in and you're wondering who's boosted player, who's Himura, boosted player is basically Snax. Himura is lightning fast.
And it's more or less okay, Scout's playing the KO. That's interesting. KO, in my opinion, is a very good initiator, but from the playing perspective of KO, setting up your teammates as a KO is a little harder because it requires you to know the lineups for you to set up Flash in that
Yeah.
sense. So
I mean, the
it's way
update
harder than a
hasn't dropped
breach.
yet, so your underhand flashes and overhand flashes are still the same. But after the update, you need to low lineups. Right now, you can still like eyeball it.
Eyeball it to some extent, but again, against players like Hellranger, like Skills, you need to make sure at least your flashes are on point. Because
Mm.
KO, it's very easy to mess up your flashes. It's more like a CSGO flash in that sense, right? You need to know how the flash is gonna bounce off and what
What the trajectory
exactly
is like.
what exactly the target is. That's something you need to be able to pinpoint and do with the flash, which is hard.
All right. So a double initiator on the side of Team Scout with Scout himself playing as the KO, followed by Rex on Sky. Battler one chamber, no surprise over there. Wimp has picked up the raise this time, and Kohli is the one playing the Brimstone, which is usually the opposite. We've seen Kohli so many times on one of those aggressive roles, and Wimp is the one who is playing controller. But that's not the case this time around. Although on the other side, you have Snax himself on the Brimstone. No surprise over there. Snax is a controller main. Used to play a lot of Omen on his streams. Uh, Lightning fast on Raze. Again, no surprise. Hellranger and Shivi on initiators. Skills on the chamber. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with this lineup.
Really? Okay, do you have a favored lineup?
On
At least in
oh, you
terms
mean
of this
like
matchup.
you mean like a prediction? I can't predict.
Okay.
I can't predict a game like this.
I kind of, I'm kind of not feeling Scout here, so I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, at least you have an opinion. I don't really have one in this case.
4 members towards this A side, dude. This is going to be utter pandemonium from the get go. And it's a polar opposite strategy employed by Team Snax.
Yeah. It's just gonna be the chamber on the other side looking to intercept them, but how much can he do all by himself? Bad Love will TP out, but at this point I'm more concerned about the backstab coming through. They must have heard the smoke drop down. They can even hear the flashes and the TPs. They know there's at least one on the backstab, but how many exactly, they have no idea. They don't check the left-hand side. Shivi's able to get the kill, and now the crossfire is very potent. Shivi might just get burned over here, but at least he takes down one before he bites the dust. He gets bitten to death, but Hellranger, he's the one who unleashes the true force of nature.
Yeah, he straight up National Geographic them.
What?
That is, yeah, I
Is
mean,
that what you call when you get bitten by a trailblazer and die?
oh no, that I just straight up call woof woof yet again. This is when nature works against you. They had everything going their way. The backstab also was on decent timing. That crossfire, they didn't discover it in the nick of time. That dog was the only thing that found that kill. And yeah, Hellranger, he was smart enough to not have utility out in the nick of time. Rather, he pulls out his gun and pulls out a spectacle. That 0 point should have significantly slowed things down, right?
Yeah.
They won't be able to commit much with that utility. And nice dodge of the nade. Although it did take him only one. Satchel skills. 1 HP, bruh. Better get back. Okay, that makes sense as well.
Does it now? Does it now?
Just have to tell that to yourself, that's all.
In Hindi, that's called khud ko tasalli dena, but yeah, you can't do that here. Tasalli doesn't get you rounds. Effort definitely does. A 4-stack on the A side. Meanwhile, the Spike
Unbelievable,
is
dude.
walking towards B.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. A complete rotation on bind like this with 55 seconds on the clock and no utility out. So, not the gamble that you say. Oh god, this is a very very hard situation for either side. But Kobe is still able to find it. I don't stutter, and even I stuttered to that, dude. I got anxiety.
Makes sense. This was a very risky play to begin with, but Shivi is going for something
Ooh,
even riskier.
yeah,
What?
he did.
Rex counter-strafing across the board and splatter Shivi's brains all over the wall. Skills is also low, so he doesn't even need a line of sight. The walls can't protect him, but Snax definitely can. Full HP of Vandal. Trades that don't come together. He's blinded, and Rex sprays him down to get the win. Whatever momentum that Team Snax had built up by winning the pistol round has now been demolished.
Did you try to mimic Sky there? With that high pitch?
With the blinded? Yeah, of course.
That's an impersonation that I think my friend can do better. Blinded! But yeah, I'm not even half close.
Don't.
Which Valorant character do you think you sound the most like? Omen? Or Brimstone? I think you'd sound closer to Brim, right?
I think it'd probably be closer to Mage once he gets released.
Oh, I mean, okay. Nice job with the safe guess, bro.
Yeah.
No shoot, you'll sound like an Indian. But yeah, that aside, the obvious aside, we're gonna get a chance where it's pistols and actually not even pistols, it's kills on his headhunter and SMGs taking the fight close range. Now, in a map like Bind Crypts, I still find that a round like this is far more easier to win, right? The sites are much more concise and close. The avenues to fight can be easily closed down with utility, which is very common to see. And pivotal points of control like Shars and Hookah are all CQC. So, yeah, there's still possibilities for Team Snax to maybe find themselves an opening in this round and maybe find themselves a little bit of a footing before they do reach their eventual conclusion. That was a nice try there from Wimp. Just tried to, yeah. I think it was who again who started this? It had to be someone in Sentinels. I think it was Tens or somebody. But that aside, 2v4. That is almost done and dusted deal.
Oh my
Rex
God.
even going past that nade.
Yeah.
That is just
Lightning Fast threw that nade to just deter anyone from peeking towards the U-Haul region so they could just satchel into the site. But Rex instead goes for the completely opposite of what one would have expected him to do. He just goes past the nade outside this smoke to intercept Lightning Fast midair, stop his flight midway, make it crash, and then he gets the rest of the kills as well.
kind of unreadable, that play. But man still enables himself to do it, and Sheriff's now on the board, so it's gonna be yet again inferior weapons for Snax. Still, you can't count this out, ladies and gentlemen. This tournament alone has given us what, like 5 to 6 50 rounds at a minimum, and we've only had like a couple of games. No, the trade. The Sheriff betrays him.
There's more to be found over here as Lightning Fast finally strikes. Goalie extending way ahead, ready to stop him, but Lightning Fast, what a shot! Splatters his brains all over the wall, and Snax is stuck over here, slowed down, sprayed down by Scout. And while Lightning Fast has hit all the ridiculous shots in the world, he's gonna need a miracle to pull this one off. 50 seconds left. He's got plenty of time, but basically no HP.
Ah, nice try. Almost isolated that fight, but Rex was just too fast on the trigger. So they managed to do this without losing too many players on the side of Team Scout. They have an operator on Bad Love as well. Where does this operator take its first victim? If I'm not wrong, Bad Love hasn't killed a single person. Wait, he killed one person with the operator the round prior, right? Did he or did he not?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's been
don't think-
discovered just yet.
I don't think the ops have come into play just yet. He did kill one player with the op last time. He did not get traded out. But that
Oh,
was
yeah.
it, I guess.
Okay, then yeah, they're aware of it. That was so close to being a hit. Just an inch to the left, and that might have just been a frag. Although Shivy taking a significantly low HP. The Prowler aids in Lightning Fast's quest for position and information. So does the Seekers. Oh no, Cooley's gonna be given away. That's a heartbreak. His teammate could have broken that for him, but he ends up falling prey to the ultimate. And for now, it's somewhat beneficial for Team Snax. They've been trading at it for the past 10 seconds and they've come out on top. Although look at this play. Close to the peak. Ah, Rexy. They didn't have to do him that dirty.
Yeah, he was way too close for comfort. You can't even expect someone to be this close to you.
Teleport's ready.
Well, Bad Love is certainly not close to a clutch whatsoever. HP might be a factor, but they have the showstopper. They have off angles that they can play off here. Team
30 seconds left.
Scout really shouldn't be giving this away. Unless Bad Love finds something absolutely nutty.
Oh,
Why
that
did I
was
say that?
nutty. That's the start. Definitely helped him out. The other two players, while their crossfires are potent enough to stop anyone from peeking from truck, they can't stop if he goes from U-Haul. Now, luckily, he's not
I don't think
doing
he saw
so.
that. Yeah.
Oh,
Doesn't
this
check
close to the
pocket.
wall. Yeah.
If only it was like a second earlier, he would have seen Lightning Fast. And Lightning Fast was low, mind you.
Yeah.
3-2. They're on the verge of equalizing the score here. And if you think about what the strategy could be now for Team Snax, you know, you have two brilliant ults on a map like Bind. You have the Showstopper, you have the Orbital Strike. Whichever side you want to clear, it's pretty easy and one-dimensional if you put both these ults to their diligent disposal. But again, that is the contingent factor there. Nice off angle that's held by Snax. Dodged the 0 point and has a good elevated angle to get the drop. Scout's the one playing aggro, and with the Spectre! That could have been the double, dude. That could have been the play. Although now they might just be A-okay as they waltz into the site. They have their ultimate still at their disposal, still at their use for their disposal. Wimp. Yeah, there we go. There we go. No, never mind. My bad.
No! He got shot down mid-air. This is
Wow.
the second time Lightning Fast's flight has been cancelled.
And he dodges the
Rest.
orbital strike. Makes it look like a piece of cake, and the punish is so brutal, man. What a job from Team Scout. Not only did they play with ultis, but they play with rotations perfectly.
And they're playing with their minds now too. They don't have time to get into post-plant positions, but Hellranger doesn't want post-plant. He wants violence. He's
The
just
party.
waiting for the showstopper to go past him. But Battler is still marking the angle, still anticipating someone to peek from elbow. It's a battle of patience now. Spike, stuck. Nobody's
Haven't.
Neither
Yeah.
Hellranger nor Skills is ready to fight, and
Wow.
they both strike at the same time.
Never
They
mind.
coordinate with each other and make it a near impossible crossfire to break. Battler, he was trying to
Goes
go
for the
for the
ninja.
whole thing, but Hellranger will deny him the satisfaction.
You were worried there for a second, and so was I. I wouldn't blame you. I mean, there's no point in laying back passive. That was what's going through my mind, but they were patient. They knew that the half sticks, what's the play. And as soon as Hellranger strikes, so does Skills. That was the entire game plan, a 1-2 punch, and they didn't deviate from that. Nobody showed nerves, nobody showed any signs of hesitation. Lovely stuff from the Global Esports duo. Find the equalizer, Crips. We're on equal pegging.
I just hope this trend doesn't continue all the way to the end of the game and we see yet another overtime. I thought this was going to be a decisive game once I saw the first round, but obviously that's not the case anymore. To the force pointed, but Battler, he's gone way out of his comfort zone now. He doesn't even have a TP placed close by. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
on the other side, Wimp has gone past undetected. He should be able to get towards
He is.
Belong, but Lightning Fast has accounted for him, and he's finally put him to an end.
Funny that he actually forced the fight towards long. Considering his weaponry, you'd much rather just double satchel and punish the guy right behind you. Close
Forget
range.
that. You only see aggression towards one part in like a pro game. If someone's pushing a shot, then they won't push B long at the same time. But over here, both B long and I'm sorry, not B long, Hookah and a shot were being pushed. So that obviously is way too much of a risk to take for the side of Team Scout. But hey, it's a risk they're comfortable with. And now Bad Love has way too much risk heading his way. There's several people ready to breach the Showers region. The goalie.
Nice Molotov.
He could stop them with a molly, but no, they walk
Nice.
right faster than Shivy. He pays the price for doing so. He burns alive, incinerated to death. And as the heat rises around him, lightning fast, he's gonna need some lightning fast reflexes to get the better out of this round. 20
Same
seconds,
here.
spike away, and a nearly impossible number of enemies to kill. This is looking done and dusted.
That spray that Kohli was, laying cover with was pivotal to that Molotov finding any success. 'Cause they can just walk past that Molotov, but without bullets to punish, there's no real fear. And you know what? The kind of rotation play that they had to make on the back of one alarm bot, that was just... Yeah, that was the way you're supposed to play defense on Bind. That's usually how it tends to be, These TP shenanigans, usually this is how you see them dealt with on the big stage. We've seen instances where it's actually worked in this tournament. That's one of the few where it hasn't.
Okay, all five going towards a shot. This could be promising. The orbital strike keeps them away, and lightning fast, while he's satcheled in, his teammates can't follow up because of the orbital strike. At least Skills responds in kind with an operator of his own. Of course, it's an ultimate, a much deadlier one. But after the initial engagement is done, both the teams in a 4v4 have gone back to defaults.
They're going back towards this A side here, Team Snax. And they look to split it. You can see that there are two members towards Chars, two members towards Short. What's the utility gonna be like though? I think they just smoke off Heaven and close quad. They try to force contact and play CQC. There is three members though on this side for Team Scout to fend off this Armada.
Got your trail.
And mind you, if the close contact works for the Sky, which I think is Hellranger, yeah, it might just open up the window, and it has. Oh no!
God, peeking through the smoke like that was never a good idea. Wimp obviously punishes that. Hellranger takes some damage as he tries to walk inside, and Wimp is just relentless.
Dude,
My
this is
God.
some next level stuff from Wimp. Because if I'm not wrong, the second thing he got was towards Ace Short. So he spray transferred from Shars to Ace Short in the nick of no time.
No,
And-
so the first two shots were definitely from shots, right? It was Hellranger who came in later from shot.
Ah, my bad. I thought Hellranger was towards this. My bad. Yeah, Hellranger playing the Sky. Yeah. 2-round lead, however. Oh, are we gonna see the double satchel thing yet again? I mean, we saw it fail lightning fast twice.
It would have
Once
worked if
with
his
the
teammates
ulti.
were coming with him as well. But his teammates couldn't move, obviously, because of the orbital strike in the way.
Desperation. Oh,
Decimation.
Shout. Good reply for what was, pretty cringy weapon against him. Nice reply, however, from the global esports duo who outdo Scout and his recovery mission. Man advantage secured. Plan yet to go down as they redeploy cover here. That's Snax on the brim.
Oh no.
Timing so bad. So sad.
Remaining.
It's left Snax with it all to do.
He's trapped in pocket. He can hear them closing from both the directions. The Trailblazer detects him. Now Wimp is definitely not gonna peek. He's gonna wait for all the flashes to come through.
Non-pop.
The flash doesn't even pop. Wimp just peeks right out.
I mean, it went from a landslide of a start to an even game, and it's soon shaping up to be a landslide again, Crips.
Yeah, it's a roller coaster ride, I swear.
6-3 as they get a chance to double down on the lead that they once had. They have really, really good ultimates on Scout and Rex in the form of the Overload and the Seekers. I think this is where you might see them just play a little more conservatively, play retake, because utility can't really stop them then, right?
Yeah, I hope that was a rhetorical question. So far, it's only been utility that's getting in their way, honestly. I mean, the frags and all are amazing from Rex, Wimp, and Co, but almost every time Lightning Fast fails to get a trade or Hellranger can't get there in time, it's because there's utility in the way that denies them the trading positions. They're both across each other in the smoke. This could be risky. The moment that Boombot goes out, they're gonna peek right out, and Rexy has already jumped inside. Gets the kill onto one of them, but the trades are just so back and forth. They're just so fast.
Yeah. Coley was only able to find one. Look at Scout's position. He gets a wealth of information. He knows the presence outside Shars, and he knows that they're rotating away. But is his team going to anticipate Hellranger's forward stance? I mean, you see Lightning Fast. Sorry, that's Wimp. On B, he's playing the cubby angle right outside Hookah. And his Lightning Fast was the only dive in his team, so it's either they flash or they satchel, but one or the other way, they need to throw Wimp's aim off, otherwise there's going to be a shooting gallery. Well, I mean, taking the fight straight forward is an approach. The party! Oh, party action! No! One misses, both of them miss! What's happening here? This is utter carnage on the side, but they've still managed to make good use of it here. Rexy just all chats worst versus worst, so that's good spirit already.
2 Rosa ults in the same round? Well, sign me right up for it. But Scout, he's got a null command of his own. Although there's not much utility left on his opponents.
It's only the crossfire.
He still doesn't want to give away the positions. And the moment he drops down, it's going to be nearly impossible for him to get a single step ahead. Yeah, that was never happening.
Yeah, dude. It's good that you didn't lay down a prediction, because you can't even predict what's going to happen in a round. What are you going to do for a series, man?
One would never expect... Sorry, I changed my words. One would never predict that both the raises will activate their ults and both of them will end up going to waste. Can we see that in slow motion? Yeah, that is definitely slow motion.
Satisfaction. It's like Holy all over again, right?
Yeah. Played with explosives. Oh, by the way, Diwali is not that far away now. I think we might have like an all-star showdown for Diwali as well, but we'll get to that when we cross that bridge when we get to it. Speaking of bridges, Scout wants to burn everything else. He wants to burn those bridges down.
And you know what? They're gonna try and see if the split approach can find them a little more and value the double peak, and it's a disaster!
They
They
just
just
got
walk in
kills.
the shooting gallery.
No, it's bringing the shooting gallery home. They got 3 kills this round, all of them on separate places, separate occasions. This is the first frag that goes in the favor of Team Scout. But hey, in a 2v4, the odds are heavily stacked against you, and Battle of getting pushed like that, that's the op gone. He saved up so long for it. He worked really hard to acquire it, and And now that it's gone in the penultimate round of the half, it's just heartbreaking, man. I
Yeah,
don't
he
think
won't be
he's
able
even
to
got
use it
enough
for the
money.
last round.
I don't
Sad.
think he's even got money to afford another one, does he?
I did not believe so. No. Wait, Wimp might be in the ballpark to drop him an operator, but again, the buy across the board's going to be somewhat scrappy.
Yep.
So yeah, they should be ready for that. Mind you, I don't think we've seen the orbital strike even once from Snax.
Last round.
This could be it, my friend. This could be that fabled A rush al ulti lamp. You guys just go side on the back of one flash. You know the Mumbai server way?
Let's not go there, bro. Let us not.
Wait, you don't like the Mumbai server, bro?
No,
You
I
should
don't-
like it more.
I
out
don't
of
like the
everybody.
reference. I don't like the reference
Oh, okay.
that you make out
Cool,
of it.
cool.
I don't
As long as
like
the references
I don't like the designation you've given to it. It sounds like it's a bad thing. Oh my god, that was a damn good shot. Skills instantly taken off. The 2-4 is going to waste. At least
Oh my
they still
God.
have the Nightfall and the Orbital Strike to work. But hey, both the chambers are offset shots now. The Nightfall does reduce Scout's HP for a little bit, but whoa, Lightning Fast walked into the molly, gave away a little bit of his HP, and without any of this utility coming their way, they can't use it. They just have to wait out Scout's ultimate. Need to wait for it to run out so that they can make their moves.
Yeah, I don't think he was anticipating getting hit by that suppress. Might have just been comfortable double satcheling his way all alone towards side. The 0 point, is it going to be? Oh my god, that was so close. They still managed to find their way out though. Had to TP. Mind you, 50 seconds now left on the clock. So this next move is going to be the more important one. Headranger has one flash. He might need to just use it to try play quick contact here. He has information through long, but he's anticipating the peek from Cubby. Rexy, he's going to be able to find the drop on his former comrade, Kohli. Quickly traded off by Lightning Fast. And Lightning Fast with that nade forces the aggro on Scout, who's forced to take that fight. And, well, no cigar. 2v2. A more doable, a still doable situation. And, yeah, Lightning Fast. I assume that with that off angle being held, he might have a small advantage. Well, that's well and firmly removed. This is the first time we saw Snax use his ult, but I'm pretty sure he would have wished that he had it now rather than before.
Oh, at least he's got the timing, even if he doesn't have the ult. But now he needs to anticipate where Wimp is coming from. He's not looking in the right direction, and this is the wrong read! Wimp pre-fires him, and that is the end. 7-5 going in the favor of Team Scout.
For a second, I thought Wimp was just gonna, lazy clear that for a second. It just looked like he was ready to just check the left. Thank God.
No, he hard cleared it, knew exactly where he would be looking.
First half is over, and I would go about by saying that at least it didn't start off in a dominant way, right? At least it's not like a repeat of what happened at Icebox. Both teams now in a position where they can contest and contest equally. It's not going to be a comeback by any means at the moment.
Well, I hope it's not like the previous game, which was just riddled with comebacks. The best of 3 series had like 2 comebacks on 2 different maps, so yeah, I mean, I can't really say anything in a tournament like this.
Yeah, I completely forgot about map 1.
Yeah, it happened yesterday. Even that went into overtime. So literally anything and everything is possible.
I think that Team Scout were expecting somewhat of an aggressive stance considering the double initiator lineup again, but no utility came their way. They're like, you know what? Nothing comes my way. We're just going to W our way into the ace side. Well, commitment. That's what they believe in. That's what seems to have gotten them to the front step here. Oh, that was a close call, but bad luck. A rare miss of his headhunter, and they're now able to recompose themselves as this ace side defense with the utility boiling down.
Smokes have faded away, so I don't know how they plan to go for the spike plant without any cover whatsoever. Well, that's one way to get into the site. Just shoot your way in, but you can get shot back. Shivi, Himura just toying around with their prey, and then... My god, Lightning Fast is just so damn good in these fights. You take away the cover, you give him a clear line of sight, and he will put you out of your misery.
You watch anime, right? Is Himura any kind of hidden reference or something?
I think it should be. It's not a character that I'm aware of personally, but should I Google it?
I don't know, sound like an anime-esque name to me.
It kind of is. Hold on. Let me figure out. If anyone in chat knows where it's from, what it's about, then let me know.
Regardless, so you get a round like that where, you know, it's lightning fast just wiping house, kind of like how the first pistol round did go, right? Now, lightning fast, feeling confident with himself, gonna grab that vandal, and he's making sure that he doesn't repeat the mistakes that Team Scout did on their defense.
Speaking of defense, we have Lightning Fast ready to cut this defense in half. And I said that because Himura, full name being Himura Kenshin, is a samurai of sorts.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Nice. What is Scout trying to do?
Jump spot over the smoke, that was never gonna end well.
Yeah, out in the open, right in front of a smoke. No way, my friend. Nate pushes Rexy back a little, making him the last sole survivor of this carnage. Couple of shots, decent bit of damage, but not the finish. There we go. A little too over ambitious, don't you think? It's a little too early to start the Night Fest already.
Well, scores are tied, and this could be the first buy round of the game, which goes in the favor of Team Scout over here. I kind of have a feeling that, given the way how they've been denying the pistol round momentum to every team they faced, they did in the first half as well. I have a feeling that even with this shabby buy of theirs, they can make do and put Team Snax in their place. Of course, even though it's a shabby buy, it's still better than the one that Team Snax has. So they've got the advantage there right away.
Yeah. They've got the first pick here, Team Scout. So, slight advantage on their side as well. They hear a lot of presence towards Hookah, but Skills needed to be the first one on that fight. Might have had the opportunity to survive. I'm wondering, okay, is Rendezvous or the, B and A setup essentially? Kohli, blind as a bat. They still force the fight outside the TP, and the party doesn't land. Yes, it does on the captain itself.
Strike down B.
Lightning Fast has tamed Scout, and am I a little early to calling this a done round?
No, I'm not sure if you're early or not, but I can surely say that Shivi is a bit late. He's let Rexy pass.
There we
Never
go.
mind, he was right
Thank
on
God.
time. In the words of Gandalf, a wizard is never late or early. He arrives precisely when he's meant to.
I mean, in the words of a professional VALORANT player, it isn't a whiff until you lose. So he didn't really whiff his timing there. Thank God.
Who even said this? I'm sure nobody said this. You made this up.
I don't know. It's a pretty common saying. You know, like how racing has that saying: if you go for a gap that doesn't exist, you're no longer a racer. I mean, that's what every pro uses when they almost whiff.
I think your definition of almost and
I
mine
think
is vastly different from each other.
Sabrosa is the first one that said this. That comes to my mind.
I can't believe you yet, but we have other priorities now, OG.
Yeah, sure do.
Lightning Fast still on the angle. Rexy goes in for the peek, and yeah, while he doesn't get much success, he's at least kept him distracted for now. Meanwhile, they cleared out all the utility on Hookah, so now this re-aggression on Ace Shot might just bait out all the throwables and the expletives. Oh, what?
Blows him up.
Okay, I didn't think Rexy would die like that. I thought he was well and clear of the blast radius, but then he walked back in. And they're just feeding him the frags again and again. He's farmed up his nade again. Scout can't even come ahead because of the satchel. And with 3 bullets left, I don't think Lightning Fast is meant to stick around here. But does he retreat? No, sir, he does not. Pressing S is just simply not in his style.
Now they're just one round away from double digits. It's still fairly a tied up game, You have players on the other side, especially players like Skills, right? We don't see him on the operator much. But the one time that he did get to use it was, I think, when they played Bind. So we got to see Skills on the chamber. We got to see Skills do criminal things with the operator. 3Ks, 4Ks. Decent bit of rounds that he did claim single-handedly. Are we gonna get to see more of that? Waiting to find out. Because this would be the moment to get it, right? This is the ideal moment to come alive with the operator. And nobody's there to contest him whatsoever. He's all the way alone at B long, dude. And there's a 3-man setup at B when it's an A hit. As if things can already get worse. He checked for a trap, but little did he know the trap had a gun.
And Lightning was holding the off angle too, so in case they try to go for it, they won't expect to hard clear the shallow angle. Bad love, position detected, but then again, he's got backup over here. They can't afford to get seized right now. If Snax decides to spray, they might just go down because of the low HP. And Snax does get suppressed, but it's not like he was going to use any utility here. He was just trying to deny the plant, which he should be able to do. It took him a little time, but he did kill Scout in the end regardless. I'm surprised Bad Love didn't take more damage with that nade, but in the end, he goes to his grave regardless. And Lightning Fast just slid into Kohli's DMs and kicked him out.
This is double digits, right? This is the operator not even chiming in, but destroying, I'd say, a pivotal round. Because you notice, they don't have much money. Right now, it's a very hard call for Scout and Co to make. Do they force or do they eco? I think conventionally they should eco, which essentially means Levin is going the way of Snax. Mind you, this is a best of 1, ladies and gentlemen, not a best of 3. So, I hope you all keep that in mind.
Need to start making this comeback now. And what's worse is that Team Scout is going through this economic meltdown at potentially the worst time possible.
Exactly.
This might just result in 11-7 lead. And from that point, it's just really hard to make a comeback. But
Nice shot.
the one guy who has a Vandal on this team delivers.
They're trying to discover if this B site's riddled with defenders or free off it. But little do they know, there's a neat little crossfire, not even a crossfire, off angle set in place by Lightning Fast, who is only good for 1, which puts the numbers dauntingly against him. No, no! Bad love!
Not like this, man. Not like this. He could have had a golden opportunity over there and he's let that slip. You can't afford to drop the ball. But guess who's about to drop the bomb? It is none other than the Brimstone on the other side. It is none other than Kohli. He's been detected. The trail does give away his position. Rexy has revealed his position too. And now with the Scout firing from long, this crossfire seems nigh impossible to break.
I mean, it almost felt like a doable ask, but as soon as Kohli stopped giving 2 hoots and did not take that fight whatsoever, yeah. As soon as you jump down from hookah, that's more or less like a death sentence.
Yeah. But hey, consider this. Team Scout did not have that great of a buy in this round, but they were still able to win. This is their first round win in the second half.
Wait, really? Oh, damn. Yeah, I didn't even notice that. 5 rounds back to back. Well, they've certainly built a decent enough economy here for themselves, Team Snax. A very, very slow and methodical approach on this attacking side, where they're waiting for aggression initially and try to take position with utility. The only thing is, utility does only half the picture. You need to take positioning alongside it. Otherwise, it'll be like that flash, right? It'll be like that guiding light. Oh, wait, party! That can wait! This can't!
My god, and
Finally.
imagine him getting suppressed after he's already launched the rocket. That could have been a game changer if the null command came through in time, but Scout was not able to activate it in time, and now his teammates are dead. Lightning Fast has no signs of stopping. He goes beyond the smoke. He's just unstoppable. That's the 31st frag.
Dude, this is gonna be a hard comeback, you know. I'm not saying it's impossible, Crips, considering the LTs that we have on the side of boosted player. Sorry, not boosted player, Scout. You know, you have Showstopper, you have Orbital Strike, but we need something like what we saw in the round prior. A Showstopper like that, and yeah, maybe we're talking business.
God. Lightning Fast means business over here. He's dropped the 30 bomb already. Nobody else has even crossed 20. That's how dominant he is. 5 players on the server are still on single digits. Meanwhile, Lightning Fast is aeons ahead.
Okay, is this gonna be the Salty Sky setup? Oh, get demolished, Wimp! Sit down, son! That was a denial and a half.
And the worst denial of them all. They needed that kill from the showstopper to get an opening, but now they don't have guns, they don't have ultimates. Sure, Kohli has an orbital strike, but what even is the use of that when he's burning alive? Oh my goodness, they've been shut down in the most brutal ways possible. And they can't even get out of here now. You've got Skills marking the angle with the orb. If Scout tries to go back, he's got 2 people headed in this direction. The best he can do is wait and hope that they make mistakes. Well, that's never happening.
They seem impregnable right now on this defense, dude. They've lost a round in the past, what, 8, 9?
I forgot how to count. What are numbers? I just know that they've relinquished 1 round in this half, otherwise it would have been flawless. And most of it is possible because of Lightning Fast and his heroic antics. I can't even
Sitting on
call them
34 right
antics
now.
anymore, do they? I mean, they're so heroic that they're probably like exploits right now, not just
You want
antics.
to play? Let's play.
34. Bad luck. The last perhaps saving grace of this team. Dodges the flash. Quick on the readjustment. He actually gets the tag, mind you. Hits Scout through the wall. Tags him down to 47. Start. Not as ideal, but they do manage to dodge the sniper, and right now that gives Bad Love a little bit of room for himself. Oh,
Yeah.
there's a sniper up close and personal. With that flash, there could have been possibilities for them to re-engage. Mind you, Hellranger is just 5 seconds away from his secondary flash, and he has the Seekers to try and be the initiating piece of utility.
Oh, but these Seekers are being sent both ways. It slows them down. The opportunity that they needed was missed. The timing window is gone. And the moment they try to re-enter, Hellranger peeks right out of the smoke to dispatch them back to where they came from. Both the remaining defenders teleport across. Smoke goes out in time. The fragment keeps them away. But the plant hasn't happened yet. Scout is
They
going to
spot
plant
Kohli.
safe towards the back of sight. But this nade might just damage him quite a lot.
Planted.
Oh, it
doesn't.
doesn't actually. He dodges it. So that's good. It's some saving grace, but no! Scout spams Lightning Fast. Snax now left in a 1v2. He knows the position of only 1 player. Scout, he's revealed himself as well, so it doesn't change anything for him. He's still checking long, but that's not the case. That's not where they are. Spray transfer doesn't come through in time. Team Scout stays alive for yet another round.
I assume they just about spotted the shoulder patch of Kohli, but again, with that orbital strike, there was possibilities for him to position himself. Valiant effort, but yeah, it's just 1 more round that they get, which they need 3 more of. And that in and of itself has been a hard ask the second half. With them having no margin of error, and now with Skills on the tour they force, this is looking to be a round where Team Snax look to close this game out. Oh no! The worst way to die as a Sky. Sorry, I just got minor PTSD there.
Well, trauma is shared as Kohli burns to yet another orbital strike. But look at this positioning from the side of Team Scout. They're so all the way back, so passive.
So
Only
spread
Scout
out.
himself is trying to pick up a fight towards the A side with no backup, no trade. I mean, I don't really like this. If he dies over here, there's nothing to avenge him. He gives up
Yeah.
his life for absolutely nothing.
You jinxed them. Now it puts his team in the back foot, fighting for their tournament lives.
Hold on, this might just work for them. The rotation's going towards B. Hellranger, Shivy, and Snax, all 3 of them positioned away from the A side, might just give them a timing window which lets them plant. But then what? That's the burning question of the hour.
Look at Shivy. He has an inkling that, it's not a commitment, so he doesn't need to worry whatsoever about the B side. He's much more happy holding this A side, getting information that nade should already give a call to rotate, and that inevitably has. Team Snax want to play this one as a 3v2 the way it's supposed to be, but the aggression through CT is unexpected. Wimp gets the first. Shivi, the spotlight's on him to make a play. He gets the first in brilliant fashion as Wimp is decapitated. Love, he dodges that seer and he puts himself in a prime position to find a prime clutch. Half stick, Hell Ranger, stuck in the ditch.
Bad Love rescues them out of this one. What seemed like inevitable defeat, what seemed like the end of the game, it isn't. Every single person on Team Scout contributing heavily. Rex, Wimp, and Kohli, all of them with similar amount of frags. Meanwhile, Lightning Fast is just on a roll. Wonder if he can use that momentum to carry his team across the finish line, which seems to be getting closer and closer. But so is the gap between these two teams.
This is an execute that is most likely in shape. Okay, nice use of the ultimate. This is a good strategy, man. You typically love this when you don't have utility against you, which the knock command does perfectly. You can't. They don't want to because you'd like to play contact when there's no utility against you, right? No flashes, no nothing, raw contact. And this is also the problem if you're not clinical in your approach. That peak from Shark should have come ages ago, and that being missing means that, you know, the default box can be played around with, which is exactly what happened.
Oh, but no. At least at this point, Badlov has figured out the position of both his enemies. With this information, he can potentially clutch things out. Oh my god, he can make the cross across heaven, but Skills is watching it.
A hard fight, but, well, there has to be one who is a winner, and it can only be one by one, so congratulations to Team Snax. I kind of predicted this, not gonna rub it at your face and told you, you know, I told you so. But the fact that they came so close to a comeback was something that I really appreciate, because things did look dire in the second half, and they fought valiantly regardless.
Yeah, they did fight valiantly. So many clutches from both Kohli and even to some extent Badlov. In fact, I felt like Badlov was much more influential in the clutch situations than he was in the opening segments of the game. Rex also solid like an anchor. They put up a damn good fight. But then again, if it wasn't for Lightning Fast popping the hell off, this game would have been so different because he got like quadra kills, triple kills so many times. 7 first bloods. That's like 3 times more than anyone else.
Yeah. The only one closest, I think, Bad Love on 4. Yeah, 4. So it's gonna be an interesting final, but I kind of would have been a little more interested if Kohli was playing. Well, at least we get our young prodigy. At least I hope that we get our young prodigy back on the server. Yeah, I think he is coming. I think he's coming for game. Yes, he's gonna at least be there for 1 game, Crips. That much I can tell you. I'm not sure about a best of 3. I'm not sure if it's gonna go 3 maps, but Zephyr is gonna be there for game 1 maybe.
Well, let's hope that we can see him again. But I'm worried right now, OG. What's
Why?
gonna happen when Zephy's relentless aggression beats Lightning Fast raw reflexes and experience? So far, Zephy has been able to dumpster all the pros that he's encountered, but this guy
All
is a
of them.
different beast.
Something that I think all of us are going to be looking forward to, right? Because if you remember from back in the day, Lightning Fast used to be in a similar position. He was in the cusp of breaking out of tier 2, and he never really got his break. And only with Global Esports and Valorant did he find that, you know, not only team, but also position where he can display all his talent. So having that kind of a player going up against a prodigy, it's a matchup that I don't think we've seen much of in the history of South Asian esports.
I mean, if you gotta bring up history, then this is like the worst time to do it because there's so many interactions between these pro players and so many such, you know, instances that we can refer to. But going forward, I mean, in the next map, at the very least, I just hope that the trades go well because this game was mostly reliant on hero plays, whether it's clutches from Bad Love, whether it's Wimp just going out on his own whim and fancy and lurking like an absolute boss, or whether it's Lightning Fast doing his shenanigans. I feel like way too many of these games come down to individual heroics. The only semblance of teamwork that I saw was the crossfires between Shivi and Hellranger and the way they were retaking. Those guys were super coordinated with each other, but I can't really say the same for everyone else.
Shivi and Hellranger, yeah, Hellranger on the sky was seen to almost at every moment set up his teammate. There was very little that he did in terms of self setup, and you have to commend the man for it. Kills as well, he was left to his own devices most of the time. He was left to fend for himself. He'll TP out if he's in any discomfort. He'll at least guarantee himself a frag if they are not diligent enough to use utility to clear him out. Talking about using utility diligently, yeah, we got to see a decent bit of that from the side of Kohli and co as well. They've used as much as they can on the defense, which did lead to a 7-5 half, which all things said and done still was a good half. The second half, yeah, they just started looking like a shell of themselves.
Something happened to them which even I couldn't figure out what that was all about. It seemed like they were just not comfortable, I guess, because they took too much time to decide. Sometimes they would get the opening pick and then not make a move, and then the timing window would disappear. Speaking of disappearing, both those ults were just rose-hard out, so that was a funny moment.
That's a sad moment, but we've had so many types of moments so far. We've had knives, we've had BM, we've had clip-worthy moments, we've had 4Ks where aces are stolen. So, at least in terms of that, I'm happy that we're getting the full palette, dude. We're getting a full taste of what the off-season's supposed to be.
Enemy remaining.
This is what the off-season looks like, then sign me up for it. There's so much good stuff. I was talking about the clutches from Wimp, and you'll notice that there's so much difference between the way Wimp clutches and the way Badlove clutches. Like, Badlove
In what
will
way?
be very calm and patient, and he will first try to gather information before he makes a move. Meanwhile, Wimp will make a move which forces someone else to make moves of their own, and then he anticipates those moves, and then makes the play.
Okay. So, again, it's difference in mind process. So, there are people who preemptively think of 3 steps ahead while going in. There are people who go by the flow and allow the game sense and experience to kind of help them make the right call in those decision making moments, because they are split second, right? Usually when you hear footsteps, when you maybe hear utility, there are 2 possibilities, 3 possibilities behind it, and you need to be lightning quick in making a decision and abiding by it.
Yeah, that's where experience comes in counts so much, right? That's probably why you see Lightning Fast succeed so often. His decision making, given with his reflexes, he's reasonably the younger player on the team, like on global esports. Of course, not as young as Zeffy, but he's one of the younger players of the team. So it's usually believed that the younger ones have the better reflexes and the older ones have more experience. But this guy is just shaping up to be a monster that has both.
True, although I feel like, yeah, his age is still yet to come. Experience, sure, he has a good bit of it. Now, after this off-season, he's going to be, like you said, competing against some of the best the world has to offer, considering the road that global esports have now set themselves on. So, I hope that we don't lose that same lightning fast, in the process. I just want this man to continue his lights-out performance. And who knows, maybe in a decent bit of time with a decent bit of teammates and, opportunity, he gets to show that he can carry the mantle of Indian esports.
Speaking of carrying, I mean, that's basically what he did for his team today. Hard carry, 35 kills.
5 behind Rossi, that's all. And mind you, so many of these were just, kill spree kind of moments where he was just on a roll.
445. I've been casting Valorant since the day it released, and I have never seen anyone cross more than 440 ACS. This guy got close to almost 450.
That is, I'm not even sure what to make of it at this point.
Exactly. For more context, nobody else was above 300 ACS.
Wait, really?
Maybe? Wait, I mean, 300 ACS seems like a reasonable number. It seems like a high number for you to achieve. 400 is even better, but above 400 is now you're approaching near impossible levels.
He he's gonna have one heck of a time duking it off against Zephy, dude. This is gonna be a build up because Zephy, let's take you guys down a trip down memory lane. Because with the way Icebox ended, the only reason Team Mortal even won that game was because of Zephy. Found himself that 1 versus 3, something along that lines, towards the dying end of regulation. And with that clutch, he managed to not only bring a little bit of resurgence of life into his team, but also push them to overtime. So the plays that the young talent on the server is making is just abysmally high. And with this being a best of 3 grand finals, and with us having the possibilities of seeing new maps, hopefully we get to see new agents, but the same kick-ass action. The score ended
445
13-10
ACS
anyway,
on.
so
Yeah, but imagine this, like 445 ACS on one side, nobody else above 300.
I was just gonna say the score ended 13-10 anyway. Imagine if this was a game that goes overtime and stuff.
We
Dude.
might just see him touch 450 ACS.
Yeah, he was. I think one of the only races that landed a double showstopper this entire event. I don't think.
Yeah.
Seen
Meanwhile,
another
we've
one till
seen
now.
double Rosa ults in the same round as well, so it's a very mixed bag.
No, those aren't results. That's breach clearing.
Huh?
Yeah, the Hellranger. I assume you're referring to Hellranger's play.
No, I'm referring to the
Okay,
round where both of them missed
Rosal's.
their showstoppers.
My bad. Both of them. My bad.
Yeah, you
You're
lost
implying
your
both the
brain just
races.
like they lost their aim in that round.
You know it, bro. Quite often my problem, something that needs to be fixed, but in its own sweet time. You know, it's the off season. Even my brain deserves a break from all this, and it's gonna get a
Well, I get a
well-rested
break
break.
from you.
I know, right? But that's gonna come after a best of 3, after a grand finals that not only you and me have been waiting for, but everybody else in the audience.
Yep. We have all these wonderful creators, especially those led by Snax, just looking super hot right now. They look very much in form and they look like they could snap you in two. Is Team Mortal ready for this? At least Team Mortal has had a little bit of a break, because they just finished off a grueling best of 3 against Team Scout. And while Team Snax was participating in there, at least they had some time to relax and rest. So they should be refreshed. And given the way I'm sure these guys are watching the event. I mean, it's going on live right now. So I'm sure they must have kept an eye on what Team Snax plays like.
Yeah.
Does that mean that Team Mortal have a little bit of an edge going into this because they're also well
Yes.
rested and also well researched?
100%, dude. They have more time to relax. If somebody wanted to warm up, they can warm up. Somebody wanted to eat, they can eat. Somebody wanted to go to the restroom, they can do whatever they want for the past 1 hour. And like you said, they would have been at least one member from Team Mortal who was sitting and watching this match, right? So they would have learned a thing or two about how Team Snax likes to approach this. Going into that best of 3, Team Mortal, they've been looking in dominant form, but they're going to face off against a lightning fast that's doing quite the chaos on anybody who stands against him and against his team. That is a very, very, very scary prospect to think of. And mind you, there is quite the drop off in terms of how much you win if you come out the winner and second place, right? If I'm not wrong, what, a 70k difference or something along that lines?
70k?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean in prize pool?
Yeah.
Yeah. The 75 nearly. 2 lakh for the winning team, 125 for the second place.
125, yeah.
So like nearly 75,000. It's quite a big number. And one of these teams is going to go get the big prize. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the grand finals of Penta Esports All-Star Showdown Valorant, partnered with Trinity Gaming, Tug, and Loco. Team Mortal and Team Snax have fought tooth and nail to get to this stage, and they are not going to stop right now.
They aren't. And to witness all that goodness, to witness all the glory and all the action, you're going to have to join us in a bit because, again, it's been a long day, right? Not only for us, but also for Team Snax. Team Mortal, they should be ready in the matter of, 5 to 10 minutes. It should be a very peaceful matchup, Crips. And you know what? We've had an extravaganza of a weekend. This is a Sunday night after all. It's still 5:30 in the evening.
Sunday evening, yeah.
So, 6 o'clock start time. I can see this going all the way to the night. And yeah, I think that's how I'd choose to spend my weekend. If it's an off season, if there's nothing else to watch, if there's nothing else to do, well, seems like the perfect way for me.
Well, I think you're going to be right. And you guys should refill your popcorn, maybe even order some food for yourselves. It's Sunday night after all. Treat yourselves. And we have some lovely Valorant action coming up next. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be starting with the grand finals in just a bit.
Download Loco now. Download Loco now. Download Loco now. Oi, download Loco now. Download Loco now.
This is time, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time for the grand finals. It's on the verge of beginning. We're about like 5-10 minutes away. The players are setting up, the lobby is getting ready. The players themselves are gonna either reset or get ready. It depends on which side you're supporting, because there's a team that's been playing all day and there's a team that's just been sitting and chilling. But you at home have no other choice than to enjoy the entertainment. So welcome back. Again, a huge shout out to our partners, Trinity Gaming, Thug, and Loco. So, Crips, we've gone through the entire tournament. We've seen bamboozles after bamboozles. We've seen stuff that I've never seen before, and you've seen stuff that you have never seen before. So, you can thoroughly say that we've seen stuff in a PTSD-esque fashion.
Yeah, and for those of you who think we are exaggerating, keep this in mind. I've been playing since 2012. I've been casting since 2018. It's been 5 years since I've been in the casting business, and some of the stuff in this tournament that happened, some of the clutches, some of the ways in which the rounds unfolded have surprised me. And I claim to be a person who's seen everything, and I was thoroughly proven wrong this time around. So yeah, it's an entertaining tournament in all kinds of ways. I mean, there's some really funny moments in the tournaments, and then there's some equally serious clutches which blow our minds both ways. So you be the judge in which direction you want to bend. Speaking of bending, there's two teams who you can support today. Of course, one of them is gonna be Team Mortal, a team which reached the finals without too much difficulty.
Hmm?
They had to face like some difficult opponents, but they overcame those obstacles pretty damn easily. And the
Yeah.
next one is Team Snax. They've been through the ringer. They were the first team to reach the lower bracket, and then they fought their way up. They just defeated Team Scout in an excruciating battle on Bind, where it was Himura, aka Lightning Fast, who carried the hell out of his team as if who's the guy who was sentenced to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders? Was it Leonidas or was it Hercules? It can't be Hercules. It was some guy from Greek history. That's basically who Lightning Fast was cosplaying today.
The only thing I remember about Leonidas was that knockoff movie 300.
Yeah.
Were you fortunate enough to see it?
I was fortunate enough to see it. And you know how he kicks down the door and says, "This is Sparta." That's basically what Lightning Fast was doing all day. He just screams out a battle cry, wages war on his opponents, goes flying in and blows everything that stands in his way.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
the difference there, he doesn't kick down a door. That's more like,
Yeah, he kicks a
he
dude into the pit. Yeah,
into the pit of death. You know, you
into
need
the
to
pit
make
of death.
that specific death, because then it adds context. And you know what, with how we've been seeing that race show, right, I hope that this also gives a little bit of a calling to see a jet v jet duel. I'd really like to see if Lightning Fast maybe can pick up the jet, because we know that both Lightning Fast and Skills have the mechanical skill to not only own with the duelist but to also just dominate with an operator, right? So the vetoes out on both ends as to who gets to pick a jet, and even if we get to see a jet depending on the map, which we'll get into momentarily. The reason I say that is if we get to see a head-on-head collision with a GE versus a G player versus the youngest G content creator there is, I think that is K for content right there, my friend.
K for content. I'm excited for it anyway. I I mean, I've only heard the name Case Jeffy before. I never saw him play before. I did not even know he was that young. But when I found out that he's that young, I was like, oh, cute. And then when I saw him frag in the server, I was like, oh my god, there is
Cute.
way too much violence hidden behind that innocent face.
I know, right?
And then I was like, hold on, this is exactly how Lightning Fast started as well. You know, when he started in 2018, and he was this really innocent looking boy at that time. He didn't even have facial hair at that time. And he was just hitting shots left, right, and center. And while I was casting one of his CSGO games, I almost called him a cheater. That's how good he was.
Wait,
And
what,
now he
really?
continued. I said almost. I almost
Okay.
called him a cheater. That's how good he was. But obviously he wasn't. He's damn legit and he's damn talented. And you can see exactly why he's so talented. He's just relentless in his pursuit of excellence.
Dude, at this point, I think, we've talked a lot about the players, but I think we can also overview the entire tournament from the top down for the last time, right? Because again, the grand finals is just about to begin. So if you've not joined us for day one, if you've not joined us for day two, if you've not joined us for the auction, do not sweat, my buddy. Gotcha.
Do not
Price pool
stress.
of the entire tournament is 5 lakhs. So price pool might be looking good, but we know these players, right? They don't have many of them are more or less sorted both in terms of name, fame, and everything that comes along with it. It's a lot to do with cookie points that you get when you play against some of these individuals. Not only do you get to take home a decent sum, with the deficit for the first and second place being 75K. With you win, you get 2 lakhs. You come second, you get 1.25. You come third, you get 75 grand. Fourth, 50, and the MVP of the tournament will get 50 added on to the prize earnings that he will receive. So there is a decent amount of green to fight for, although a lot of these players are using this as a platform for them to display their talent, like people like Kohli, people like Zephy, like we mentioned, and most of them have made real good use of what they've been given.
Definitely. And speaking of making real good use, I can't help but appreciate the captains, Mortal and Snax, who've been using the skills of their teammates to their very best of their abilities. At least Team Mortal has had more or less a straightforward road to the finals. They've not lost a lot, just lost one map against Team Scout, and that too in a very hilarious fashion. But then later on, when they made it to the finals, they were definitely the stronger team coming in. Team Snax, on the other hand, they've been through the ringer. They first lost against Team Mortal, sent down to the lower bracket where they battled Team Alpha, a very close battle that one. Team Scout versus Snax. This one was mostly dominated by Lightning Fast, so that's why Team Scout couldn't really do much. But as we head into the finals, OG, we are going to have a revenge match of sorts. When these two teams first faced each other, Snax versus Mortal, the map was Ascent. Mortal was able to beat him like 13-8 or 13-9 or something like that. It wasn't a very close game, but now it's a rematch, and I can't help but think whether we will see Ascent or not. I mean, on paper, Team Mortal has already won that battle once. So does that mean Team Snax will veto Ascent out, or will they deliberately pick it because they've prepared for it with counters or something?
Well, I mean, at this point, I hope that you kind of jinx them. I hope that they veto it out and, we get something else for a change. Just thinking out of the box for all of us here. But that aside, I don't think they're going to take that loss far too harshly as well, because when you look at the roster that Team Snax has put together, right? The kind of fluid gameplay that we might get to see, I think, surpasses what Team Mortal has to offer. Team Mortal, they have really good firepower. They have some really nice players with really nice experience. They have young players with less experience, but really good precision and really good understanding of the game's mechanics. So I see it as a rematch, but in this case, the side of Snax being tried and tested through that lower bracket and now given another chance. Now, let's move on to the veto. Fracture and Icebox banned. I'm already feeling a little sad. Bind and Haven picked. Okay, at least we get Haven confirmed, so I'm not feeling that salty about it. If it goes all the way, it's a sense, so I'm already praying for 2-0.
Bind and Haven. Okay, these two teams have never faced each other on Bind or Haven, so at least we can get the past out of the way. If it does go to Ascent, if we do go to map 3, then I think I might have to lean a little bit in the favor of Team Mortal, only because they've already won a game on Ascent in the past against Team Snax.
Okay.
But when it comes to Bind and Haven, that's gonna be fresh. Bind, especially because we've seen plenty of Bind, and Bind usually delivers the most hilarious matches. But Haven is gonna be fresh. We've not seen a single Haven game in this tournament.
Okay, so considering what you just said, you basically said that Team Mortal have Ascent more or less in the bag, and there is a chance between Bind and Haven. So you basically are saying Mortal 2-1, right?
I'm saying Mortal 2-0.
Oh, okay. I'm saying Snax 2-0.
Yeah, Snax can win. Snax can win, provided everyone just plays out properly. I don't see any more lineup changes coming in, except for the fact that Zephy has
I think
subbed
something for
someone
Sai.
up. Yeah, he's subbing in for Sai. Makes sense, Sai was struggling to connect some of the shots, and Zephy was on fire all throughout. So, with this being said, I think Mortal is definitely looking stronger.
All right. I mean, I kind of missed Vibhor, not gonna lie. I think we got him to play in game one, but ever since that, we've not been able to see him as much. So yeah, having Sai take a seat for the finals while Vibhor steps in, it's a nice change. It's a change that sort of puts a little more emphasis onto Zephyr, because you look at the roster now, right? You have Marzel, you have Mortal, you have Vabor, you have Kappa. Nobody here really knows, really prefers using the operator. There are people really comfortable on the rifles because they set themselves up and set each other up for making plays with it. So that essentially hands him the chamber, hands him the jet, and it fulfills the kind of role that we intend to see tonight.
Amazing. So we've got that part sorted out. We know who's going to be the tip of the spear for Team Mortal. Most likely it's going to be Zephy because he's done a phenomenal job on it. Marzel most likely will be their secondary attack. And Marzel is very dynamic that way. We've seen him do amazing lurks. Most of the time, he's good with the timings. He doesn't waste too much. And I think that's the most important part about being a lurker. There's the kind of lurks where you are split from your team and you're just walking silently, trying to sneak up. Meanwhile, the rest of your team is already dead. And there's the other type of lurker who decides when to cut his losses. They know when it's not worth it. They know the difference between lurking and setting up your team with a surprise, or just leaving them for the dead while you accomplish nothing on the other side. So Marzel is that one kind of person who can very easily figure out early in the round whether the long lurk is worth it or not. And that's exactly why he's always in positions to help his teammate out, whether he's right next to them trading or whether he's sneaking up by himself. So that's one very positive thing about Marzel. You've got Zephy and Marzel sorted out. Vibhor and Kappa, what can I even say about them? Vibhor, he is a menace. He's like an X Factor, uh, a kind of person who you won't expect to make certain plays, but he's the guy who will surprise you. He's the guy who's going to make the risky moves and catch you so off guard that you never even know what hit you. And if all goes wrong, there's always Kappa. He's iron strong, rock solid, just an overall tanker of a guy. He's like the one anchor you'd really need to just hold on to the side. That's why I'm leaning a little bit more towards Team Mortal over here. And I mean, I've even given them the breakdown of all single players and why I like them. But do you have any such expectations from Team Snax over here?
Well, I'd say Snax overall have been looking like a more well-rounded unit. So I don't think anything in specific they do will help them. I think just continue what they've been doing great, playing split, having a good approach to their attack, because they're one of the few teams in this tournament who have a good attack strategy and are able to tangibly make it work. So that's the plus side I see from them, and I feel like that's going to be a big plus side as they walk into this best of three, because now they have a little bit of safety cushion underneath them, so they're not really going to sweat as much, which enables them to make cool, calm, collected plays even when situations become dire, because you know that there's another map regardless. So that's going to be one plus point that I have going for them, and the other obviously being the monstrous pre that our man Lightning Fast just came out of. Man was on fumes that game. So I'm pretty sure that considering the fact that that was a lower bracket game and now we're in the grand finals, man's just gonna get a little more serious, and that already scares me.
You don't want him to be on your bad side. You don't want him to get activated because there's no way to stop him once he starts. People usually say this for Reina, but I think it's more about the player and less about the agent you pick up.
I mean,
Another
yeah, go for it.
another thing I want to point out over here is how well Hellranger was setting up. We never saw him flash for himself. We mostly saw him flash for his teammates. Sure, it's not like Lightning Fast always needed his help, but whenever he was present, Lightning Fast confirmed got a couple of kills in a round and sometimes even turned those couple of kills into multiple kills like a triple or a quadruple. Without
True.
further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's hop into the agent selection.
Let's go. I've been waiting for this for a while, Crip. So I've been theory crafting as to what the situation can boil down to, but it seems like a pretty identical draft from what we saw in the previous game of Bind. We saw the Sky Fade combo employed by Hellranger and Co to success. Skills was instrumental on that chamber alongside, yeah, who can forget the Dawn Rays. On the other side, Zephyr, okay, he's gonna go toe-to-toe as a race, so we've seen him be comfortable even with an operator on this agent, which not many Rays are comfortable with from the very get-go, because you'd like the element of randomness to help you when you're playing a Rays, especially with your movement and with how you initiate fights. So yeah, that's gonna be a nice tale that we're gonna get to tell.
So the lineup of Team Snax more or less the same as last time, but what do we have here on Team Mortal? You have a Sage and a Killjoy. Either or is fine, but taking both of them now that's a bit risky. I fear that it might just become a little too slow for them, but the agent selection is null and void. So whatever we said, just ignore it.
You're talking about a little bit slow.
No, it's because we need to re-go into it. So yeah, null and
Yeah.
void. But yeah, both having both the Killjoy and the Sage might just make it a little slow. And I'm not sure if that's the pace that Team Mortal brings to the table.
No, but I love the BM that Snax is coming it on the side. Like, you guys can't see this on the stream, but as soon as that agent select went through, it's like Haven Lagalo 1-0, guys. So, man is certain. At least we know one guy is serious about winning here, Crips.
Hmm.
And that's the man on your screen right now. Is he tired, or is he just, trying to flex, saying that, you know what, I'm half asleep, but, I'm still gonna win this finals and go home?
We overthink the yawning part. It's just a greater intake of oxygen. That's it.
A greater intake of oxygen. That's a smart way of saying it. I wish I knew you at school or something. Like the amount of gimmicky stuff that would be able to come up with just to get out of trouble.
Bro, I actually went to school. Unlike you, who just skipped school to play Face at level 9 all your life. I wasn't that kid.
Okay. I mean, see, school is about where you learn, man. It's about what you learn. So as long as you learn, you're fine. You're in the right school. And I learned, I think.
I'm learning not to trust you again and again. But okay, bringing that aside, Mazel has picked up the Fade, which makes more sense than the Sage, to be honest.
Yeah, 100%. But Mortal on that Killjoy. It's something that you rarely see in Bind.
Yeah,
Really?
I'm still not surprised with the Killjoy pick on Icebox, but I'm more surprised with the Killjoy pick on Bind.
Yeah, and I
remember at
suppose
one
we have
point-
teams to do it. Like, I
Yeah.
think one of the Pakistani teams who were very famous for it. I forget their name.
Salt Esports.
Yeah, absolute salt lads.
But it's been a while since I've seen a Killjoy on Bind. I mean, back when Killjoy was new. I mean, what, Act 2 at the start of that? Oh, wait, hold on. Something just
Mortal's
caught my
playing with the
attention.
dog.
Yeah, he's playing with the doggo. Nice.
Yeah.
We'll probably get to see Kappa and Hellranger do the same.
Wait, there are
Yeah,
dogs at
because
that
this
place?
guy's. No, it's because they
No,
both
because there's
have a
Sky.
Sky.
Never-
Yeah.
Never mind. Yeah, that dog can not only fetch, but it can also bite. Careful.
Yeah.
We saw one dog kill the last game, or was that the first
Yeah.
game?
No. That was last game itself.
Ah, okay. So
Play
we're
with the
fresh off the
Trailblazer.
bite.
Fresh off of the bite. Hope you got your rabies shot. Get those injections. Because these guys are not going to pull any punches. Ladies and
Talking
gentlemen.
about punches, double flashes frenzy Hellranger. Can you imagine it getting any more? If they were coming towards him, I'd feel sad for them, but they're doing the rational thing. They're gonna set up towards outside A, and we should be live with a pistol, ladies and gentlemen. First map of the grand finals here in the All-Star Showdown, and it's gonna be Team Mortal going up against Team Snax. The fight at short, Nate does a good job of drawing the aggro, but Zephy's not going to be fortunate enough to clear that left side in the nick of time. An early frag, and they just disengage on the back of it.
And there's so much damage done as well. And unfortunately, there's not healing available. Is there? I don't think he
I don't
purchased
think Overgrowth
regrowth in
is
this
there,
round.
no.
Yeah. Yeah, no regrowth. Only one flash to work with. Lightning Fast holding a very off angle, ducked in the corner.
Who
and
is
he's
this
just
guy, man?
tapping heads.
One enemy remaining.
Sheesh. Yeah, this guy hasn't calmed down. In fact, I think they put him in the oven. They wanted to heat him up even more.
Oh my god. I hope that remember to take it out. You don't want him burning. He's gonna go supernova if he does that.
I mean, too bad he's not a phoenix.
Yeah, imagine having a Phoenix on bind.
That'll
Good work.
actually be good cringe. Not even gonna lie, it's damn fun. I've seen my friend play it, dude. He absolutely owns with the phoenix. Surprisingly, on many maps.
Oh my god.
Talk about getting owned.
Well,
Kappa.
Kappa returns the favor for whatever Lightning Fast did to him in the last round, but he needs to
He
be careful.
knows.
There's also Shivy around the
He
corner.
knows. No.
It's okay, Shivy just moved around. No, that could have been a disaster. Snax tries to re-peek, but Zephy punishes him once again. It's now his time to face Shivy. The nade will force him back into Shaz, but hey, as long as Shivy stays alive over here, his team can still have a chance at retaking. Hell, there might not even be a retake if he can deny the plant.
It'll be a hard ask, and Zephy's trying to move into a better position because Marzel's taking control towards deep spawn rotation. A little bit of a such a movement to try and get back to his pocket, but not gonna be reaching safe haven as Mortal's left with a 1 versus 3. His position well understood, and Hellranger compensates accordingly. 2-0, and a round which looked to maybe slowly fleet away was well recovered here. Otherwise, this could have been a little more nastier, Crips.
Yeah. Aside from that lovely one shot that we saw from Kappa, there wasn't really all that much that made a difference.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that these guys didn't overinvest too much so they can afford the Vandals and Phantoms again, because we've seen almost every single team go for a second round force buy.
And somehow it works.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing that doesn't make sense, you know?
Not everything in Valorant is supposed to.
Okay, this is nice contact play that we're gonna get to witness. Because again, inferior weaponry, right? So this is how you kind of even up the odds. The nades to buy him a little bit of space here. But he has satchels to make his way back to safety. Meanwhile, Vibor, a brilliant double of his own with the Spectre. He finds the opening and Marzel finds the closure. That is just a very, very unfortunate way that it turned out. Because you notice that the game plan was to punish that isolated player, right? They weren't able to start the round with the objective, and once that kill didn't come in, it all went haywire.
There's not much the skills can do over here. Economy damage sure can be done, maybe get them to drop a weapon or two, but Zephy is feeling a little too confident. Jump spotting around with a knife in hand. I think he was attempting to go for a knife, knowing that he had a marshal. But yeah, you can't do that to skills that easily.
I know, right? I think Skills is in the mood to... So wait, if I'm not mistaken, Skills is the one playing the chamber, right? We've seen... Who was the chamber who went aggressive towards short? I think that was Skills on the defense, if I'm not mistaken.
In the previous game?
Yeah. No, the first game. We saw him... No, that was... Pretty sure that was Skills. He was finding so much room towards this exact avenue, and I anticipated a much more further TP, but not the case. He wanted to just go back with security. He just wanted to clear, get information, and not overcommit, which is the smart thing to do in that position.
Yeah. Oh my god, wait, what? He just flew behind him!
What? Oh.
Zephy satcheled and went all over Hellranger's head. And you know what the worst part is? The side
He
is
waited?
isolated. 4 members of the defenders are on the B side. The A side is ripe for the taking and planting. But the spike hasn't made its way here yet. It should be
Imagine...
getting here without any problems. But yeah, the odds of retaking are just really low.
Yeah, but imagine doing the captain of your organization's team that way. Like, damn, he did that to Hellranger? Yeah. This guy has a lot of things left to do in esports for sure.
Yeah.
Certainly pistols regardless, so I mean there's very little that Team Mortal will be close to. Okay.
You know
Yeah.
what else is close? Vibor's ultimate.
Remaining.
One more kill or one more death and he's gonna have that orbital strike. They don't give him the satisfaction just yet, but hey, the faster you farm it up, the better it is.
I know, right? Allows you to be more flexible with your strategy, allows you to control the tempo a little better, use it for pre-plant, post-plant, while you're planting, whatever. It's a very, very useful area deny, and to some extent, it's an outplay in terms of visual deny. The other day I saw a very cool outplayed clip. Basically, it's this Brim on full health, but he didn't have any smokes. So to buy cover, he used his ulti, he stood in his ulti and fought. I mean, he just spammed as to where that player would be, but yeah, that is just heavily luck reliant.
Well, I mean, as long as it works. This one certainly did not work. He goes for the
Missed the
showstopper.
party!
No problem. At least he managed to get the kill onto Mortal. So whether you do it by the gun or by the shrapnel, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that Zephy is now going full speed ahead into the B side, and he has crossed over. Hellranger's detected, but here's the funny thing, Hellranger's not going to do anything to Zephy. What's going to happen is that Zephy's going to play contact towards the bottom of Tube, and he might just be able to kill people coming in from CT, but Hellranger is still unaccounted for. Snax does get the slay onto Zephy, and that forces the two remaining members to go back towards the A side and attempt to plant.
Orbital strike, that's going to be the key piece of this post plant. If they're able to work the picks out, and by the time, this is gonna be a doable ask in Kappa, a good beginning to what could be an even better finish. The Seekers, giving them information, buying them seconds which are precious and valuable. The Molotov gonna force the fight, and he burns lightning fast to a crisp. Kappa, he finishes the job of who needs an orbital strike when Kappa's like the darn Death Star.
My goodness, channeling all his energy into the bodies of his enemies in the form of lead, pumping their guts full of these bullets, dripping holes into their skulls. What a clutch was that? Was it a 2v3 or a 2v4? Yeah, that was a 2v4. Damn.
Exactly. I told you, all they needed was that good start. As soon as I saw that Sky was on like one kill away from our ult, yeah, did the job. Look at this Prowler on the back of a dog. So much utility, and that enables Zephy to maybe push the line. He anticipates the judge on the other side. His satchel movement needs to come down to perfection. Oh! Not like that!
After all is said and done, they get healed back up. They're ready to fight again. Seeker is available on one side, but there's an orbital strike and lockdown, which in my opinion are way more impactful ultimates. They probably won't commit it this round, but Shivy, he was trying to poke and prod into Shah's. He's gonna be shot by death and bullets. Hellranger with the judge does give away the position and does a lot of damage, but it doesn't result in a kill. This might just be a flawless, unless Zephy tries to go for a knife.
Why is he doing that?
He's trying way too hard to get someone to die to his blade now, isn't he?
This guy knows how to enjoy the game. I like that. I like that about him. That's nice. You look at everybody else on their camera, right? Mortal, Vibor especially. So cool, so composed. They always have that poker face to them. You can't really tell what's going on, but this guy, nah, it's just happiness. It's just sunflowers. Booster player has this orbital strike, dude. It's possible for them to stop this kind of a play. They just need to be in a position where they can get information first. It's been that big problem, right? They have this double initiator lineup, but most of the time it's their utility not getting much information or not getting their work done. Alright, take them. Alright.
Well, there you go. The Prowler is bit. The orbital strike committed to clear out halls, but nobody has been able to clear out Snax yet. And the moment I say that, he falls. We have Zephy, who tried to go in towards U-Hall, but it wasn't required because the judge is much less effective than the orbital strike. He's still trying to jump forward and get some long-range kills. Shivy was already low on health, so he didn't need much to connect, but Shivy does pluck him off midair, leaving it all in the capable hands of Skills. He knows where Fade is, but nobody else is known. No other information is available. He's marking Mazel, but Mazel is still able to get that frag. What a swing out.
I know, right? Just D-keyed him, dude. That was nice wide swing action. And you have the showstopper again. We've been waiting for the lockdown. wasn't it Mortal who didn't use a single lockdown throughout Icebox? I think so, right?
I don't know.
I don't remember a single lockdown from Mortal just yet. So come on, Mortal. You can use that X key. You'll get it back anyway.
I mean, he didn't need to use the lockdown that way.
Okay, you make somewhat of a point, but
But keep in mind that he can't use the lockdown just yet. If he does that, Snax can easily break it with the orbital strike.
true. Another way to force the ultimate. And it's only pistols here, so it's gonna be clinical insurgency that's gonna be required if they want to win this round. And so far, the utility has been somewhat pitch perfect. They managed to trade each other out, although they've negated skills in the process. Who finds one, but that's all he's given. Marzel quickly claims the double, quickly claims this round back. Mortal though, Shivy, there you go. Finally gets that kill, and it's Marzel left all by himself. What a clutch from Shivy.
Stepping up in all sorts of ways. Shivy was one man in the Indian Valorant scene who had a lovely start when he was playing along with Force One. He had to take a small break, a small hiatus to continue his studies. And by the time he returned, his team was more or less disbanded. Force One, the organization shut down. They went back to being their old lineup, God Particles. And even then, it has changed a lot because RVK went to Enigma. Then you had Knight Rider, Logistar going to Revenant Esports. And by the time Shivy came back, God Particles did not exist. And all his teammates were in different places and different teams.
Yeah.
So that was the sad story of Shivy. But hey, he might not have a team, but he's damn capable and he's damn talented. He might just find a home for himself in Lethal Esports soon.
Maybe.
But hey, he is still lethal. He's still deadly. Oh,
Look at timing.
Exactly, the timing. It's amazing. Zephy has been making the judge play for a long time, but this time Shivy sees is able to get enough HP off of him before he can even face. Before
Again.
it goes unchecked, and that results in the death of skills. But the teleports, will they jump through? Hellrangers were accounted for by Vobor, but Hellranger has another player to fight, and that's gonna be his teammate Kappa. He's beaten by the Seeker, and he is trapped, caught out like a rat, finally killed and put out of his misery. No, Mortal! The smoke faded at the worst possible time. That reduces his cover, and he was left out in the open. Spike now recovered by Kappa, but will they be able to make it to the TP? Yes, they can.
He gets blocked at the top there, but he's still trying to make his way back fast, lightning fast. Reveal, giving away his position, has that operator, trying to force the issue. Meanwhile, the control over elbow is going to be crucial, and that's what Marcel's sixth sense is telling him to do. Although lightning fast, an impeccable read, but he still has heavy lifting to do. It still boils down to this 2 versus 2, and Kappa with a delightful swing. He's been the insurance policy for this team on all of the occasions where it's boiled down to this. Boiled down to the post plant, and Shivy yet again left to clutch it. He finds a delightful headshot, but it's Vibor playing on the back of his ultimate. It is a done and dusted deal. Shivy tries his very best, but he cannot overcome these insurmountable odds. 6-3, and a significant lead now slowly gathered by Team Mortal as they have the lockdown, the showstopper, and the nightfall at their disposal. They can yet again choose to commit to this ace site and guarantee themselves at least a very good chance of getting that first pick on the back of these utilities.
Yeah, about utilities, man. It's also about the tenacity and just the sheer willpower of these players. Insurmountable odds, yet they make something happen. Skills now with the 2 to the force equipped. Doesn't land the first shot, but he's still got many of his teammates present in the location who still can't do anything. My god. Finally, Skills puts the killing spree of Marzel to an end, but Hellranger has already swung around from the backside, and that makes things even more difficult. Zephy with the near impossible task to kill the captain of Global Esports, now having to go around the other side. Vibor escapes with the spike at the cost of his teammate's life, but he's got enough time to plant and reposition.
That Seeker, though, is going to expire, so it's going to give Vibor the opportunity to reposition and to envision this clutch. Look at the rotation. that is being committed right now. Both the players are trying to come in through hookah. So Vibor, his timing here is going to be of the essence. It's about when he's able to take this peak without getting engaged by both the players at the same time. And his watch out at the wrong time. He forces the fight. Oh, Vibor tries his very best. Knew that there was a ticker ticking before he hits the coffin. And sadly, so did his nerves.
Thrifty.
Turning the odds, turning the economic tables. By pulling off this thrifty round, they haven't caused too much damage to Mortal's economy, but they've definitely boosted their own. At this point, both Snax and Skills will have extra money left in the bank after they buy their weapons, which means in case something goes wrong, they can still drop their teammates in the next round. And this would be like the worst time to have an economic meltdown, right? Just 2 rounds left into the half. If you go in for an economic meltdown now, you are gonna guaranteed relinquish that round to your enemies, and you don't want that happening. Not
Actually,
at
the
this
worst time
stage.
is in the second half, bro.
Oh yeah, that's even worse. That's even worse.
Dodges the Prowler here, Marcel. He gets a little bit of information that there is at least a semi-aggressive stance to his Shars. And it's a similar strategy to what we've seen them do in the past, right? Pick and split across the map, get information, root out aggression. They've not been rewarded with anything as of such, although they have made a significant discovery. Look at that backstab that's in picture right now. Zefe gets the kill actually on the boosted player, which sort of makes this a doable ask. We've seen 2 versus 4s before, so 3 versus 4 is certainly not at the picture, although it's extremely difficult.
Although, hold on, there's gonna be one player who can make a big difference, and that is gonna be none other than Lightning Fast. He's already denying the post-plant positions. Get the kill on the Vibor as
2v2.
well. There's literally no place to
Marcel!
plant, and Mortal still gets that plant down. It's fine because he's already cornered. The nade will do plenty of damage. Mortal will be forced to
Lockdown.
go back towards the left-hand side. And now with the showstopper, he's scared. He can't even come out. Here he
gonna get-
goes.
No, what? Oh, okay, he used that for movement. Okay, he just wanted to flex. Understandable.
No, I mean, you gotta check both areas, right? Where the turret is. I mean, if you planted the turret over there, you might still be towards Shah's. And if you're not, I've still got you cornered.
Yeah, he does the deed. And that round, again, very nearly fleeted away from them. So they better be a little cautious. Marzel is being an absolute menace in those post-plant situations. And don't you think that ever since they've, stopped the judge plays on Zefe and started playing a little more pick reliant, they've stopped finding as much initial success, which is what's giving them a problem right now. And again, that judge play failed a couple of times, hence they stopped it. So it's not like they did a bad
Yeah,
thing
you
stopping
can't
it.
repeat it all the time. Zephy's been doing that way too often. Oh, whatever Lightning Fast can't do, Shivy definitely will. Takes over for his teammate, tag teams out, and gets that kill. At least Vibo returns the favor on the other side of the map, but with this situation turning into a 4v4, the advantage lies with the attackers. Bind is very difficult to defend with only 4 people. Each one person will have to guard an entire area by himself. Mortal has committed the lockdown to its VA side, but Shivy, he's so competent. He might not be able to get out. Okay, he just does it in the nick of time, but that's forced out the entire site to be open. But that's not even where the spike is headed. The spike's still headed towards hookah.
Okay. Not a classic fake per se. No use of the TPs whatsoever. Oh, Vibor! Vibor! This could be a brilliant play! They forced the face! They forced the face, and Vibor, they walk into his embrace. The nade, it's gonna put a momentary stop to the plant, and the utility allows the push.
Spike planted.
Nice timing found by Lightning Fast, but not the kill. This is still a very doable 2 versus 2 until Vibor gets totally destroyed by that peak. No flash to go in for the dry peak. They hear his footstep, but the satchel, oh, that was disgusting.
Well,
Almost
you know
went hand Lightning Fast to tissue. Yeah.
No. Forget about the tissue, man. It's Shivy who needs a cloth napkin now because his arms are sweaty. my goodness, this man just picked up the gun and chose violence. Got a kill towards every part of the map. One on Shah's, one on A side, one on the B side, and one as you try to defend the spike diffuser. Just doing everything by himself.
One-man army. Now,
Woman army in this case because, you know, Fade.
okay, makes sense. I mean, it's 2022, my bad. But, you know, this is the most even half we've gotten throughout the entire tournament. And it's in the first map of the grand finals. You can't even say any team is going to be, you know, comfortable at this point. Because either of them have a story of winning and then losing and now having to fight for a little bit of vengeance. Oh, the tank! This is why I hate the ghost grips. Absolutely hate it. Well, that kill there has given somewhat of an idea to Team Mortal that it might be a hit towards A, and I think that's the mindset of Team Snax. They want to capitalize on that. They want to see if they find anything more. Hell Ranger is just, yeah, he's just toasted by Mortal.
Well,
It's like almost it's like Mortal's almost playing Clash of Clans from time to time.
what are you saying? More importantly, what is Zeffy doing? He's nutty. Oh my god.
The first frag was, yeah, I'm like, cool, bro, that's understandable, you know, Sheriff versus Ghost, but these close range fights, dude, this is where, you know, the Sheriff sort of has competition in the pistol. This is the only place where it's vulnerable, per se.
Yeah. But keep in mind that Zeffy has only 8 kills, and all 8 of those kills have been the most, I'm lacking the word over here, the most toxic ones, because 2-3 of them have been judge kills, and then you got like a triple kill with the Sheriff this time, so yeah. I mean, it doesn't always frag.
See, we're all human. We're all human.
That's okay. It's okay to have
is
bad
what it
games,
is,
especially
my
when you
friend.
outperformed in the last one, and you're still going in for this time as well. A Prowler, followed by the Satchels. Almost nothing could stop this man except for Snax's Ghost. But hey, even in this 4v4, he's gathered so much information. He's now figured out that literally every single attacker is towards Link. And that gives the room for
They swept
Kappa
Pyro.
to push out from below, and Marcel just sprays them
Mamma
down.
mia.
A.
He got triple peak, but he still survived.
Yeah, this is gonna be a fun game. So, not only do we get Marcel with this crazy shenanigans, but yeah, this defense is gonna be a thing and a half. With Zeffy's able to get his satchels in the proper timing. Like, even in the previous round, he almost did it to perfection. Skills was just minor step ahead, hence the retreat. This guy almost feels like a Neon, dude. Like,
I
think
swear to God, I swear. I was just gonna say that. The way Lightning Fast Satchels, he gets both length and height as he goes across, and he does it to cover distance, you know. But not Zeffy. He just does it to get momentum across an angle and swing way wider. Almost like a Neon sliding to get the super wide peak. Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, and the Seer could have gotten a better combination with the nade, but that doesn't matter as there is still the satchel movement that's on Lightning Fast that enables him to make the distance but not the kill. Trade goes evenly for now, although Mortal with a brilliant frag on a Hell Ranger, and Vibor is there to hold the line. Marcel, as usual, cleans up.
Their elite agents.
And
I'm starting
buddy
to
boy,
worry you.
this is a worrisome position if you are a supporter for Team Snax, because walking into the second half, I assume, okay, Team Snax would be able to at least post a rebuttal on the buy, but it just seems like it fell away from them so quick. They didn't have any contingency for the round prior.
I think what they did in this buy round was the contingency. It was different from the plan that they had in the pistol. On destroyed gives a bit of location of at least 2 people over there. So they have a fair idea that the members of Team Snax have no choice but to play a slow default of sorts. And the moment they try to peek out of the smoke,
Dude.
Zeffy is just ready over there. He's so snappy, so sharp. So
This-
precise, he's gonna strike thrice right into
My
the face of
goodness.
Snax. He's on the verge of getting the ace, but Hellranger, oh no, Marzel, he denied the ace. No problem. That was a stylish round from his behalf. Nobody even took like a bullet worth of damage.
Yeah, dude, Zephy should be working at like, maybe a juice shop because he's an absolute juicer. What are we seeing, dude? These are just
Yeah, uncharacteristic frags.
not
Coming from a
uncharacteristic, I think of this and I'm like, dude, he's obviously smurfing, or dude, this is obviously like the first game of a tournament, which is an open bracket tournament or whatever. Doesn't feel.
Yeah, except it's like filled to the brim with the pros of India, and this 14-year-old prodigy is just showing them the door.
Kind of reminds me of how Monsi is looked at in CS.
Yeah, Monesi from CS, yeah. He gives me exact same vibe.
I think the closest analogy in the same field. Well, the commitment, it was fruitful to some extent. They get area control, but at a cost. The cost of their teammates' lives. So, with Zephy being tagged so low and with him having the showstopper, I think this is a very smart call. They want to try playing the post plant here, right? You'd let them boil the time down. The Seekers is going to get additional information and time. This is brilliant. Look at the flank. Oh, how did he even make his way there? The party was well denied. And now this double stack towards Shaw's better pay off. Otherwise, Vibor needs to come up clutch.
Usually, this double stack on showers prevents the plant from happening, but it is only relevant when you have heaven control, and this time they've got it. Vibor on the backstab will be taken care of. No, I take my words back. He's demolishing everybody, and whatever Lightning Fast did to capture map control, it's all gone down to waste.
He's
hurt
spotted it.
Mortal. Yeah, he's hurt Mortal. Come across the right side, but he wants to peek to his showers first. There's nobody over there. The wrong call made. But hey, for the first time, it seems like Team Snax had a chance. And that chance was taken away instantly. We've seen so many times when in professional leagues, whenever a defender team loses control of a site, they try to make do by taking control of showers instead. They don't want to lose showers control and the site at the same time. So as long as you have one of those, the retakes become slightly easier. And this time, not only did they have showers control, but they also had one person coming in from the backstab. And that was super, super amazing, because you can only take heaven control in a certain number of rounds. Once you got that, things become a little easier, so you can cut off rotations. But there was nobody coming in from the standard avenues, and there's nobody coming in from A shot this time either. Zephy made sure of that. Lightning Fast wants to make a smoke play. Marzel will detect him while he does so.
Yeah, and now Zephy playing around the smoke. This is, yeah, some smoke on smoke action. Again, the shenanigans that you can't see coming, right? That you normally don't see coming when you see these names on the server. Well, it's a refreshing change. Zephy almost got that satchel movement down to perfection. I mean, he kind of did. Hellranger just cracked to some different level. Still won't save his life though. 12-6. A huge deficit is what divides these teams. And a very, very... how do I say?
Dominant.
A very, very...
one-sided. I'm falling short of objectives over here. Like
They
a
have
biased
not
half?
lost a single round in the second half, bro.
Exactly.
So I'd say a very, very unthinkable half. I didn't assume this is going to be the state of the finals with 24 kills on the board.
Absolute madman. Definitely lining them up. Almost knocking them down too. The orbital strike forces them back. This might just prompt Zephy to peek into the orbital strike. What is this guy? I'm done. OG, I'm done. Take over.
Yeah, I mean, Zephy is like, hold my beer right now, so he still finds a kill on skills. This guy, man.
Somebody sign him up. Global Esports are going to need stronger retainers to keep this man, because he's going to be in
retainers and
massive
lawyers.
demand.
Yeah, for sure. This is a very, very... This is a very, very scary prospect for anybody else in the T2 or the T3 scene as they're competing to of Southeast Asia for now. But this B-side being left vacant is the only opening they'll find, and it's something that, Team Mortal are like, you want to take it. Take it. We'll see what you can do with it then. Because They clearly don't want to contest. They can take elbow control and
Planted.
easily retake this site. But I say easily.
Yeah,
With a grain of
that's
salt.
that's doubtful. I don't think that's the right adjective I would use to describe it. The first point of contact, Snax, checked out, crossed out,
They're holding
no
out.
problem. But now
is
the
smart.
problem begins. Everyone is towards Zelpo. There's nobody towards long, and they don't anticipate this. Shivi,
Mortal.
okay, that was a bit weird, but no problem because she's
Half
still on
stick.
the move.
Half stick. This guy is covering him like an absolute Chad. Oh no! They win it like this. Zephy can't believe himself. Kappa's laughing himself out. Mortal is like, ha bro, ho gaya. I think you need to pet his doggo or something along that lines. He looked at a little bit of urgency. Hell Ranger is just taking it with a grain of salt. In fact, I think in the middle, Marcel kind of poked at Hell Ranger. He's like, Bovin! Or something along that lines in all chat.
Yeah, that was when
So-
Hellranger ran out of his bullets on the bulldog. But
Lovely. Lovely. I mean, he runs out of bullets, we run out of words. Oh, but the excitement never runs out.
Hellranger running out of patience. We've been talking about Zephy so much, we literally forgot that Vibhor is the guy who's dropping the most amount of frags. So while Zephy will be the one charging in with lightning fast speed, pun intended, and while he distracts everybody and draws all the fire towards him, Vibhor comes in and trades everybody. Zephy's
More
got
than
more
trades?
first bloods. He's got 7 first blood and 19 kills. Meanwhile, Vibhor has 6 first bloods and a hell lot of trades. 26 frags.
So in my opinion, more than trades, I think Vibor was more instrumental as a sole player who's in charge of not only Rat in terms of rotation for the post plant, but also having to recover what the initial entries drop. Like, mind you, there were a lot of rounds initially on the attack where Zephy was not able to make use of his judge towards Lams. He instantly goes down. There used to be another player that goes down alongside it, and Vibor used to be the one who used to always prime himself in the recovery mission. Even in the 1v1, he tries to play things as securely as humanly possible. So with him getting 26 frags, I'm not surprised whatsoever. But what I am surprised by is the amount of deaths that Vibor has. He has 26 kills and 6 deaths.
6 only.
Oh, he's died the least in the server and he's fragged the most. So
He's died the least in
Yeah.
the tournament in this game. Nobody else has
True.
such few deaths in the entire tournament.
yeah, somehow people get killed more Spike Rush, and there's not even 6 rounds in Spike Rush. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that is true. That is absolutely true.
So yeah, and mind you, it is Vibor playing against Shivi, Lightning Fast, Hell Ranger, Skills, and Snax. So it's not like he's doing it with anybody who's maybe not touched the game in a while or not playing for a team or anything. Legit playing against half of GE.
I mean, to give him some credit, there is Kappa on his team. Kappa is the most experienced man on the GE roster, so maybe he can reveal a couple of tricks. But then again, in a bug setting like this, for you to outperform all your peers and people who you've been competing against since a long time,
Yeah.
it just is such a massive boost in confidence. Especially everything that's been going on in Vibhor's life, like on a personal level, all the changes in his team and whatever roster shuffles that OG is going through right now. This
True.
is a testament that Vibhor can still compete at the highest of highest levels.
You know, I also have another analogy, but it's not going to be the way you imagine it, okay? So,
afraid of it.
the storyline that follows not only Zephy, but also Kohli is kind of similar to Skills and SK Rossi with their journey to the team.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Gotta
you're
beat
right.
them to join them. And, well, at least in the case of both these individuals, they've shown that they can flirt with the best that G has to offer and still hold their own in the ballet.
Yeah. And in the highlights, you will see the beginning of the second half, which is basically the beginning of the end. Everything after this point is nothing but a highlight reel. Sometimes coming from Muzzle, sometimes coming from Zephy, mostly coming from Vibhor. But Zephy got the most style points, I would say.
Oh, 100%, dude, 100%. If this was a competition for style, I think the panel would be fired if they give him anything else but 10.
Yeah. Have you ever played Devil May Cry? There's the style meter on it, that goes A,
I've
B,
seen
C,
gameplay,
S,
but
double S, triple S, stuff like that. So yeah, this guy is definitely going to score sensational on that meter.
oh, isn't that something that's there even in like games like Batman or something where there's that combat system, the melee combat system?
It gives you style points, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
so-
there in a lot of melee games, but yeah, that's the thing about those single-player campaign games and multiplayer competitive titles like Valorant. In single-player games, you can look like a hero while doing all the stylish shit, and you are the hero. Over here, you have real people, experienced people playing against you, and if you're still behaving like the protagonist of a mass shooter, then, buddy, you are A, either very talented, or B, nobody knows what to do in the server, and I certainly don't think the latter is the case. Oh my god.
In all
Vibor and
honest-
Zephy just stepping up and not just stepping up themselves, but raising the bar.
Oh, 100%, dude. And in my opinion, I feel like with the way this entire tournament shapes up, I hope that Team Mortal wins it. And at least in the current market, somebody who can offer meaning picks up Vibor. Because Vibor, ever since he left VLT, it's kind of saddened me that the setup player of VLT, not necessarily the brains or the bronze, but I think the binding glue that keeps that roster together and that theory together. Once he departed from there, his time in Orangutan, it went relatively well considering his performance, but the team certainly had different expectations, and we might not never know the true reason or the definitive answer to it, but he's still in a position of doubt, right? For a talent this good, for somebody so consistent, and for somebody who has a very strong understanding of fundamentals, I hope for his sake that the 2023 season, the big season that all of us in South Asia are looking towards, is a place where he can thrive and he finds a team that supplements him as much as he supplements a team.
Absolutely nutty performance from Vibor. He wasn't getting the style points, not by any stretch of the imagination, but he was the one who was the most consistent, always showing up when the situation calls for him, always answering when he is summoned.
One
Just-
more funny storyline that I think that we just, dived past is the fact that Marzel and Hellranger used to be ex-teammates back in old
yeah.
games. I think it was Entity where both of them used to play together
Yes. Yes.
all the way back in the day, dude. And so much mutual respect between the players who live in that era, right? I think I still remember the amount of appreciation Kappa got as it was Global Esports playing in LCQ.
Mm-hmm.
And to see the kind of experience he has and
Yeah.
the kind of plays that he pulls off. If you remove the name, I'd almost think it's a new guy who's just cracked beyond expectation and is having a good day. But to live at that level for so long and to continue delivering for one of India's best
Exactly.
teams.
Exactly. I mean, if Zephy makes plays like these, I wouldn't be surprised, because he's a young star. The youngsters are supposed to have better aim, better reflexes, and everything. And as you get older, it's just human. It's just human nature. You don't have the reflexes anymore. What you do have is a shit ton of experience and a lot of foresight. That's what Kappa brings to the table, and that's exactly why he's called the clutch power. Him clutching out stuff in the LCQ, the APAC LCQ, is what got him that nickname.
Not to mention the years of experience prior as well. A very, very well respected.
Years of experience prior to that. I mean, I was 13 years old when I first saw him in a tournament in CS 1.6. He must have been my age at that time. Wait, no, not my age. Whatever. I'm 25 now. I saw him when I was 13. So yeah, do the math. Like 12 years ago, I saw him playing at the highest level at that. So to maintain yourself at the highest level for so long, it's just ridiculous. Kappa, Zephy, Vibor, Marzel, and Mortal.
We have
all of
Haven
them.
though. So
Yeah.
this is the fun part, bro. Finally, we're gonna get a change of scenery. Let's go. I mean, we had Icebox, but I want a little more. I'm a spoiled kid.
Of course you are. Of course you are. Team Mortal, they lead the charge by a massive margin. I mean, not giving up a single round in the second half definitely sends a loud and clear message to Team Snax that they better bring their A game onto Haven. Otherwise, this is going to be a quick 2-0.
True. Haven being the pick of Team Snacks. So we'll need to see if they're able to pick up the pieces where they dropped short here in Bind. And in all honesty, with that first half, I had expectations, but that second half, they barely found anything, right? That could be a situation where they didn't really prepare for this map. I'm trying to think, I'm trying to think of excuses, but even that's not valid because they just played that before. So I don't know, man. I'm just trying to theory craft here. It could be a game where they'd be like, guys, not really going our way. Let's just G next. Seen that happen in the past. And
But okay, hold on. Now I have some theory crafting, material of my own. Bind, heavily momentum dependent. In Haven, sure, the momentum can help you get across the finish line, but it is possible for a team that's losing to reset. There's a lot more options available in Haven, so whether you play
True,
aggressively
true.
or passively, it doesn't really matter all that much because at the end of the day, you can pick up the pace anytime you want. In Bind, if you lose the pace at the start, you're kind of left in this awkward no man's land where if you fall back, you would just end up giving up everything that you've worked so hard to acquire. And if you
And
continue
lose.
pushing on without cover, then you risk getting killed before you even have a chance to plant. In Haven,
Exactly.
that awkward no man's land doesn't exist. There is a chance to reset, which is something that I think the members of Team Snax were lacking over here. Maybe in Haven that will change.
Yeah, so the reason why it happens, in case you're new to Valorant, is the fact that in a map like Bind, it's so wide open, the A site, where if you don't have cover, you're essentially dead. If you
By
have
cover, you mean
cover,
smokes and utility.
smokes, utility, and people actively covering you with the guns, because
Yes.
you can't smoke off and then plant because you just get spammed, right? So you need to have avenues to fight and you need to block off avenues where they can reaggress. So if you don't hit that timing window, like you said, you'll be in the middle of no man's land. And considering the kind of talent that we have on the server, it'll barely be a millisecond before you bite the dust and bite the bullet.
Exactly.
So you need to be very calculated with your approach. And meanwhile, when you look at Haven, every single site has nooks and crannies. Every single site has abilities to set up multiple crossfires from different positions. And more importantly, the ability for you to choke with utility is still there. So there's a three-dimensional cake of goodness in Haven. And I think that's the appreciation that we can show for it. Because regardless which side of the cake you're at, you'll always have some whipped cream.
Exactly. And while I don't agree with the cake analogy necessarily, I do agree with the 3-tier system. Okay, because in Haven, if let's say you're on the attacking side, you start pushing out A. By any chance, if it doesn't work for you, you can always fall back. And sure, you will be giving up the A side, but there's still B and C available for you. Those options in Bind get taken away the moment a single person from the defensive team starts pushing up close and gets to Link. If they get to Link, your avenues of retreat are gone, done and
Yeah.
dusted. In Haven, there's still multiple avenues you have available, and based on the placement of your initiator utility, especially if you have like a Fade or a Sova, you can still make calculated plays.
Yeah,
So
true. And Bind is also, Haven's always been that map which kind of encourages you to think a little outside the box, right? We get to see a decent bit of variation in our region on a map like this. We have teams who are set strong in their way. There are some teams that like to play this aggressively with the Jet. There are some teams that like to play this execute style with something like an Astra Breach combo going alongside, let's even say, single duelist composition. They might be comfortable with something like a race that can make space and cause a little bit of area clear with the utility. So
yeah,
there's different ideologies that can still be in play, and that's what I'm looking forward towards, because there's a lot of players here who have individual ideology that when it clicks, they can go ham, and that's all that's required in a tournament like this.
exactly. You also gotta consider the fact that uh, I saw this interesting stat in one of the patch notes that was recently given out, and it wasn't exactly a patch note. It was just like devs insight to Riot. It came out like some last week, and this interesting stat that if there is a Breach, Neon, and a Brimstone in the same team, and if they are well coordinated, they, if you play them well, they have a win rate of 87%.
Wait,
80
what?
bloody 7%
Really?
together. If you combine them together and if you play them well, 87%. That's ridiculous. In a game where 50% itself is considered a big number, 87 is off the charts. And this is not me speaking. This is Riot devs themselves telling this. So
I mean, I'm so glad that you're saying this in the English stream, because if this was in the Hindi stream, I'd probably have like so many bad games coming up. Hence, again, a good reason why I'm taking a break. But yeah, I think of that combo and I want to run away, but you can't run away from a neon, can you?
You can't. She's gonna chase you to the ends of the earth. Speaking of chase, we have Mortal chasing the trophy. Team Snax snapping at his heels, hoping to catch up. And ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin with map number 2 of the grand finals of Penta Esports All-Stars Showdown Valorant, partnered with Trinity Gaming, Thug, and Loco. For those of you just tuning in, Team Mortal has already secured victory on the first map on Bind. They've won 13-6, and now we are going into Haven. If Team Mortal wins this, they win the tournament. If Team Snax win this, we go to map number 3, Ascent.
Dude, this is gonna be so fun. That jet-to-jet battle that I teased in the pregame, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Zephyr taking on Lightning Fast head-to-head. It's gonna be a thing of dreams, I think, for Zephyr, because now he has a chance to straight up prove his worth. Of course, nobody really doubted it, but he can more than marginally increase his value. Standard draft, in my opinion. I think this double initiator lineup is pretty sane. And on the other side, we have a double initiator, but you have the Sova Breach. Here you have the Sky Fade. So we're gonna have 4 different initiators on this map. They've opted in for different sentinels as well. It's only the Jet and the Omen, which is the commonplace between both teams.
I've kind of become very against Killjoy on Haven. Partially because every team that picked up Killjoy on Haven and VCT champions just kind of got demolished. But then again, this is not VCT.
I mean, yeah, I was gonna say the same. I'm like, there are these people that you meet in game who only pick what happens in VCT. Not the case, bruh. That happens because it's so coordinated up there, you know. Even the smallest the margins can make a sizable difference. Sure, you can have a flash, you can have a phantom, you can peek wide into 3 classics and you'll still get tapped. So, good luck with logic, buddy.
Yeah, logic will probably just go out the window. Hopefully, this game is gonna fly right off the window too, because Team Snax, they are going in for a really fast one. Fault line across the default boxes should stun anybody, but the Paranoia slows them down momentarily. The Dark Cover doesn't let them engage to the back of site, which makes it a difficulty to plant. But the moment they get into the smoke, Skills and Hellranger ready to welcome them with open arms, as the only embrace they'll be getting is death.
And that was a swift round. The amount of utility that these members had to walk through was... I don't think I have enough fingers and time to even count that out. The chaotic backside situation. I think that for the sake of, you know, the cover, it could have been so much more well played by Team Mortal there. But those smokes kind of worked against them, as they were not ready inside the smoke to maybe deliver that punish. Perhaps there it could have been a different story altogether. Now they're heading the A side, where no defenders lie in wait. They have a chance to take this, and in a clinical fashion as well in that.
Okay, look at the rotations. They're already being pulled towards the A side. There's also a backstab on the way. They need to plant this as soon as possible because the retreat window is non-existent. Never mind. Who needs to retreat when you can press further into the attack?
Exactly. Make them retreat. Mentality, bro. That's what defines you.
Oh my god. He's
Thank
going
you,
right in. Mortal trying to go for the reload on the Stinger, and that's when disaster strikes. They lose 2 members in the pistol and in this round, but both the rounds were just so blitzkrieg, so quick.
I know, right? The pacing shown by Team Snax is somewhat reminiscent of just an execute style, right? It feels like we're seeing them in a practice server. It's like we're seeing them practice the execute. And of course, there was nobody there, so it almost looked like a practice session. Now they have to face off against the big guns and what could be a 3-man push from outside B. They dodged that initial flash, but they still are interested in taking this fight. Zephyr, brilliant fight that he got to take with that Spectre at range. Made it almost look like a Phantom, and Vibora just draw and play off his aggro. Finally gets put to bed though, but look at this control that's obtained by skills.
The Tink did way less
He's
damage than I thought it
pushing?
would, but there is a flanker to kill the other flanker. Hellranger finally puts this flankception to an end. And that
Flankception.
leaves Marcel all alone on the A side. No, seriously, if Zephy was able to get the kill onto Snax over there, it would have ruined garage control for them. And if he somehow accounted for Hellranger, then the insurance policy would have been gone too.
Yeah, that's an ideal world, however, and not the world that Team Mortal are going to live in, at least at the moment. They're still yet to touch Euphoria on this map, still yet to even hit a point. So, what's the change up here? They try to do something a little gimmicky in the round prior. They try to take aggression, and they traded off each other well enough. It's just that this mid-round was so unpredictable. I don't think you could have seen some of these rotations coming. Yeah, Marcel just spotted Hellranger there. So they have information. Marcel should be able to save his weaponry. But they better try thinking of neat little counter. I think right now you just take a couple of sheriffs and take some low percentage fights. See if you can get the ball rolling. But when it comes to the buy round, you just give your Jet the op and allow that Jet to get that first initial pick.
I wonder if that op is also going to help them at all. Zephy with the op was phenomenal in bind, but they don't even have the economy to go for anything like that, lol. At this point, the broken buy that Team Mortal has is all that they will be able to get for the next 2 rounds, and it's not like they have a choice. They must fight them. Otherwise, they'll end up giving way too much momentum to Snax and his spirits. Oh
Okay.
my goodness, Shivi just
Instant
taps
deny.
away Kappa, the one person who could have made a difference. Zephy still has the Vandal over here, but he dashes back to safety, but without getting a kill. After
That was
all is said
crucial.
and done, the one element of surprise that Team Mortal still had going for them was the fact that Snax and his teammates were not aware about the buy that was there. Now they are, and they're going to be extremely careful about this then.
They have deployed cover in such a fashion where it's possible for these Spectres to still be a little lethal. Look at that, they have cover from within sight. Look at Marcel. He can prove to be a big problem, and he's done. Oh no, I jinxed him!
It's okay, OG, that's what you always do. The curses exist. And you've been sort of like a wizard for that. But speaking of witchcraft and wizardry, Mortal and Zephy are gonna need nothing short of magic to bring this round back, which obviously isn't gonna be possible. A Hero Vandal was purchased by Zephy, which means his personal economy is gonna be down the dumpster, but at least his teammates can trade him. At least those guys can buy. So it's gonna be yet another broken buy again? Risky.
Yeah.
At least on a positive note, Marcel and Mortal are only like 1 point away each from their ults.
Yeah, and Zephy is able to invest into a gun, but not his ideal gun. He has a Bulldog.
Still
So
better
he's
than
gonna
nothing.
be playing close, maybe to his garage. Yeah.
If he gets 1 kill and then dies, he's gonna have his blades in the next round, which
Oh, that
obviously is
siege was
amazing.
so nice. It held, I think, 2 to 3 people in place.
Yeah.
A lot of information. Now the Rolling Thunder might be out, but nobody in position to punish Marcel just yet. There is reinforcements, however. Kappa has already made his way through spawn rotation, but he fails on the spray. Marcel, though, delivers the double, and oh my god, lightning fast, a monstrous flick. That can't be the case to save the round, though. How much can one man do? Well, the answer is Marcel can do a little more than what lightning fast could.
Woo! What a swing out from Marcel, just holding on to this era like an absolute Chad. He ducked into cover for just a moment so that they didn't clear him later on, and then he struck at the perfect moment, striking while the iron's hot.
So they get that first round on the board. Finally, a bit of good fortune hitting their books. Although their economy is not really in the best of positions, Zephy's going for that stinger. And yet again, they plan maybe a hit towards A. So Recon to clear the further side along, so Marcel can still play this off angle comfortably, but he chooses his timing brilliantly. Impeccable play. Because they saw that coming, they still tried to counter it, and they weren't able to do jack.
Jack. These guys are gonna need a jackhammer, and lightning fast is nothing short. Off one, ducks back into the cloud burst to get momentary cover, but Marzel is just an anchor, solid, dug deep into the site, not letting anyone through. That's the performance we needed from Mortal and Friends. That's the performance we needed from Marzel to save his team from certain death. But Vibhor overextends. Hellranger now trapped. And you can see Zephy's going for the knife. He's toying around with him.
What a...
Marzel uses the opportunity to finish him off.
This is that one annoying guy in the server that you just want to try and, you know, avoid in future matchmaking, dude. The kind of shenanigans that he comes up with. If you're even semi-serious in playing, this is bound to tilt you.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. For sure. But then again, this wasn't supposed to be one of those serious tournaments now, is it? It's
Exactly.
turning into a serious one because the level of performance we've seen from these people is phenomenal. But then again, Zephy keeps things fresh. Marzel is on a roll. Man's reached 11 kills already. Most of it coming from the multi-kills that he acquired in the last few rounds. Those 2 rounds were essential for getting his team the 2 rounds that they now have. If it wasn't for him, then I'm pretty sure that this would have been a 6-0 lead.
Skills finding a brilliant entry towards that B side. Is Marzel going to be uncleared though? Yes, uncleared, undeterred, and untamed. Man advantage. Now claimed as Mortal claims his kill as well. Zephy trying to make a quick play, has the right click of the knives. If he fancies it, gets a brilliant shot onto boost the player, but not able to do more. Marzel, why do you need to even do more? Like, honestly.
Holy shit, Marzel on fade is scary. I wonder where he was in the last map like this. 14 frags? While nobody else is on double digits?
Zephyr's BMing Snax. It's like, Upar dekho. What an absolutely salty kid, man. Even Snax is like, bhai, aisa mat maro.
Yeah, you're just reading out the chat for the audience right now, which is
Yeah.
fine. But yeah, I can feel both the talent and the desire to have fun in Zephy. What a refreshing person to look at.
I know,
Meanwhile,
right?
Marzel and his skills are... They're not only refreshing, but they're also reinvigorating.
I mean, the last person who was this young and talented and still had a good sense of humor to PM, I think it was Escuro. But,
Oh, yeah, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
nice shot from Skills. Deals with Marzel, who's been the biggest problem so far. Mortal. He tames Lightning Fast, who's not been in the best position as a Jet for the past few rounds. Kills on a tear! The triple! Still...
There's the reason Vibhor was falling back, but Zephy decided to continue the road which Vibhor was not willing to take. Obviously results in his death.
Okay, I think this should be heard, right? The play's still being made from before, however. Oh, the backstab. This is... okay, thank God that didn't happen. I assumed that they might go for a knife there. I sensed it in the water.
Mortal low on health.
He has the lockdown.
Mhm.
Do you think he'll make use of it?
Not in a situation like this. In
Time's
case
too
something goes
far-fetched.
wrong, Shivi still has the Hunter's Fury to break the lockdown. In fact, I think he won't even need to break it, given that Mortal's only got 30 HP. He's got a foot in the grave already. Yeah, they don't need to dig this grave any deeper.
So, the small spree of good fortune on the side of Team Mortal comes to an abrupt end. With the tenacity of skills on that round with the Story Force. Sheesh, this guy is something else when he's given the sniper. It's a shame that he's not given that much often.
Well, maybe that will change now.
Hopefully. They have the economy in their back pocket
Finally.
here.
Finally. At one point, Team Mortal and their economy was struggling, hemorrhaging internally, and now it's been fixed to some extent, but Skills wants to go for a dry peek onto Marzel. I mean, if Skills does it, it's understandable. He's a chamber, but Marzel on a fade, going ahead alone, without anyone to back him up, without any cover as well. Now that is incredibly ballsy, and it pays off. 15th frag for Marzel, and he's still got a lot more coming his way.
Yeah,
The ultimate that he just farmed, he should be able to push them back, and they've got a fair idea. Marzel's position deep towards sewers is going to give them an early warning regarding sound. So all
Yep.
he has to do is survive over here now because the backup has already arrived.
Okay, this is a 4-man defense at this moment. They've lost the timing window here. It's going to be very hard for Team Snax to find these engagements. They need to be smart and vigilant. Although Marcel, he really needed help from Kappa there to hold on. If they could have done it in tandem, there was a possibility of a big play being made.
Spike planted.
Mortal, a 1 versus 3. Seems out of the realms of possibilities. So he walks up heaven. But a hellish prospect lies ahead. It's gonna walk into either an off angle or a crossfire. It depends on which one first.
Yeah. It's almost like being stuck in purgatory. Which you'll be relieved from soon as Himura dispatches his head off into the nether realm. 6-3, we finally see Team Snax picking up some momentum. It was a pretty even scoreline in bind when the first half ended. It was 6-6, probably the most even that we have seen. But what followed after that was a complete and utter disaster as Team Mortal did not relinquish a single round in the second half to them. And that was when Team Mortal was on the attacking side. This time they're starting on defense. So it's reasonable that they are having, they're having to trail Team's attacks over here. Oh,
Look at
I see
Zephyr.
the smoke, and that I already see what's happening. So did Snax. He knew what was about to happen. He knew where he would be from. This smoke is very categoristic, very indicative of what's about to happen. But so many fights just taking place on mid, and the only thing that might go in the favor of Team Snax this time around is that this kill onto skills goes unchecked. Nice.
A very, very swift turn of affairs, because this was a crucial part of the game where if Team Snax allowed Mortal and Co to reset, they would have been at a very, very equal pegging towards the end of the first half. Yeah, now Team Snax are trying to make that a thing of the past. 7 rounds in the bag in the first half is already decent. Now they can stand a chance to gain a whole lot more. You just gotta hope that they are not the ones who get 9-3'd after this, right? Even if it goes that length. We have an operator.
If it goes the length, then I'm all for it. But Team Snax has already taken the lead in this half. Anything on top of this is a bonus. Snax and his friends now once again regrouping outside of mid, ready to hit garage, it seems. They have left Skills to the other side, and Skills does deliver as if he was caught mid-air. This could be the opening that they've been looking for, but the Danger Man model is right around the corner, and Skills dispatches him too. They've gotten kills towards Garage and towards A. Opportunities and options aplenty.
Vibor, the only person to even find a rebuttal, and he hears everybody through A short. His paranoia misses by a mile, and he needs to make a big play. Oh, the TP, not in the nick of time! This has costed him massively. He could have gotten a double, heck, he could have gotten even a triple. But the timing just not being his friend, and Mortal, yet again the last member surviving for his team as he eventually reaches the same conclusion. The last round of the first half, and the dominance just does not stop for Team Snax. At least on the attack, they've looked to be a very, very calculated force. Sure, they did drop a ball on a couple of occasions, but that's all fine. They've redeemed themselves beyond the margin of a doubt. The only question is if their defense is as well-rounded as their offense, which this tournament has a history of that being inconsistent. Is he trying to super dash or something?
I guess. He didn't find anything. Zephy knows exactly what's happening, but if he's able to get inside the smoke without getting detected, that would be great.
No. There is an alarm bot right here. There is.
Yeah, but still, somebody might just walk past. If he doesn't extend beyond this, then I think he should be able to get the kill on 2 Snax. Oh,
Okay,
never
now
mind.
that alarm bot's gone, now he has the window of opportunity, and nobody. Oh no! Oh, thank you, bro. He almost lets that one through his fingers. And now Zephy, he's got a no man's land. Has a person behind him, has a person ahead of him. Reset. Jesus H Christ, he just did that. Finally, Mortal uses the lockdown, and that forces the 100 Fury, which gives again opportunity for Vibor. All right. Shimmy was like, did someone just TP behind me? I don't know. Guys, did you hear anything?
Nah, I didn't hear anything.
Switching sides.
I am a hunter was just a bit too loud for him, I guess. But hey, bro, what on earth was that shot from Zephy onto Snax? Snax
know,
had him
right?
dead to right. Zephy even had a knife in his hand. And then he movements his way out. Just like strafe jumps to the right, slides out with the gun in hand, and pre-fires Snax's head. That was a round that Zephy was not supposed to survive. And then
Distance.
on top of that, Vibhor
Yeah.
getting the play, getting the TP on. Again, stylish as always.
Do you sense any kind of a comeback brewing?
Oh, definitely. Definitely. You know the pace that Team Mortal and friends can pick up on the other side. I mean, if they start playing fast, it would be literally difficult, literally impossible to stop them. But hey, they're being slow so far. They're being considerate.
Yep, they're taking information as well. Control of a short, dog through garage, control of mid in a passive way. So they've been evenly spread throughout the entirety of the map. And they're waiting for their chance to find an overextension, to find a pick, to then maybe play rotations and play the mid game a little more brilliantly. Oh, alright. This range, yeah, you do not want to mess with the ghost as much, although the double tap with the sheriff. It gives Lightning Fast his first kill and a very important kill, the kill on a Sephi. Man disadvantage, a two-man disadvantage in fact, as the numbers
we
are
can
still
thread
yet
the
to
needle.
turn.
There's no alarm bot to stop Vibhor's entry into the B side. He's actually threaded the needle. He might just be able to get the timing onto Hellranger, and they have
Holy
no
crap.
idea. Oh my lord, this is about to go horribly wrong. Hellranger's not prepared. He gets executed from the back, and now the other two people start swarming in from A shot. Shivy
should know.
has to make a difference over here. Pre-fires onto Marzil, falls back into long,
Oh,
and he takes
goodness.
Vibhor. There's absolutely nothing to stop this man. Mortal's down to just one bullet worth of HP, and Skills will find it. I feel
Gun.
so bad for Vibhor right now. Imagine he did all of that labor only for it to be taken away by Shivy and his awareness.
They didn't have plant, so that means they have lesser money walking into this. The ability to force is almost gone. They either force and commit to this or they eco. So they choose the latter. At least the majority of them do. It seems like Zephyr might be okay. He's going back to the sheriff. Another round where they split, pick, and watch out for aggression.
Okay, speaking of aggression, I think Lightning Fast can get past this. The smoke will not get the turret to be active, and he flicks onto Marzil. Yeah, the smoke was going to be a problem right from the beginning. We knew it, and that's why Marzil avoided it like the plague. But seems like that doesn't avoid him. Kappa now trying to force a fight against the Jet over there, but he walks into the shock dart. 5 HP left, whereas he should have been dead already. He's got a foot in the grave, soon to be buried by Lightning Fast.
Dirty. Lovely. Clean. Mortal.
my God.
Nice frag on a Shivy.
Spike down A.
So at least made it somewhat expensive. Vibhor has been given a small opening here. But he needs to make quick work of the opportunity that lies ahead, because Skills was an isolated frag. Now it's going to be a collective effort, and who needs a collective when you have Lightning Fast who's already dropping the heat.
This is the second time that Vibhor managed to get past the entrance of B side without being detected. I think this might prompt a change in the defensive setup of Team Mortal. In the defensive setup of Team Snax over here. You can't let that happen again and again, and that's exactly why a gadget has been placed at the mouth of B side, simply to stop Vibhor from sneaking through.
This is a very, very questionable position they're in. It's a long road to come back, but it has to start somewhere, right? Better it start on the buy round. And it doesn't start well with the buy round.
You jinxed it, OG. I can't even blame you for it. Lightning Fast is on fire this time. Whatever he lacked in Bind, he's making up for it. And then some more in Haven here. Marzil, though, needs to step up. He needs to channel the performance that he had on Bind once again and just heavy lift his team to victory. He's already doing the heavy lifting. He's already way ahead of his peers, but something is missing, and that seems to be the awareness of checking all your angles. Mortal and Vibhor left to their own devices. won't be able to do much. And they're just, dashing to victory.
Yeah.
Not stopping it.
It looks like we'll get a map 3 after all, won't we?
How can you avoid a game of Ascent?
I know, right? Exactly what I was
Every
gonna say. It's a
single
send,
game
dude.
in Penta Esports All-Star Showdown has seen Ascent.
I think it's for that stat that Team Mortal are, you know what? Let's just take it the distance, guys.
And if they do take it to Ascent, then this will be a revenge game.
Oh, yeah. It started on Ascent and it's gonna end on Ascent. Dude, that's lovely.
Ah, almost poetic.
I know, right? This could be the finishing blow. This operator.
Down A.
It's been an absolute problem for Team Mortal to deal with because so much of the initiator utility is being dodged. They've not been able to shut it down with the controller utility as well. Oh,
Skills had no idea what he was walking into. A trap was laid out for him. And this prompts even Snax to come in and help, maybe. But Hellranger's aware about the garage positioning, so he will take care of the immediate threat. But the other threat is lurking towards the A side. No! Lightning Fast got unlucky over there. He was scoped in the... And then the exact moment Marzel swings, that's when he unscopes. So, yeah, I can't blame that on anything but luck. But Marzel, he's gone more ahead than he should have. And this is going to prompt them to hit the brakes, maybe buy some more time.
okay. He bunny hops his way back towards the site where there's 2 nano swarms already on the spike. Does he play a one and done position or does he play a pivot? I think he's more than comfortable playing to the other side of the box. It allows him to pivot as well. That's assuming he gets the frag on a Hellranger. Yeah. Just,
I mean, from Hellranger's POV, that was a one and done. But Marzel, he can turn those kind of positions also into something that you can snowball off of.
5-11. What they couldn't do on their buy, they successfully pull it off in a force-ish situation. Now, it's almost to a point where it's do or G next. Because they're not in a position to die yet. So don't worry about that.
Yeah, they've got a couple extra lives.
Okay. Spotted, I think, at least 2 players, but the utility should essentially confirm that it's an overwhelming commitment towards the side. Zephy is just having a field day. The support, the utility that aids him on the entry, alongside that lockdown, they want to force out this Hunter's Fury, don't they? Looks like they ain't gonna get it.
No, not yet. Is this gonna
That's
be a
fine.
save?
I think
it
that
should be a save, yeah. I mean, they've got plenty of rounds in the buffer. They've got decent enough weapons, and a 3v5 seems impossible anyway, so might as well just go for the next round.
Yeah, but the last time, a team hit 11 and weren't able to close it out, it was in the recent past. So, in fact, it was Team Mortal who had to, mount that comeback, if I'm not mistaken, right? My memory might be a little
Yeah,
faded.
you're right. Team Mortal mounting it against Team Scout, and then Team Scout almost mounting it against Team Snax, but not successful.
Yeah, so they need to kind of dig into their deeps. We've seen them do it in the past. Of course, this is the finals. This is map 2. It's not necessarily the highest stakes these tournament players have played in their life, but it's certainly a little bit more of a warmed up game, you might add, because every individual on the server is really, really on fire to some extent. Like, you can make that case about what? Lightning Fast, you can make it about skills. Shivy came well in a couple of rounds. Marzel's on 21. Oh, so smart, so smart. The size of this guy's brain, I want there to be a ruling scale for that. The quick play. Oh, he's not able to hit the flick. Zephy. Oh,
Wow,
he's making quick work of the plays. Hellranger quick on the deny as he had the flick all the way to the next side of his mousepad. Maybe his teammate's mousepad, in fact. 2v4. Another situation where Team Snax might be forced to save, and it's drop by drop that builds the ocean up, right? This is the drops that builds the comeback.
step by step, inch by inch, they close the gap This will be 11-7, and guess what, OG? Apart from the weapons that they carry forward in the next round, they won't have all that much money. There's $1,900 a piece. With the third round loss bonus setting in, they can afford weapons for just one last time. But then again, they only need that one last time to get to map point.
Look at Kappa silently on the hunt. There are two people here, both the players. If he gets even one, thank God. Thank God. If he'd have gotten anything apart from 0, I would have kind of okay. Seeing him die from a third-person perspective for some reason was so funny. I have no clue why, but yeah. Shoots
Well-
between them. Ooh, Saj.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The stakes are as high as they've ever been. If Team Snax wins this round, they will reach map point, which can force us to game number 3. If Team Mortal wins this round, then Team Snax is broke. They have no money, and an equalizer might just be on the cards. And it's none other than
They're in
Zephyr
fight.
who leads the charge. Dinks Hellranger already. Dash activated. Knows there's at least one person towards A-Link. Does he have anything towards C-Link? He's not really sure. The Trailblazer clears out Garage, followed by Zephy. And as they climb up, it's Zephy going on a solo reconnaissance mission. Although this reconnaissance mission might just turn into a
Thank
rebuttal
God.
mission, but he decides not to push the smoke. If he
Yeah.
did, it would have been instant death.
So it's a B play that they're trying to go for, and look at Hellranger's positioning. He's low in HP, but he's in prime position to set that Rolling Thunder up for that retake, and that's what we all have to look towards. If they play within sight, it's going to be a problematic thing for Team Mortal. Oh, the push! Kappa nearly lands himself the triple, and that's where Marzel picks up the pieces where his team drops it. The plant's going to be open as day, so they can defend it if they rotate through Garage and towards mid. Hellranger, oh, 80 HP, but he's still kicking, baby.
Oh my god, Team Mortal might have picked up the pieces, but Hellranger and Like Me Fast are picking up the pace over here. And as they have plenty of time
Nobody to
and
deny.
no Nano Swamps to deal with, they can easily go for the stick. They're expecting them to be towards the bottom of mid, with Hellranger going for the stick. Wibor makes a little noise cue, and that gives away the position with the Hellranger coming in for pre-fire. 12-7. It seems like we might be going to map 3 after all, but
Done to get close.
yeah, it got really close. Hold on though. We're not done yet. Mortal and his friends still have plenty of money, so they can force buy. It's not like they have a lot of rounds to spare, so they're just gonna have to give it everything they've got. Vibor's got the From the Shadows ready, but so does Snax. The only real ultimate that can make a difference in this round is gonna be Shivy's Hunter's Fury.
He's been saving it for a while.
Yeah, he's got it in the back pocket since a few rounds, and this might just be the time to unleash it. This could be the thing that confirms them the win. Oh, uncharacteristic miss from Lightning Fast, and Marzi
Yeah.
punishes him the second time again. Alright, then maybe this team is not done just yet.
I mean, this is becoming characteristic Marcel to some extent, right? He's been doing this for quite a while, and to some extent, he doesn't need to change what's not broke. Paranoia, pushing skills back, and it denies any kind of further aggression, which gives time for Marcel to let this lurk play work to perfection. He has a good idea that boosted player is going to try making a play from Garage. Well denied.
Placing swarm
They're re-aggressing towards the site. Is this the right call to even make? No!
think-
It
yeah.
falls apart!
I mean, they were re-aggressing because they felt that they needed to go ahead. Nano Storms were not available, so they had to go for the fight. But they're gonna stick it. Skills defends it. And that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We have GG. We are going to Ascent.
Okay. That is a very, very, very scary looking comeback that was in the making from Team Mortal. Luckily, that one round where Hellranger was able to find spectacular form arrived at the perfect moment for them to put the final nail on the coffin and send it packing all the way to Ascent, where our hopes, our entertainment, and the last map lies. Team Snax fighting back in this best of 3 grand finals to divide it. And with the way this tournament's going, I don't even know what to even expect anymore.
The reason why Team Mortal was able to have such a great Marzil, Zephy, and Vibo, all of them just stepped the hell up. This time it was only Marzil showing up. Meanwhile, Zephy and Vibor were no-show. Kappa was having probably the worst game of his tournament so far.
4 kills.
Only.
It's,
Yeah. It's
that was
hard
a
pill to
game
swallow.
that he really will want to forget. But in all honesty, with the way that Marzil played that game, man, oh man, was that a performance! Single-handedly putting his team in a very, very good position on the defense for those 3-4 rounds that they had consecutively. It's the only person who could give them momentum and hope. Sadly, yeah, wasn't enough. I like the performance coming in from both Zephy and Lightning Fast. Sure, it might be Lightning Fast to win out that Jet duel by a landslide, but I still liked the contribution that Zephy was able to bring to his team. He might have only had 10 frags, but I think we all remember every single one of them.
I think most of these frags were memorable. I also remember the flankception, which definitely threw me off for a bit. But after that, whatever followed at the hands of Lightning Fast and his friends, it was ridiculous. Marzil was the only one who could actually put up a semblance of defense. Meanwhile, everyone else was just crumbling at the hands of Hellranger and Lightning Fast. No contender. They just have to surrender that one.
Is there... See, for me at least, I feel like the first half could have made such a big difference for Team Mortal. I don't feel like their defense was how they intended it to go. They had a lot of open ends. They had a lot of opportunities to get way more. But you never really saw them capitalize. And a lot of that had to do with how they tried to play that mid-round. The utility deny alongside the setup was just too good, dude.
Well, speaking of utility and denial, there is one thing that I really want to point out over here, and that is how Lightning Fast just literally ignored utility. There was so many instances of him pushing up A long, and there was sometimes either a turret or like an alarm bot or something or the other to keep that in check. And he just ignored all of that, got multiple kills in multiple different rounds, mind you, and was still able to get away with murder and cold blood. So that's the kind of stuff that you can't allow to happen again and again.
Yeah, rounds like those as well. I'm not sure if his scroll wheel got clicked, if he just held space by mistake, but the timing and the misfortune of playing against a player like Skills was so quick on the punish. And this round, I mean, this game also kind of helped Skills wake up, right? I think that was in the first half where he got that triple with that Torre Force from window. Was certainly a statement and a half. This duo of Skills and Lightning Fast, both having the ability to just take raw aim duels with both the rifle and the operator, it's proving to do a toll on anybody who's on the offense against them. And even on the offense, dude, Skills has no problem whipping that Torre Force and putting it to good use.
I think that the force from Skills, it didn't really create as much impact as it should have. Of course, he was still doing phenomenally well, but I think his Vandal and his Phantom was so much more impactful because he was just pushing in whenever Lightning Fast was making space. With the 2 Force, he was still playing a little more conservatively, you know? So I would have liked him with or without it regardless, but the bigger problem over here was that they at least disrupted the flow of Vibor and Kappa. Kappa especially. I mean, every time he goes for a flash peek, he somehow still gets killed. Every time he tries to set his teammate up for success, he ends up dying himself, even though his teammate survives. So stuff like that is just really unfortunate. Sure, there were some pop-off moments where people like Zephy was able to get like multiple kills and all not, but that was not consistent. You can't rely on it.
True. That's something that you learn the hard way or you note from the get-go, right? There are players who are solely reliant on that opportunity for them to find success that it sometimes causes them to deviate from their fundamentals. Like how you play with your teammate in a mid-round situation when the numbers are low or the numbers are even. So things like those are what you need to keep in mind. And some of those misses that we did get to see created opportunities for brilliant plays. I just wish that they were able to play this post-ban teeny bit better. If they had a better plant, maybe this could have extended a little more. And who knows, we would have even had like double digits on the side of Team Mortal. Certainly a chance, because they've shown in the past that they can come back. So there's no point of questioning if they can. It's about when they can.
Huh. No, that's really well summed up. Really well summed up. Marzel, MVP of the match, unfortunately can't get his team across the finish line. Especially not when he's the only guy up there. Every other player underneath Marzel in terms of ACS and kills has been nothing but a member of Team Snax.
Yeah, true. And you talk about noticeable drop offs. Vibor had a pretty sizable drop off from map 1 to map 2.
Yeah.
Playing the same role, sure, different character on a player who had 35 kills and 6 deaths on map 1, having only 7 kills is certainly not the ideal outing. Of course, you do not need to. An ideal team doesn't really rely on its controller fragging the hell off, but it certainly makes the life of your team far more easier if you're able to share the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and this time the heavy lifting was just simply not in the capable hands of Kappa and Zephy. Sure, Zephy has 10 frags, but again, we've seen this guy do so much better.
Yeah, and as a Jet, you kind of have that responsibility to actively participate in getting first bloods and being your first line of offense. This time, you see Zephy bringing in 2 first bloods home, which is something that even Marcel was able to topple.
And then you have skills and both lightning fast with 5 first bloods each. Yeah, that is the true test of acid. 10 first bloods in total from their side. And like I said, if these guys get the first pick, they should have absolutely no problems getting through it. Getting through with the round and winning it.
Yeah, so now it comes down to one map. It comes down to Ascent. Considering the entire day, considering this best of 3, considering the 2 maps that we've already seen, do you have any kind of prediction? Not even a winning prediction, who's going to win? Not even that. Do you predict anything that, could go whack, that you're looking out for, that you think is going to be a big difference maker?
Yeah. I think there might be. I felt like there was a lack of trades on the side of Team Mortal this time around. Like, you see, last time, Zephy was the one creating space, dashing in and making the ballsy moves, and Vibhor was one following up. This time, Marzel did follow up, but Zephy wasn't able to make the impact. Vibhor was never in the right position at the right time. And way too many people were swinging through smokes. So you can't rely on smoke shenanigans all the time.
More, I feel like, especially with how it transpired on the defense, right? They never really were able to play off each other with the way their defense was set up. It felt like Marcel was holding his ground. The rotators try to come in and buy a little bit of time, buy a little bit of opportunity with utility. That, however, was immediately countered. And the way that it was countered as well was so swift that even I didn't see it coming. And we have the luxury of having the X-ray on.
Yeah.
So I'd say the main problem for them has been the defense so far. And again, it's Haven, right? For a team that's not really a team together, a team that's just coming together for the sake of playing, it's not a map that's very ideal to play. Haven historically is a map that, kind of tests how good your communication and your basics are as a team, because it relies on rotation, it relies on making split decisions, and it relies on having a very good setup to then make a very nice inroad to what you want your mid round to look like.
Yeah, exactly. But in Ascent, that's very different. In Ascent, there's not too much team play that you can do. There's not too much brain games that you can deploy. But if you exploit the timing windows well, then you can sneak into mid, you can sneak into tree very easily and get some crucial kills in those power positions. But other than that, other than getting those crucial power kills and, just sticking together, it only comes down to how well you trade. And honestly, that's something that can only come with all the members being ready to dive in. So going into Ascent, I expect this to be a heavy frag fest. I mean, I expect this to be more along the lines of a deathmatch than a competitive game.
Ah, wow. All right. So you think that it's going to be logic thrown the wayside, the gloves are off, and this is going to be the
No.
Wild
Forget
West?
logic, forget throwing anything. They're just gonna throw bodies. at the opponents.
Okay. I mean, it is a viable strategy, but again, it's again dependent on not only the draft but also the setup.
Yep.
If you have the potential to dive, maybe you throw in a raise and a jet together, or who knows, if you want to be creative, a euro and a raise together alongside the setup utility behind it. We've already seen the brilliance that Hellranger and Kappa are able to pull off on the initiators. So it's not very hard ask. It's still a very doable ask, and especially on Ascent, this is, like we said, a very staple map for every single player that plays Valorant. So this is how we end this entire tournament. It's going to be one glorified game of Ascent. And you know what? I think this kind of does justice to it. Instead of the All-Star Showdown, I think this should be the Ascent Showdown.
Yeah. I mean, everyone has been shining bright. So, yeah, stars really make sense over here. Speaking of superstars, uh, obviously the person who walks away with this is gonna get a shiny bounty of 2 lakh rupees. The second prize team will get like what 1,25,000.
Yep.
But more than any of that, I think it's mostly about bragging rights.
Cookie
Because
points. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, the content creators, the streamers, they're some of the biggest streamers in the country. So obviously money's no problem for them. But the pros, only some of them have anything left to prove. I mean, all the members of Global Esports have bigger things to look forward to in the future, especially with the franchising right across the corner. I think this should hopefully by the end of the tournament, hopefully two things are accomplished. A, people figure out that Shivi is back and he is indeed a damn good player. And B, Zephy gets, picked up
Picked
by
up.
as the full-time team player.
Exactly. You know, there's been a
If
lot
not
of
now, then at least in the next 2 years. I mean, he's only 14 years of age right now. Even Riot says that you can't compete below 16 years of age. So he's got 2 years to sharpen his skills. And by that time, I think he's going to be far ahead than any of us.
gaming and esports ends up like how you have conventional sports, people who train, like for example F1, people who train to be drivers from the age of 5, 4, some even 3.
Exactly. Exactly.
So
This
I'm
guy's
not saying
turning out
that
to
you
be one of those
should
guys.
breed a gamer, but encourage it.
Or you could, be like a cosplay of Amir Khan from that wrestling movie, Dangal. He trains his daughters to get the gold medal and whatnot.
I mean, I'll be honest, if I have a kid, I'm not going to force him to play Valorant, because I at least want to be somewhat likable to my kid.
Oh my god.
I mean, why put him through so much problems already, dude? So yeah, I mean, talking about the draft, let's head over to where the action truly lies and the problems might start to emerge. You have the Jet v Jet, which is still gonna go on. We have Zephy still taking on Lightning Fast. He got bested in the map prior purely on the merit of performance, not necessarily on a one-on-one scale. But this is where you can actually kind of nullify it, because if you look at the way Ascent's placed, right, there's pretty one-dimensional fights that he can take as an AWPer. And looking at both these drafts, okay, I mean, Lightning Fast could hand it over to skills, but I want to see how that transpires. I want to see what Zephy can do when he has that operator, when he's on a comfortable agent, and when he's on a map that semi-encourages it. Because you look at mid, you look at some of the kind of fights that he can take at B main and also A short. There's a lot of avenues that you can try being flexible around, and he can still be unpredictable.
So the major differences over here is that Mortal's utility placement is going to deter the players of Team Snax from coming in, and the more variation Mortal does is what's going to make things harder. And speaking of variation, also skills, he's going to have to change up his position every now and then to keep people on their toes. So that major sentinel difference is going to determine how these teams play out their attacking side. But also regarding the initiators that they have, the Fade and the KO, they both have abilities to gather information, with them also having the ability to disrupt. With the Sova, you can't really disrupt as much. Sure, you can gather information, but the only initiator that can actually force his way into a side is probably Hellranger's Breach. So let's see how that pans out, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go live with the final map of Penta Esports All-Stars Valorant Showdown. And here we are, the last map of the finals. And Zephy's already reached the top of mid. He overextended way more than he should have, and he pays the price for it. But speaking of overextension, even Lightning Fast has reached the bottom of market, which nobody's there to trade out. So both the teams losing their jets in a very hilarious manner, where both the jets died without any backup. Yeah, that's a little awkward. Turns it into a 4v4 instantly, but look at the wraparound coming in
Timings.
from Vibhor. Yeah, he goes unchecked, and with him coming in
He
from
dodges
Heat,
he dodges the reveal. Oh goodness Christ, Mars! That is Marzil who finds the opening towards site, and they still find a little bit of success here on the defense duty, as the numbers still favor them to some extent, but Skills still continues to push the line. He forces the issue, he forces the fight. Oh! Skills!
No way he does that. And now Mortal wins against the captain, Snax. Triple kill coming in to win this pistol round. Okay, let's just slow it down because there were so many moments that could have gone wrong. First, Vibhor sneaking past the entirety of the A short brigade and getting up to high mid. If he came in from A main at the right time, things would have been very different. Secondly, Skills also doing something similar, this time going towards tree and getting all the kills towards heaven instead.
Not to mention that flick. Sheesh kebab.
Sheesh. Yeah.
That was some next level stuff, dude. Probably gonna get like a Name Labs partnership or something after this. That aside, this Marshall buy, it's gonna be very, very cutthroat. Because again, Marshall, round 2, it's an absolute beast to go up against. Quick scoping, quick firing rate, and only one bullet to take you down to the grave. Only a split approach can help that, and that's what Hellranger is trying to encompass with this position. Yeah, makes his position well aware. And mind you, at range, you really do not want to face against Zephyr. It's shown that his reaction time is up there with really, really competent names.
Yeah.
And they're just trying to find maybe an opening towards B. Although,
Hold on. Is Lightning
little
Fast going
bit
for
of
the
breathing room.
contact?
Yeah.
There's no smokes over here. He tries to go for the contact. Obviously walks into the nano swarm. So that was a risky move, but it does not pay off. Hey, I'm still completely okay with him taking the risks. It's only in these eco runs where you can actually pull off moves like this. But Shivy gets blind. Of course, at that range, the Paranoia doesn't really accomplish all that much. But Zephy can accomplish much more than anyone else can anticipate. Hellranger dispatching Marcel into the Netherlands, but he can't recover the spike. And at least he has a gun. But Zephy doesn't care.
He got stunned! He got stunned! He landed no scope at that range! Brother! Alright.
That is quite the statement. And again, he does that to Hellranger out of everybody. So, yeah. Bhavin, without a doubt, gotta be feeling a little frustrated, but okay, just a tad bit little. 2-0, the start that we expected from Team Mortal on the map prior. Well, they've shown us that it didn't mentally hamper them as much as we'd assumed. Zephy is trying to go for that hero play towards short yet again. Dash not equipped, as he just walks into the crosshair of Lightning Fast. And again, Lightning Fast, fast in the name, fast in the game as well. 20 HP on Lightning Fast, so he can't really push the fragment. And Marcel, very good use of the utility to buy him a little bit of time. He buys himself 1 kill. Look at the HP, however, spread across on Team Snax. With 2 players being so dead low, the Spectre is still something that's formidable.
Yeah, but the judge at that range isn't.
I know, right?
Unless he goes unchecked and straight into Gen.
He has a Vandal right next to him.
Alright, cool. So, much more doable, but without
save
Immortal
this.
coming in from heaven, it doesn't make sense. Just go for the save.
Yep. He should be able to save towards the back of B if he goes there in the nick of time, because there is Lightning Fast who's peeking from top mid. I think he
Missed the
just
timing
about
window.
saw him. I think Lightning Fast just about got a glimpse. So now everybody should make their way towards the B site. Kappa.
Hey, but it's fine, right? Even if they
Sure,
don't
man.
hunt down this Vandal, they should be okay, because look at the amount of money that Team Mortal has. They still should be able to buy in the next round. So regardless of whether Kappa saves this weapon or not, he's gonna be fine.
He can do a lot more damage in a round like this. So he's kept the weaponry up for a very, very good use. Now his entire team will be able to reinvest, and Kappa should be able to get himself full shields if he decides. Now he's going for full util. The hallmark of a true support player. Meanwhile, Zephy has that operator, and he looks to be a little anxious to take that fight towards B main. He's not going to be offered any, however. With Marcel getting the 0 point, it should be early information going that way. Oh! Get destroyed. Get sent home. Can't slow you down, down, down. That's what's going through Lightning Fast mind. But no, Brock stopped to the intro music, and the advantage slowly chipped that, as it's one man that they've gotten, but more. That was a very nice track from Mortal.
Yeah, and the one man
Until
who
the
could have
B-side
made
anchor.
it, the one man who could have made a different skills is now dead. Mortal was marking that angle since a very long time.
Yep.
And if Mortal would have died over there, then skills coming back from tree could have applied pressure onto A main, but now that is not the case at all. Marzel, he spotted them both. This knife should give away the information. Oh no, it only gave away one person's information, but he can like hard clear the rest.
Salt
Just
play.
buying time. He walks into his own fragment to get the kill. What on earth is this man up to? Paranoia thrown, but Vibhor is there to discover and redeem himself.
This is just classic Marcel yet again. You know, back in Ye Grove days, he was also known as a shotgun demon, which used to be like the how do you say this? The X factor back in that game.
Yeah.
Here is just precise gunplay, alongside your ability to, you know, not give two hoots, which he's good at. Again, the face fact that he's, you know, standing in the stun, ready to take that fight.
Play, let's play.
Exactly.
That's what I love.
Oh, look at this. Going at it all by himself. It's Lightning Fast leading the charge on mid. He's gonna encounter the alarm bot. He can see a glimpse of it from the dark cover. But he's not gonna break it just yet. He's gonna wait for one of his teammates to gather more information. Shivi with the hard jump figures out where the operator is, so he's probably gonna fall back from here.
Shock dart.
But there's no progress being made towards A main, which is of course being exploited by Marcel because he's gonna push all the way down there. Well, Lightning Fast has already reached the bottom of market and Kappa had no idea. He did that without breaking the alarm bot too. And now he's causing a menace. He's getting all these kills. Nobody's prepared to face him.
Spike. That could be the play. He has one flash here, Marcel, trying to prime it to success, but skills they deny.
And that's what happens when you leave only one alarm bot and no player on mid. Lightning Fast can just cloudburst it, smoke it off, get into market, and from there it's a power position that you just cannot get him out of. It's a linchpin. If you try to take it out, a piece of your flesh will come out with it.
Ugh. Make it sound a little grotesque.
Yeah, that's exactly what the round felt like.
Exactly. Can't even blame you there.
I know.
Now look at this. Look at this investment they have to go to. Zephyr is now going to play on his ult. There's no KO on the other side, so he's going to be fortunate. Everyone else has the rifle, so they're going to try contesting this round with their absolute might. They're not going to let this one slip if they have the opportunity to buy time. And they have the ultimate on Marcel if they really want to maybe try and throw everything into this round. Although Marcel anticipating that split play, anticipating late commitments, is going to hold on to this key piece of utility. Meanwhile, let Zephyr do all the killing and gore. Alright. He misses his blaze, a rare miss like we've gotten accustomed to. Kappa got sandwiched.
Bro, there's so many fights happening in so many different avenues, and this again was one of those chaotic rounds that you just cannot predict what's going to happen. It all comes down to timing for the most part, and also holding your ground.
Timing.
Hard clearing. He doesn't anticipate this one to come through. Oh, but the noise is made by skills, and now Zephyr's prepared for this one.
Is he gonna knife
Please
now?
don't tell me he's gonna BM him with the shorty instead.
Hey, let's go. Thank you.
Skills
for
is
jinxing
aware.
him.
But
Oh,
instead
wait,
of going
Skills hears
to
them. 1 second. Skills hears Marcel. This play's given up. They know exactly what's ahead of them. Skills just needs to play patience and play situation. He doesn't have HP, but he needs to be clinical in his approach of how he wants to dissect this attack. Nice.
he does it.
He takes away the high experience player, and now it's Mortal high HP, but he's gonna get peek from the back as well. The captain from the other side delivers vengeance on a silver platter, and the equalizer is found. 3-3. This last map of the finals is gonna be fought tooth for nail, and this might go into overtime. I don't know, dude. It's just early days.
this market positioning is turning to be this market is turning into a very problematic position for the side of Team Mortal, because you see last time we had Lightning Fast who managed to smoke off the alarm bot and then go into market to B, which won them the round. This time Skills was able to do the same, except instead of going via mid, he went from the B side, and the moment you get to market, you basically have the round in your hand, and this is turning to be the big problem for Team Mortal. They need to fix it somehow before it's too late.
Skills hears this and he's tempted to some extent. Of course, he has the superior weaponry, but he doesn't have the luxury of reading that setup. Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. Yet again. He read that setup like a book. Dodged that flash, dodged the aggro, knew when the aggro is coming, and just dealt with it. See, he knows it. In secret, I was helping Skills there. Don't tell anybody. Oh, wait.
You just said it yourself. So the secret's out, I guess, ladies and gentlemen. And the only thing left to do right now is bury them alive.
Yeah, Skills got buried.
Good recovery, but I don't think he could have survived there for any longer anyway. Mortal left by himself. Revealed. Okay then.
Classic. Are they gonna try BMing him? Okay, shock dart kill. Still not as BM, you know?
Yeah. But you could see that this one, he wanted to go for the knife. You could see it's Skills. No, not Skills. It was Lightning Fast. He wanted to go for it. Which is funny, you know. Lightning Fast almost never goes for knives. He's the kind of player who will play it in a very disciplined fashion. I mean, if this was Zephy going for a knife attempt, I wouldn't even be
completely
surprised.
understandable.
Yeah, but Lightning Fast is not the kind of guy to go for BM.
Okay. He's going
And
to
when
go
he
for
does
his
it,
blades, though.
you know, when Lightning Fast is going for BMs, you know that this game is serious.
Yeah. This is gonna be Lightning Fast on the blades, and Zephy, he's being teased. What does he do about it? Holds the angle, solid as steel, but he's opted to retreat, opted to concede. That's why Marcel, he wasn't even punished. He was playing aggressive cat. How? The fact that he's able to walk away is criminal, and what's even more problematic is the fact that there's nobody to regain control of mid or even get information. Everybody's stuck towards main, where no fights are being offered whatsoever.
And not just main, it's the both mains. It's A main and B main. They're present towards both sides. And they haven't made a decision yet. They're hoping that one of these players fall for the bait and the fake is successful, but they aren't doing a good job of selling it.
Nice
and they
shot.
aren't even doing a good job of keeping themselves alive.
Mortal has made a very, very nice rotation in towards the side. There's a lot of pressure on the approaching Hell Ranger. Marzel, what's happening here?
He just walked past him, like Lightning Fast literally just went past Marzel, and now he's trapped in market.
Look at Mortal. Mortal could be the game changer here. No. Did he have his ultimate as well? No.
I don't know how they recovered this, but they managed to get the spike down and turn it into a 1v2, leaving it all into the capable hands of Marcel. 45 HP, but plenty of time. He's managed to net one window. Position now revealed. Hellranger goes in for the stun. Nobody's speaking him just yet. But the aftershock should get the better of him, and if that doesn't, then Lightning Fast definitely will. That was so awkward, like Lightning Fast literally just dashing past Marzel, and then Marzel is left to just fend for his own.
Yeah, he's like, okay, I'll try doing what I can then. I can't get you.
Because he can't go back to face Lightning Fast. He would just turn around and shoot him. And if Lightning Fast doesn't, then Hellranger would have done it immediately. Oh, it wasn't Hellranger. Who else was there on high mid?
So it's Shivi.
It was Shivi. Yeah, then Shivi would have done it. So he's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. That kind of situation Marzel was in. Oh, Zephy doesn't get to do any sheriff stuff this time because of the paranoia, but Lightning Fast is... Okay then.
I guess that's one place to land to your grave.
Yeah, and it's funny how the Nanoswarm just completely burned away his HP. Not just that, he was just busy trying to save himself with the Cloud Burst, but there was just too many people over there. Marzel holding the off angle, letting them pass. Nobody's checking this one. Tap comes through,
Nice
instant
shot.
trade by Skill. So yeah, that is indeed a brilliant shot. But now another treacherous crossing they have to make. And that's why they say, look both ways before you cross the street, kids. They intercept them in tree and on sight.
Yeah, that was an absolute roadkill of a round. From the very beginning. It's like you have the speed demon just rushing in towards the site. He just lands on a nano swarm and is completely blind. Can't even blame him there. Look at that. And yeah, this Hail Mary play to make the rotation work. Yeah, that is unlucky considering the read and the time bought by Team Mortal. The board dodged that? Okay, he dodges that, takes the fight, and skills immediately put to place. Although an over-ambitious Zephy, for some reason, needed to go there. I mean, they had the advantage. It was very easy for him to sit back passive and maybe punish aggression. And now their team is the one on the back foot. Marcel does good to find that frag on a Hell Ranger. And the amount of space Lightning Fast is buying is good. So they still need to deal with Marcel.
What's even funnier is that Marcel had just one flash left and that got countered by the Cloudburst. At least he's able to take the fights by dry peeking. Shivy does get the trade, but now it's a 2v2. And in a situation like this, they can't do anything to break the lockdown. I don't think Shivy's got any shock darts left, but he might just go ahead to try and break the lockdown himself. Oh no, the Prowler sends him back. They're both about to get detained. Can they get out in time? No!
Oh, they're both detained! What they... Okay, the push, come on. Mortal is sticking the bomb. Oh, okay, Kappa. There we go, thanks.
How chivalrous is Kappa?
He looks away, does a 360, memes on him a little bit, and then kills him. Yeah, very generous, very
No,
merciful.
I mean, under normal circumstances, if someone's detained, you go for the knife.
Not if there's so much time that's already transpired, bro. I mean, Kappa there was like, why risk it? Why lose my mental sanity over something as stupid as this?
Exactly why I called him chivalrous.
Are they gonna contest mid? I feel like if Team Snax contest mid early rather than, towards the mid or late, at least have one person trying to get aggressive control, it would make the life of playing the mid game so much easier.
I don't think there's been a mid game up until now. I mean, they take it slowly, and then they go for the execute. There's never like a contact, regroup, and then hit them again. There's never that sort of a round coming through from the side of Team Snax. They take it slowly, and then they execute. But you can't exactly call that a mid-round adjustment.
True. They have the Rolling Thunder here. I think they can have a very, very hard time entering the B side even with that piece of utility. Because you see the Killjoy utility set, right? It's geared to deny side control, and the amount of damage tanked is going to be quite a bit. Vibor, he finds himself in a good position at a really good time. There's a very, very small possibility that he gets flashed out of this position, so he can feel comfortable holding it. In fact, he has the support of Muzzle as well in case things start going south. Was that through the smoke? Oh, the smoke just faded. Alright. They clear. Oh no, they didn't. Marcel still finds success. 2v2. The important people, however, alive on the side of Team Mortal.
Blades out, guns out. He could have had a lovely kill over there, but the paranoia, it keeps him afraid. The Cloudburst keeps him alive, and Kappa ditches them both.
Wow.
While all this time they were focused on killing Zephy, nobody even accounted for Kappa.
That's the most unfortunate circumstance that I've seen a 5-man team getting stuck in from a very long time. At least in that 2 versus 2 post plant. How does he not find that kill there? God knows. Because these are players who trace each other through walls, through, footsteps. And he lied in front of him like he was a dessert waiting to be eaten up. Don't play with your food, I guess. That's where I'm getting at.
No time to play. It's the last round, ladies and gentlemen. Bring your A game or have plan B.
Oh my god, he has 3 guns down underneath him, dude. He has a judge, I have Vandal and an op.
Talk about
He's gonna
having an
get a
arsenal. He's almost like that character from GTA who's got multiple guns, That's like the only game that I know that lets you carry so many weapons, and he only needs one to make quick work of his opponents.
The concept
of lightning fast from midair as well, but he drops down before there is a chance. Although when he re-peeks, Marcel blocks him off.
Ooh, that was a brilliant, crisp shot coming in from Marcel. That was something that required, you know, a very, very quick, slick flick. And they end this in style. You remember the character we discussed before Chamber was released, Gun Gun? Kind of feels like what he was playing there. If he had his blades, I think you'd have had the fourth weapon as well. I think this, all things said and done, was the most even half that we could have asked for. This is a very, very hard fought fight by either team. After being bested in map 1, coming alive in map 2 in such a fashion. And we still can't say anybody has an edge in this matchup. It still could sway the other way very quick. Oh,
I
never.
can. Mortal had a 7-5 lead the first time these two teams faced each other. This is a deja vu experience for me. In that game as well, Skills and Lightning Fast were leading the charge for Team Snax, and Marzel was top ranking for Team Mortal. This is exactly like the opening game that we saw on day 1 of the tournament.
Okay, that is a nice way to look at things. Let's hope that they are here to play game. Well, the angle held pretty firmly by Lightning Fast, as there's no punish in through main just yet. Although the first peak does end up costing Booster player's life. Good recovery from Lightning Fast, who makes amends and gives his team the advantage that they so desperately were looking for.
Exactly. And that flash, it was perfect setup for Hellranger. Lightning Fast and Hellranger still strong on this side. They don't have too much utility left, but they don't need anything. Lightning Fast is precise. He strikes thrice already. And Shivy with the cleanup.
Yeah, this run was almost concise because it was just so around playing timing, playing rotation, and shoot while they're having their backs turned at you.
And they forced them to turn their backs around. The first time they tried to enter tree, they were busy looking towards window when the smoke comes in, and then the flash. Lightning Fast easily decapitates them. And then they go around into the side, they're trying to fight towards Gen, and that's when Hellranger peeks from green box. You have to turn your aim again. And then Shivi comes from behind, you have to turn 180 again. So, I mean, they just made Team Snax, they just made Team Mortal look all over the place. Lovely stun from Hellranger, followed by Skills getting the early frag. Kappa's been dispatched already, and Lightning Fast is just unstoppable, man. 2 opening frags for them already, and I don't think anything can go wrong for them now.
Yeah, this guy is just looking to be in his skin. Comfort
One enemy
with
remaining.
precision is how he likes to roam with pistol. Oh god! Not like this.
Oh my god.
This is some Minecraft action that we're gonna witness.
Exactly, dude. Oh my god, the bows in Minecraft function the exact same way.
Look at that. It's touching the floor, bro. It taps it twice before it bursts. Mad fun. Mad fun. 7-7. The equalizer's in. And this is a very, very crucial round for Lightning Fast because he's invested into that operator. He'd love to see results, and he's going a tad bit aggressive.
Yo, what?
No, why?
No, more than why. There was no smoke on high mid, so even if he did not miss that shot, somebody would have gotten the trade from mid. Zephy dashing in all by himself. Where's his team?
Sees
His
the dink.
fellow Omen can't do anything. He's trapped by the dark cover, and now he's blinded. Snax also can't do much. Oh my goodness. They're falling apart. Meanwhile, Skills has already pushed up all the way to B-Link. Getting him out of this position is nearly impossible. And even if you somehow manage to kill Shivi, Skills will always get the trade. This is a deadlock.
The boar, he's gonna be distracted and he's gonna be conquered. Just tapping at range, calm, cool, and collected. Shivi cleans up the final kill on Mortal and takes the lead. I think it's been a while, right, from since we've seen Team Snax take the lead?
Yeah, it's been a while. The last time we saw them in the lead was in map 1.
Oh, damn. Oh, damn.
In the second half of map 1, mind you.
Wow. Okay, let's see this. Oh, little bit to the left. An inch more, and that could have been the first frag. And he's... Well, they still do manage to recover the operator, so... At least he didn't lose value. He just lost the fight.
Yeah. No, but that was still a very risky peek, you know? You need a smoke towards top mid if you're going to go for an angle like that.
Or somebody
Or-
at least covering you.
Yeah, somebody at least covering you.
They see it. They
Not
see it. Vibor, he's gonna fight the CQC, and again, he wanted that fight because he had the Spectre, right? Kind of a decent fight to force, so he didn't have any problem with that whatsoever. Skill just tracing Zephyr through the smoke.
Spike down B.
Nice.
Getting all the kills so far, denying any sort of eco frags. Marzel reaching into this really treacherous corner. Oh, they know everything. The flash was perfect, but then again, he was blinded a little bit himself. Now, honestly, I can't blame him. It's just an eco round, so they aren't expected to get a lot of kills anyway. But the awareness on every single member of Team Snax is ridiculous. They
Yeah.
anticipate Marzel's position, clear it out with the aftershock. They shock out the hell out of Mortal.
Mortal.
Yeah, it's just crazy. 4 rounds
Crazy,
in a row
right?
so far for Team Snax, and they haven't even lost too many players. You know, most of these rounds they managed to keep their players alive, which means that economy is now snowballing out of control.
I think they lost a max of 2.
Yeah,
So with that kind of clinical job, they have the opportunity to now just roll with the momentum and steam past their opposition. They have the economy, they have their ults close to being synchronized. No way that he dodges that 0 point, but he still has the angle strong.
yeah, he doesn't need to dash back. He can just walk back into cover
Yep.
if he holds a narrower angle.
They do, however, want to challenge him here. They want to contest a short. They have utility to do so, and they have to be diligent in that.
Yeah, but Lightning Fast never shied away from a fight. Given the angle that he's holding, he should be able to dash back if he activates it in the first place. But no, this guy is stoic. He just doesn't even want to go ahead. In fact, now he can't go ahead. That fragment indicates how afraid they are of facing this man. Instead, they divert their resources towards the middle region.
Yep.
Trademark broken, sound given away, but Mortal's marking the angle and he taps him out. Now that's interesting. At this point, Shivy has to make a difference. Only skills will be accounted for and checked, but they will definitely not check for Shivy. He can make a difference over here if he holds the trigger and he lines them up, knocks them down. The spike has been dropped in no man's land. They cannot recover it. But Shivy, he's not keen on defending the spike. He's alone over there, so he would much rather regroup with his teammates and relinquish the site to his opponents. Of course, he can afford to do that, because Snax is on a roll as well.
The Hunter's Fury buys them time. It buys them a little bit more chaos that they can make good use of. The plan still denied, which forces Zephyr to maybe make a play to overextend. Are they going to anticipate this? Nobody's looking. Zephyr, the reload, and instantly comes in with a punish, and the tables turn in a matter of a moment. TP to his main. Is he going to commit to it is the question. Well, he doesn't even need to do that. Zephyr, he has been a very, very crucial part of why they even came close to winning this round.
Exactly. And he's been having a bad game so far, but he redeems himself in this round, getting the timing right onto whoever was reloading over there. Secondly, covering Hellranger's entry from lane 1. All of this requires you to be super precise and get the timing right, especially
Yep.
when you're that low on HP.
This has equalized the situation to some extent. Like, they've forced another buy out of Team Snax. They have a little bit more money to work with those Snax, so they can lose maybe another round and feel comfortable about it. Maybe a round or two. Yeah, they have the Blade Storm and the Toteforce as well.
Spike down.
And what a starting. They find that frag, they fall back passive, and this is the kind of defense that I think we should have seen out of Team Mortal, right? I think Zephyr was the one who overcommitted on that time of asking. Skill still gets a frag and fall back, so it maintains the man advantage in the court for Team Snax. The next minute 10 is going to be crucial. Is it going to be Snax hitting double digits or Mortal forcing the equalizer? This rotation is going to maybe pave its way to
Hold on.
the trophy.
Hold on, Webbo's already reached market. Now, I'm sure that the positions that the defenders are holding will not, let them check Webbo's posse. But what he can do over here is cut off the rotations in case they start coming their way.
You should run.
Smokes. Okay.
He doesn't even need smokes, bro.
Doesn't even need
flash.
smoke. Zephyr dry peeks him from an angle where he could have been killed by Hellranger. But no, Hellranger peeks later on and he dies to Mortal instead. Again, some of these executes, I can't even call them executes, executes are done on the back of utility. This is just contact play to the max.
Vibor wanted to make his way to the other side of the door. I think Zephyr was a little too much of a gentleman there. Oh no! He whiffed, he missed, and Zephyr capitalizes the transfer done to perfection, and we hit the equalizer 9-9. As this round forces both teams to be not only equal pegging on terms of score, but also in terms of economy. Either side at a questionable position, maybe with the momentum, you kind of could favor Team Mortal.
Well, OG, this is deja vu, isn't it?
True.
We were just this close in the first game of Mortal vs. Snax as well, and now in this rematch of sorts, we are getting to see a very similar trend. Look at Zephyr,
It's bottom.
all the way inside. He's concussed, charging in, but he doesn't even need to make his presence known. They've liberated the side. They should be able to go for the plant right about now.
If he finds timing towards heaven, if he maybe finds a way to commit without biting the dust, that could have been a big play. He might have been able to get up close and personal behind the... Oh! That jump shot very nearly connected. Zephyr? Is he trying to hide from the drone? I'm pretty sure that he can't outdo it. Well, the lives, he finds connections and he's able to make this play come together. This man has been a bellend and he continues to be a problem. 30 HP left, but he still commits to the wide swing and Chivi in with the punish. Trades though instantaneously. 1v2! Lightning fast with the classic, can't deny Kappa. Who knew the play, who knew how to deal with the player, while he remains ice cold as one as well. 10-9. Kappa giving his team double digits when things started to look questionable.
And they've mounted the comeback. They've overtaken them. At one point, Team Mortal's economy was absolutely melted, and Team Snax was just snowballing out of control, and now they've reversed the momentum. It's Team Snax who's on the back foot now. One more loss, and they will be broken, shattered beyond recovery. And for this to happen at a point where Mortal's about to reach 11, absolutely unreal.
Spam through mid. I mean, it does find a little bit. Although I assume that Snax and Co might want to contest. They had two members there to maybe make a play. Not the case, however.
Alright, now here's what's gonna happen. I have a feeling that they're gonna make contact play on B yet again, and it's worked for them in the past. There's no reason it wouldn't work for them this time around, with the only difference being Zephyr being left on mid. Oh, well, his position's been discovered, so he can now regroup with his teammates, but they still have plenty of time left. 4 versus 4. You know what happens when there's a 4 versus 4. The situation always favors the attackers, but now it's down to a 3v3, and every defender has to hold an avenue by themselves. There's absolutely no trading potential on any member of Team Snax right now.
Everybody's semi-grouping up. At least they're in a position to trade off each other. Mortal takes down Shivy, but they still see the Jet up close and personal towards Market. They need to make a gamble here, and I think they're making the right one.
Oh my god, Snax.
That
He's
reveal.
been ejected, and he can only hope to stay alive for a little bit longer. The only way he can regroup with his friend is just ulting out, and that is the right call. But they will detect where he is. Skills
They don't
finds
know.
the timing, and there's nobody to check him. Zephyr tries to go inside, but he was already low on HP. And it's just down to Mortal. He's not even used his nanoswarms yet, so he's just gonna have to defend it with his own life, and he cannot.
Back and forth and back and forth and back and forth we go. Game is like a storm, and either side's trying to wither this journey to see the light at the end of the tunnel. This has the makings of overtime, dude. I don't like saying it, but it does. Doesn't matter which side has the economy, doesn't matter which side has the numbers, doesn't sometimes matter which side has the read. Because all you need is a little bit of luck, baby.
I don't think luck is even a factor anymore. You make your own luck, you manifest your own destiny and skills. He's gonna go back to his safer places. But hey, at least this is good. Team Snax is making pushes right now. So far, they've just been holding their defaults and they haven't really gone for any aggression since the last 4 rounds. The last time skills went for a peak like this was all the way in Pistol, so this is a fresh breath of air. Marzel though, he's
How
giving
did you
them
find
the
the frag,
stale,
Jimmy?
cold push. While Shivi does get the trade, the bigger problem over here is that they have now discovered that mid is completely empty. But they're not reading this properly. Instead, what they have done is diverted skills towards mid and left Shivi all by himself towards the B site. Sure, he can delay them for a little bit longer, but if they don't give him backup right now, then he's gonna get overrun. Smokes in place, skills need to make contact, and he's gonna make sure that the timing is right. Zephy just spraying around him in the air like a bunny. And of course, rabbits don't live that long, but skills will live on forever. Shivi trying to delay the inevitable. Gets the shot onto both Kappa and transfers onto Vibor. It's down to Mortal, and nothing can be done. He's trapped. There's no escape avenues either. The best he can do is shoot his way out, but will he be able to do so? Can probably get the kill onto Snax as he's reloading, and he's found the timing. He's stuck onto the CT side. He can hightail it towards A. Oh my god. He had no scope of escaping, but he somehow made it across, and he's about to catch lightning fast reloading as well. No way he gets the jump onto two of those, but the timing is of the essence, and lightning fast will make sure that his time on this planet is limited. Dispatches him to the Netherrealm again.
You know, credit where credit's due. I've not seen Mortal play much of Valorant, but that was a nice bit of mind game that he kind of threw the way.
Yeah. I agree.
Wow, that almost caught lightning fast off guard. Almost. Being the key word there. Look at Zephy trying to be I don't know if he's trying to get a bronze medal at the Olympics, but that kind of gymnastics only gets you to the hospital.
Or to your grave.
Okay, this is Team Snax having 11 rounds on their board, right? They have another key piece, which is lightning fast on his blades. Possible for them to get an early pick, maybe get an early frag. Well, it's boosted player who does so. And mind you, Zephy is so low. Click of the right click and a click of the classic and he's gone. They've gotten a gun for lightning fast as this situation keeps unfolding into a potential Team Snax victory.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe I just witnessed that. I mean, back and forth is an understatement in a situation like this, bro. The drone doesn't detect Mortal. Okay, that's good. But he can't do anything much all by himself. He needs to wait for Kappa to make a move. And while Kappa is going around the other avenue, Skills has the elevation, so Kappa might not be able to pre-fire this one. The Shadow gives away his position, and it's once again up to the captain himself. Stuck in a 1v3 last time and died. 1v5 this time, nigh impossible. We have Team Snax on map, match, and series point. Hell, this is tournament point.
Considering the fact that this was a lower bracket run from Team Snax,
My
surely
goodness.
impressed.
I believe it was some really famous Dota player, correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was a member of Team Liquid who said lower bracket is for cowards. Was it
You
Kuroki?
used the wrong word there, but it's miracle.
It was miracle. Okay, of course I used the wrong word. I have to censor it a little bit. But that's exactly what Team Snax is up to. They claim loudly that lower bracket is for cowards and I'm sorry, upper bracket is for cowards, and my goodness, they make it work. Marcel.
Yeah, the
gets the
Danger Man's out. With the Danger Man going out, who do you look forward to in a situation like this?
None other than Zephy.
Cefe, Kappa. I mean, Vibor was a monstrous controller on map 1, but ever since then he's kind of cooled off.
Yeah.
Even on this matchup, he's not having the impact that we expect from a player of Vibor's caliber.
Mm-hmm.
And they need to work off a man disadvantage here. They're forced to make somewhat of a desperate play towards short.
Oh no.
This is smart, not giving the fight, using utility, holding time, and again, you don't want to straight up 1v1 Vibor, right? You'd still lose that. And hey, that's why you take gunfights to your advantage, so you at least get one at the end of it. Although Zephy forcing the issue, forcing the close line fight, and Lightning Fast not able to translate that into success. Do they use the Hunter's Fury here, or is that for a round later to come? I think the smart thing is, yeah, they save it. Although that lockdown kind of felt like it's a little overkill.
Well, no, I mean, at this point, you need to take whatever you can. A 2v3 is not the best odds that you can get. So, use the lockdown to secure whatever you have. And even if you don't, it's going to be 12-11 anyway. You might not get a chance to use it later. If things go wrong, they still have the Null Command on Marzel available, which should be enough to negate skills as 2 to the Force and Shivi's Hunter's Fury. So I think that's a win-win in my books. They need to get this match as close as possible. Need to force this into overtime. Now, unfortunately, Mortal and Friends haven't done enough to break the economy of Team Snax, so they're still gonna be, armed to the teeth.
Yeah, another point to maybe glance over is the fact that Skills has hit 30. Yet again. So, it'll be uncharacteristic for him to not pull out the 31st now. The last round of regulation. This is where you'd see all the gloves come out, right? Marzel, he has his overload. We have the Hunter's Fury on Shivi. We have Skills, who has the 31st, like I've mentioned. I think this is going to be a fast play towards B. They don't have anything else set up across the map. The last time we could be having any kind of action in this event, ladies and gentlemen. So this is do or die. Look at Skills. Out of every single round, this could be the moment where he becomes a hero, and Hellranger with close range shotgun fiasco. This is going to be a problem. Oh no! A slide of the peak.
And even Skills tried to go through the smoke. He had the tour de force ready, but of course the null command denies it. This is looking like an overtime to me, Yoshi. Unless Lightning Fast Shivi and Snax have a 3v5 in them, I see this going into overtime. Maybe Mortal and Friends still have a say in this game, but time is ticking, and so are the years of their lives. Hunter's Fury gets committed, and the Nightfall as well. The trail should give away the position of multiple people, and even though damage is dealt, kills aren't secured. Lightning Fast with the first one goes for the instant trade, and Shivi and Snax are way too big of a responsibility. Hell, forget about responsibility, they don't even have their heads on their shoulders anymore.
Yeah, the overtime forced. This is quite the map 3 that we're gonna get to witness. We assumed that, it would have been done and dusted. We assume that Team Snax have this one in the bag. But throughout this best of 3, the one thing that's been a kind of a reminder, or I'd say a fleeting lesson for us, is your gut instinct have a tendency maybe not to trust it, especially while you're casting. Because you think something's gonna happen, it's gonna go the other way.
Okay. I mean, I don't know about gut instinct, but I'll take your word for it. What I can't digest is the fact that everyone's back to playing slowly. Everyone's back to defaults. Hellranger's already used some of his flashes to gather control of A main, but they didn't peek on the back of it. So it's just a bluff, I guess, and Team Snax is calling it. They're calling his bluff.
So it's gonna be rinse and repeat, eh? Oh, Zephy, beautiful. Outdueled skills and makes it look easy as hell. The man disadvantage, and I think this is gonna force them on the commitment. Mortal, a passive play. He's set up the swarms to deny switch control, and that's something that they're not headed for this time. Rather, they want to play contact through lane and just quickly collapse in towards the side. Paranoia used to brilliance with Vibor buying so much time. It essentially cancels out that fault line and allows his teammates to rotate in through defender rotation.
Oh my god, he needs backup and he needs it now. Smoke's about to fade. His teammates from CT now flooding into the side, but it is a bit too late. They can't make it over there.
Spam!
They can deny the plant. Marzel with the wall bang. He's punctured Hellranger's guts, and now Shivi's to Snax 1v2. The captain needs to step up, but the other one slays him.
That was so close. They were seconds where if it had gone the other way and maybe Vibor would have chose to hold the angle instead of TP, could have been a different story altogether. But at that situation, you're stuck in no man's land, right? You need to make a call and you need to commit to it. Not only you, but the rest of your team. Sheesh. This is just a very fluid defense that's being put by Mortal, because there was no punish whatsoever for them to push that smoke. And usually, the punish is what deters that. If you don't have anything deterring it, then you're doing something or the other wrong.
Well placed overtime. On the edge of defeat stand Snax and his friends. On the brink of glory lies Mortal and everyone who stands behind him. And somewhere in between these narrow spaces of void, you find the thrill, the adrenaline that pumps through your veins, the lifeblood of Valorant that keeps things competitive. And I would have it no other way. And overtime to finish off the finals, to crown the champion of Penta Esports All-Stars Showdown. This is it.
Wait, I think either side is just looking to use the restroom, wash your face, pet your dog, whatever gets you refreshed. I think for Mortal it could be all three. It's on the cusp again of taking this home, right?
Yeah.
So it seems to be the last step. And mind you, Skills, following a story very similar to his comrade in the form of SK Rossi, might frag out of his mind, but winning the game. Yes, sir. Wait, did Vibor say he needs to charge his mouse?
No. Skills says his mouse has died, so yeah. I guess he's gonna just go get another one, maybe.
Wireless problems?
Yeah,
Nah, you
wireless
just plug in the
problem.
wire, bruh.
You just plug in the wire, turn it into a good old-fashioned wired mouse.
Yeah. Imagine overpaying so much. Now, it's gonna be a split attack yet again, but the op is something that really preys on this kind of a setup. They've gotten that first kill, and what do you know?
Yeah.
They've gotten Marcel.
Yeah, maybe a second overtime is indeed possible. If Lightning Fast continues to strike like this, and he continues to strike again and again, maybe vengeance can be served. And it is a dish best served cold, so you know that they want it bad. Prowlers extending into tree, hoping to clear out the region, but Snax this time has put the smoke. So, okay then, he doesn't even need anything else. The fault line comes through. Zephyr can't go for the refrag, even though Snax was bitten over there. They are forced to relinquish tree control back again, but Vibor died towards A main, and now this site looks near impossible to finish. We are going into yet another overtime.
Yet another overtime, and it feels like we're in deja vu. I just hope that it doesn't get to
all
that
over again.
18-16 mark. As long as it doesn't go all the way there, I'm happy. I'm fine. I'm content.
I don't know
Is
about
there-
content, but this tournament definitely has given us a lot of content.
Lol. I mean, Zephy's going back on his op. Oh, never mind. I said that and he picks up a Vandal. Is there something wrong with me today? Did I like brush with the wrong toothpaste or something?
I mean, everything that comes out of your mouth is either a cuss or a curse. So,
Huh?
you take it.
I'll take it, Queen. Well,
You're
I mean,
tempting me here.
this is a very, very standard procedure for the attack. They're trying to take control of mid little 8. Marcel, he needs to be careful. Oh, he gets demolished. Yeah, that's what I was scared of.
Two people just fired at him at the same time. A firing squad just pumps his gut full of lead. Kappa can't even go for the trade. The moment he swings out of that tree position, he's going to meet the same fate. So he has to now defend the A side by himself. Meanwhile, the other defenders are holding Market. They knew that if they let Markets flood off, then things can go horribly wrong. But Sephi is still going strong. And now the rotation towards the A side is inbound. Can it get here before the attackers get across, though? There's nothing to cover this little gap on tree. They can go for the smoke, but this dark cover doesn't really guarantee them safety, because in the past, people have peeked right through it. And with Zephy doing such a wonderful job of defending his
him the
place,
ace.
there's nothing that can stop the members of Team Mortal from flooding into the gates. Yes, he's looking for the ace. He's popped the Blade Storm, ready to go for the extreme combat maneuvers, and he doesn't need any of that. While Mortal is busy setting his teammate up for success, he's got not only the time pressure, but also the win pressure. He doesn't even need the ace to win the round. He's gonna go for it regardless. He tries to go for the fight. Snax denies him the satisfaction, but it is completely fine. He got his team the round.
could have been a very, very clutch play from Snax. One of the most clutch play any captain would have made the entire tournament if you would have pulled that out of the bag. But so close was he to success, and so harsh is the fall from Grace, as yet again it's map, match, and championship points that's breathing down their necks.
They can
Kills, he
feel this-
dodges that recon, but that gives him the wrong idea. Oh, did he pull that back to assume that they think he fell back? Well, whatever he thought of, it didn't work. The only thing that's working is Shivy, and he's working like a choo-choo train.
What on earth are these battles? These trades are relentless. 2 seconds and everyone's dead. 3 people surviving, one of them being Vibhor, and he has to use his teleports to get out of here, but can he make the cross? Snax is watching it. And we're going into yet another overtime, Ochi. Everything that Zephy worked so hard to accomplish in the last round has now gone down the drain. I have to give credit where credit is due. This was not expected because, to be honest, when the members of Team Mortal just started to flood through the smokes, I thought they'd all just gonna die. But given the amount of bodies they just threw at him, dumped at Team Snax, trades just went in their favor. And when the dust settled, it was down to a 2v1. Difficult odds for any experienced players.
Okay, this is quite the quick play towards A. I've not seen this for quite a while. Hellranger taking down Kappa through the wall. Alright, that's certainly fun. Marcel needs to concede here. That drone's gonna be his death sentence if he chooses to commit on the back of that. But Zephy from heaven is being a guardian angel to this defense as it still holds.
Guardian Angel? Nah, bro. He's a demon. And he wants to devour those souls. Feast on the flesh of the weak. And this might just be his opportunity to devour everything that he wants to. He can smell the fear in the flesh of his enemies. He can feel the bloodlust coursing through his veins. Shivy gonna get detected. They know that he's at least over here, but Hellranger can make a difference by coming in from tree. With that angle, he should be able to spot Marcel first. Zephy doesn't peek. This could have been an instant trade. And I think Shivy has the right idea. If he can reveal Shivy with that recon dart, that should be a wallbang kill, but it doesn't go through. Things have reset. Webhor, he's on the flank. And he should be able to make it properly. The trademark has been deactivated, but Shivy has the right idea. He's looking in the right direction. This is comms given to him by Hellranger. 20 seconds left. Time pressure now onto the members of Team Snax. Shivy and Hellranger need to move. And if they don't, they're going to be sandwiched. They know exactly where Zephy is. They've stunned him for now, but can they make it across? Shivy is yet to transport the spike into the site. The flash keeps them competitive, but Vibor's already here, and he now strikes from the shadows. Shivy, trapped, cornered like a rat, finally put out of his misery. Oh, this round gave me a heart attack. I can feel
This game's
the ache
giving
in
me a
my
heart
arm.
attack, dude.
I know, bro. Is this gonna be the end, or are we heading to yet another overtime?
Well, I mean, if you get to another overtime, 18's inevitable. Sorry to say that, but
No, you
facts.
don't need to apologize.
That is maybe a little bit of hope at the end of the tunnel, because you see the setup this time around, right? Even if they do rush B, there's not much utility per se to stop them. So, I don't know. I still kind of like this B rush idea that they can come up with.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, all the ideas in my head are just filled with thoughts of carnage and violence. There's no single set strategy in my mind over here. It's just trading and fighting. You know, get down to the brawls, make it dirty, make it bloody. I mean, at the end of the day, when you've played 29 rounds, can you even think of strategy, especially when you've been playing all day? We've been witnessing this games go on from like, what, 1 p.m., 2 p.m., something like that? And it's almost 9 now.
This It's gonna be a quick play. Yeah, this is gonna be a quick end to what could be a long game. Skills, very, very good decision making as he dodges that terror that's coming his way, but he can't stop this unstoppable force, however, as he has the ability to bet spam down, and that ability transcends to the other side as well. The trades go evenly thus far, and they're trying to deny the aggression through CT, but they need to clear Shivy from backside, who's proved to be quite the menace from this position. The first, the second, not in the back, however. Mortal, if he gets the plant as well, I'm pretty sure the ultimate should be in touching distance. Yeah, he's just one kill away. And so is a couple of people from the side of Team Mortal. Man advantage in the bag. It's all left on it. The captain, Snax, needs to find the clutch to keep his team in it to win it. Divided from the spike, divided from hope. Time ticking against him, his nerves ticking. Everything pointing at a mortal victory. Oh, disgusting tap. Now it needs to turn into a controller diff. If the victory needs to be taken, back turn, Vibor. Championship clinched.
Well played, Team Mortal over here. They have worked so hard to get here against all odds, against everything that was thrown at them. They persevered and they powered through. At the same time, credit where credit is due. Team Snax, what a wonderful display of skill. They powered through the lower bracket against all odds and clawed their way back up into the grand final, made it go the distance, made it go to all 3 maps and multiple overtimes. And in the end, Team Mortal clinches the victory. It was difficult, it was labored, but they finally do it. And they do it in such style.
Look at them. It's been quite a long day, hasn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
They've been playing from since the morning, and boy, oh boy, is this a night for them to just party, chill, enjoy, as they've been crowned the champions of the All-Star Showdown. We have what could be the youngest player to win a tournament of this size as well in Valorant for South Asia at the minimum.
Wait, not just India, for South Asia?
I'm pretty sure that there isn't anybody at his age who has won a tournament of this size. At least in terms of pure prize money and, the kind of talent that we have.
Yeah, and it's not even like he was, getting freebies or anything. No, Zephy was doing the hard work. Only 14 years of age, and yet he's still kicking ass so hard. I am, how can I say? I'm just really proud of this.
I have no words, man. This has been a long, long road for everybody in this graphic. My memory goes back to the first game where, if I'm not wrong, it was Rexy who absolutely demolished Sai when both of them were playing the duelist. And from the bumpy start that they got onto to being thrown champions here. Lovely. The comebacks, the plays, the talent.
You gotta give it all, ladies and gentlemen. Team Mortal, against all odds, climbed their way back up, and I can say the same for Team Snax as well. They had an even harder journey to get over here. It all started with the clutch coming in from Mortal in the pistol round, and then they just carried that momentum forward, winning the next consecutive rounds. But after that, when Team Snax started to roll, things got a little dicey. We saw a wide variation of pacing coming in from Zephy and the boys, because at the start of the first half, they were at least playing aggressively towards every avenue. We had Zephy peeking a shot sometimes, B main sometimes, A main sometimes, just changing avenues every now and then, and just challenging everybody. Meanwhile, you had players like Marzel who were just solid anchors, even Kappa for that matter, just stepping up whenever required. And Vibhor, while he's done better performances in map number 1, this time his trade game was absolutely on point.
So this game, it could have ended way earlier, Crips. It's so chaotic. I just wonder how it would be from a player's perspective, you know? Like, I like to take Zephyr, for example. 26 frags, leading the charts for his team, and there were a couple of rounds which were even a heartbreak for his standards. Missing the knives, one of them. Again, that round against Kills where he got demolished with that shoddy. So, yeah. In fact, I think both of them were the same rounds. My bad. But the amount of plays that we got to witness was purely due to the fact that these players are not only high in terms of their skill ceiling, but don't really play together as much. So the window opens up massively, and what you got to saw is how these players who are the best in the nation play when it's, you know, fun.
I mean, you can call it fun, but honestly, I would say that this was a pretty sweaty tournament. I mean, in the end, it got just so damn competitive.
I think more than competitive, it got a little, how do I say? You know that, I can't really even call this a choke, but you know the moment where you lose only purely due to comms?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it felt like the comms were way off. And yeah, I'm not talking about the early game when they're committing to side. I'm talking about things like rotation, position. There were some frags that simply shouldn't have happened. And yeah, we still saw them in more than just a couple of occasions by this very man, Zephyr. We've seen so many of those clips on this very map as well from Lightning Fast. So those were problems that were existent on either side. And you have to give it off to both Mortal and Snax here, dude. I feel like out of the two captains, Mortal still play a decent role, although I still wish that we got to see him use his lockdown more. I think throughout the tournament, we've seen one, maybe two lockdowns that Mortal has thrown out. So he certainly made it in terms of his ability to aim and fight back. Even his decision making seems really nice. Like the fact that he was able to kind of debate Lightning Fast to that rotation in through market and had a chance of winning the round. The kind of frags that he took not only today but on day one against players like Hellranger. So he certainly stepped up to the fray and was more than what anybody could have asked for.
Yeah.
If you'd given the footage to me and just remove the names, I wouldn't be even able to guess that these are PUBG Mobile professionals playing Valorant.
Yeah, and they've adapted so well, not only to the PC aiming and platform, but also to the brain game that Valorant requires. And the BR and 5v5 tactical games, sure, they're both FPS, sure, they're both shooting, but they just require such different disciplines and such different mentalities. I'm really proud of all the content creators over here giving Valorant a shot and doing well at it. They're truly getting the grasp of the game and enjoying it, and they're making it entertaining for us as well to watch. And the way they're able to play off of their teammates and go toe-to-toe against some of the best players in the country, it's unheard of how they can achieve so much in such little time.
You know, that's actually one thing that I kind of like about Valorant. It's kind of a gateway portal to tactical FPS, right? Even if you don't play tactical FPS much, you have a chance to not only play Valorant and enjoy it, but also stand a chance of being good at it, even if it's not your primary game. And I think the key contrast can be even drawn in from CS. When we had these kind of fun tournaments in CS, you could notice a very big drop-off and a deficit. But here, it feels like you always have a chance.
Yeah, it does feel like you have a chance. I mean, CS was like a really punishing game for anyone who's got like less than 2,000 hours in the game. They never stood a chance, but I'm sure that the content creators over here don't get as much time to dedicate to the game. I mean, they have other stuff to do in life as well. They have to make a living, and they don't get as much time to play, I'm sure, but even then, they are just so bloody good at this game. And it's not like they're winning on the back of just reflexes or anything like that. No, they're using the brain games, they are using and even reading their opponents to some extent.
True.
And yeah, that is indeed incredible. And what a way to end the tournament, right? I mean, if this would have been just another regulation match, it would have probably not been as impactful. It probably wouldn't have been as exciting, but the overtime was just full of so many amazing moments, be it wall bangs, be it clutches, be it recoveries of the spike from damn near irrecoverable locations.
Yeah, taps like those, rounds like those. you can't even prep for something like that because you put that smoke as preparation and you don't expect to be tapped through that like that, would you? The entire day, it started off with memes, Zephyr going in for that knife and icebox. I still can't believe Scout even won that knife fight when he wasn't the one entering that knife fight, willing to do it. So we got to see Zephyr turn completely different faces. And, sure, his performance in Bind might not have been extraordinary, but in my opinion, he still stacked fairly well against the lineup that he was put in and delivered when his team expected it. One more thing that I really liked about the Mortal composition was when it came to defense, especially on this map, right, on Ascent. As soon as you notice Team Snax taking a site, Team Mortal are somehow able to sneak past all the cover, add defense and manpower towards the site, and still somehow convert on rounds which are supposed to, in theory, be lost.
Exactly, and that's what baffles me the most, right? All hope was lost, the situation was grim, hope was dire, and still you're able to make something that resembles sunshine just come through and give you a light at the end of the tunnel, and you power through that as well. I mean, even this round, the finisher, it was so close. Snax had almost turned around. He almost did spray down Weibo, but in the end, Weibo finished it off right then and there to get Team Mortal the win.
Yeah, and Skills, I think this is the first time we're seeing Skills as the MVP, right?
Yeah, usually it's either Lightning Fast or someone else.
Dude, is it just me or do you think Skills kind of looks like Brimstone?
Rosie,
At least on this picture.
you've casted a lot. Let's not get you into something else which will make you see patterns and stuff. But yeah, I can't agree with you over there.
I don't know, dude. At the end of the day, Skills, he was the big daddy in this matchup. He absolutely nailed everyone to a piece of wood. Like, this duo, if we get to see it in global esports, right? Skills, SK Rossi, Zephyr, Lightning Fast, and you can throw in both Kappa and Hellranger. Both of them can go toe to toe, not only against each other, but also to some extent their younger counterparts. That is a very scary and daunting lineup. You also have Kohli to consider from. At this point, I don't know if I'm happy for global or sad for global because you know that dilemma, the depression because you have too many choices.
Yeah, exactly. And these are all good choices, you know. They already have a very stable five-man lineup with Kohli supposedly being the sixth. And Zephy, he's not even a player in their team. He's a content creator for global esports. But damn, man, this guy can shoot. And at such young age, if they're harnessing talent at 14 years of age, I can't even imagine what's going to happen when Zephyr reaches our age. Forget our age. I think he's going to be a superstar before he's even, before he's even out of his teens.
Imagine that. Kind of like Hannah Montana, but gamer version India and gender reversed, obviously. It's like he gets to live the superstar life, get to enjoy it, but he needs to make sure that he has his path cut out for him. He needs to make sure that he has his vision. You know?
A star in the making. But why did you make the Hannah Montana reference? Just never mind, bro. You could have gone for so much better over there. But hey, we're here to make predictions into the future about what the career of this young chap will look like, not make pop culture references. The MVP, I believe, of the entire tournament is none other than Lightning Fast, and well deserved too, right? If there was someone who was keeping the hope alive for Team Snax, it was this man.
Team Snax in general, right? They were reliant on hope. Ever since that first game, it was just round by round, map by map. They were hoping that they were able to piece the puzzle together. And even in the finals, right? Even on map 2, it kind of started looking a little scary there. So the fact that they were able to bounce back from a performance like that and finally close it out, even in a game that looked so close against them, kind of fits this into a very, very, seldom end. They tried to come back in their first game of the tournament. They failed. And now in the last game, which both coincidentally were on the same map, they fought off a comeback. They played above and beyond what anybody expected. They got what they deserved.
Lightning Fast. standing true to his name. His aim is just blitzkrieg speed, and you blink and you're gonna miss it. That's how good this man is. I mean, people always say that SK Rossi is the superstar, but in this tournament, I'm gonna have to disagree. This is clearly lightning fast in his prime, and I'm sure we're gonna get to see more from him in Penta Esports.
Yeah, true. We have a bunch of things lined up for you guys at home. Sure, the show might be over. I mean, the game might be over, but the show is slowly but surely coming to a close. We have not only our MVP decided who, gets himself a decent bit of moolah added to his pocket, but we also have a couple of interviews lined up for you, which should be on in just about a few minutes. So, any closing thoughts, Crips, considering that we've seen all 3 days? In fact, you've also seen the auction, if I'm not mistaken. So, what was your entire experience like from at least the front end rather than just the back end?
I had a lot of fun. I honestly came into this tournament expecting all these people to just play for fun and chill around. I expected a bunch of A rushes and B rushes, but yeah, towards the tail end of this tournament, we got to saw everything. We saw execute as well. We saw mid round adjustments. We saw the whole shebang, and I mean, it did not look like a fun tournament. Towards the end, it looked like
Yeah.
they were actually playing like a proper team, and they only played with each other for like what 3 days, and within 3 days their improvement, their coordination, it's palpable.
True. True. And I feel like this couldn't be a better start to the off season because right now we have a couple of names that we're going to look forward to. We have a lot of events that are about to transpire. There's not only events in terms of what happens in the personal life of these players and how their transfer is going to happen and where they're going to go, but also in terms of events as in where they get to play, right? So do follow us on not only our socials, but on YouTube, Loco, anywhere that you see us. Penta Esports is the name. And trust me, there is so much more of the game that you still have to see. So do wait for our announcements on the socials.
Oh, definitely. And also go ahead and show some love to Trinity Gaming, Thug, and Loco. This tournament wouldn't have been possible without these guys. Trinity Gaming, they are a conglomerate of some of the finest influencers in the company, and same goes for Thug. All the content creators that you see today are here because the lovely people at Trinity Gaming and Thug himself coordinated with us and made this possible. And of course, Loco for hosting the tournament and just giving us a platform to broadcast this lovely event. So big thanks to all of them as well. Go ahead and show them some love too. And also Penta Esports, how can we forget about them? I mean, I think this is the first time Penta is hosting like a streamer tournament, an all-star showdown of sorts, because Penta so far has been focused on developing the grassroots scene in the country. They've been giving underdogs so many chances and so many opportunities, whether it's the Underdog Cup, whether it's the Collegiate League. They have been doing everything they can to elevate the scene of esports in India from the ground up. But hey, every now and then you gotta get the stars as well over here. So this is the mixed bag, and you can definitely expect a lot from Penta in the future. They have several more tournaments lined up. Of course, I can't tell you anything right now because that would be like giving away spoilers, and nobody likes spoilers. We'll get you with the announcement when the time is right. So go ahead and follow Penta Esports for all the updates and all the tournaments that they're going to be hosting in the future.
True. One thing that I'm going to be really looking forward to with Penta Esports is when we get the new agent, right? When the new Indian agent comes out, I think it's going to be me with Penta Esports. We're going to have a nice sit down session where we're going to have the agent. We're going to maybe even play a game or two. I don't know. We're going to get to have good grasp of what that agent can do, what her powers are, what the weaknesses are, and accordingly, we'll make a very, very nice piece of content. So yeah, more things for you guys to look forward to. You know what? Before we close the show, before you say thanks and throw it over to the Hindi desk, do you have any expectation? What expectation from Valorant rather do you have by the end of this year? At least in terms of what do you want to see from the meta and what do you want to see from the agents?
From the meta and agents, okay, I'm not going to answer that question right now. But expectation, I think India is in prime position right now. Not only is Riot giving us love by giving us an Indian agent, but they're also having global esports play in the
से बातचीत करेंगे और
जी,
फिर
ऑब्वियसली।
जानेंगे कि जो प्लेयर्स हैं उनका क्या कहना है और सबसे बड़ी बात कि ऑडियंस भी तो सोच रही होगी ना कि क्या गलतियां हुई ऐसी टीम स्नैक्स के द्वारा कि इस तरीके से हम उनको देख रहे हैं इतना ज्यादा क्लोज जाके। बट चलिए इसी के साथ बुलाते हैं टीम स्नैक्स की स्क्वाड को और उनसे बातचीत करेंगे और जानेंगे कि क्या क्या चीजें घटित हुई और स्वागत करते हैं इसी के साथ स्नैक्स, हेल रेंजर, स्किल्स, लाइटिंग फास्ट, शिवी। स्वागत है आपका, कैसे हैं आप?
What's up?
हेलो
What's up?
वेरी
Hello.
गुड
हेलो गाइस।
ये इतना ज्यादा ऐसे निराश से क्यों हो गए? हेल रेंजर, आप मुझे ऐसे हंसते हुए हमेशा दिखाई देते, मैंने आपसे कई बार बोला भी है, हंसते हुए आप बड़े अच्छे लगते, हंसते रहा करिए।
नहीं वो हंसने की बात तो नहीं है, जीत सकते थे इवेंट, पर
जी
ठीक है।
बिल्कुल।
चाहे स्ट्रीमर इवेंट हो, कोई भी इवेंट हार के
जी
उतना
जी।
ही बुरा लगता है, बात वैसी है।
बट आई मीन स्टिल सेकंड पोजीशन, मेनी मेनी कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू यू गाइस फॉर दैट। अभी लाइक आप अपने तरफ से बताइए कि व्हाट वेंट रॉन्ग, इतना क्लोज गेम था, इतना चांसेस थे जीतने के, क्या छोटी छोटी आपकी तरफ से आपको फील हुई गलतियां हुई?
आई मीन अगर मैं 10-12 किल और मार देता तो शायद जीत जाते। मेरे हिसाब से तो
नहीं
वही
नहीं
गलत हुआ। आई थिंक मुझे
मिस कॉम्स हो गई
अपॉर्चुनिटी
हमारे से कुछ राउंड्स में क्रूशियल, और वही कॉस्ट कर गए हमें ओवर टाइम में भी और उससे पहले भी। हम 12-10 अप थे ना।
हम्म।
हाँ हाँ, तो बस मिस कॉम्स हो गई, क्योंकि हाँ हम साथ में ऐसे रोज भी नहीं खेलते, नहीं तो बाकी सब बढ़िया था, मजा आया।
चलिए ठीक है, स्नैक्स, आपका एक्सपीरियंस ओवरऑल किस तरीके का रहा?
इसके पहले अपने जी के प्लेयर्स के साथ खेला था एक इवेंट, उसमें भी सेकंड आए थे, इसमें भी सेकंड है, थोड़ा कर्स चल रहा है हमारा। बट मजा आया यार, प्रो प्लेयर्स के साथ खेलने में अलग ही मजा रहता है, वो इंटेंस जो मैचेस रहते हैं, कॉल्स, स्ट्रैट्स एंड ऑल, वो सीखने में मिलता है, तो बहुत मजा आता है। वही सब मैं रैंक में यूज करता हूँ, ऐड करता हूँ,
अब
मजा आता है
इंटेंस इंटेंस मैचेस की आपने बात करी है भाई, हमने आपके बहुत सारे क्लचेस देखे थे स्नैक्स, टू बी ऑनेस्ट, एंड चैट भी कह रही थी स्नैक्स ने बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है, कैसे कर रहा है, चेक इन पीसी एंड
मैं
एवरीथिंग।
थोड़ा नर्वस था स्टार्टिंग
वो
के मैचेस में,
ओके।
मैं खुल के खेल नहीं पाया था। मैं खेलता थोड़ा अच्छा ही हूँ वैलोरेंट, ऐसा इतना बुरा नहीं खेलता, बट स्टार्टिंग में बहुत डर था। स्टार्टिंग में वो लास्ट मैच में एकदम से खुल गया, कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया, मारना स्टार्ट कर दिया। बहुत लेट आया बट ठीक है।
बट लाइटनिंग फास्ट, आपसे जरूर जानना चाहूंगा, आप एमवीपी बने पूरे इस पूरे ऑल स्टार
हाँ, ऐसा
शोडाउन
क्या?
का। जी जी, अरे अरे,
Oh, I
गुड
didn't
वन
know.
से
अरे
Okay.
मैंने
Thank
मैंने
you.
क्या स्पॉइलर दे दिया क्या? 50,000 रुपए आपको एक्स्ट्रा मिल रहे हैं?
Oh,
कैसा?
okay.
अरे वो मैंने स्पॉइलर दे दिया, नहीं देना। बट खैर, लाइटनिंग फास्ट में आप पे
जी।
आऊंगा कि कैसा फील होता है फिर, जैसे हम हमेशा बात करते हैं और चैट में यही चलता है भाई, जिस तरीके से लाइटनिंग फास्ट खेल रहे हैं, तो फिलहाल के लिए कैसा फील हो रहा
फिलहाल के लिए every round, every situation I play, I always feel like I can play it better. ऐसा
है?
फील होता है। then again I'm not satisfied, वैसा ही। तो वही है कि और इम्प्रूव करता रहना है।
हर राउंड में 4-4 किल मारने के बाद भी और चाहिए।
अरे नहीं, जो राउंड 4 किल मार दिया, राउंड सिक्योर कर दिया, फिर ठीक है, वो राउंड नहीं सोचता हूँ। फिर नेक्स्ट राउंड अगर कुछ भी हो जाए इधर से उधर, तो मैं सोचने लग जाता हूँ कि क्या बेटर कर सकता हूँ नेक्स्ट राउंड से।
वो
वही
एक
है।
निशानी है एक अच्छे प्लेयर की, इसलिए एमवीपी यार। 173 ओवरऑल स्किल्स हैं आपके, लगभग 5-6 मैप्स में, एंड दैट्स इनक्रेडिबल। हर दूसरे राउंड पे एमवीपी थे।
यो।
बट एक और क्वेश्चन है, लाइक हाउ टू बी गुड, सो गुड विद द रेस एज अ डुएलिस्ट। एंट्री करने में प्रॉब्लम्स तो देखिए बहुत होती हैं, बट हाउ टू बी गुड एज यू?
It's all about the support players behind you. I mean, शिवी और भाविन दोनों ने जैसे इन मैचेस भाविन तो पूरा बोल के ही देता है क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना है। आई जस्ट हैव टू प्रेस द W और माउस वन दबाना है मेरे को, सही जगह पे क्लिक करना है, बस दैट्स ऑल। बट ये शोडाउन में भी शिवी और भाविन दोनों ने मिलके जो जो कॉल्स दिया वही
Yes.
फॉलो किया और बस शॉट्स मारा, काफी, दैट्स ऑल। there's no pressure behind.
मेरा
ऐसा है।
एक और क्वेश्चन हेल रेंजर से है। लाइक हेल, हमने आपको काफी बार स्काई पे भी देखा और ब्रीच पे भी देखा, एंड मेरे एक्सपीरियंस के, मेरे देखने की वजह से मेरे को लगा कि यू आर मोर कंफर्टेबल विद ब्रीच। आपके क्या इस पे व्यूज है? लाइक यू कैन सपोर्ट बेटर, आई बिलीव, जब भी आपको देखा हमने ब्रीच पे।
नहीं, आई मीन जब जेट प्लेयर रहता है तो आई थिंक ब्रीच इज अ वेरी गुड सपोर्ट फॉर हिम, बट ऑब्वियसली मैप टू मैप बहुत डिपेंड करता है। एंड अभी शोडाउन के गेम्स में आई थिंक वी वर जस्ट लाइक ब्रीच खेलते, इट्स इजियर टू गेट इनटू साइट्स, एंड वी वर जस्ट प्लेइंग। ऑब्वियसली मैं ब्रीच पे काफी कंफर्टेबल हूँ, इवन ऑन स्काई आई एम प्रीटी कंफर्टेबल। हाँ, बट ब्रीच इतना खेल चुका हूँ मैं अपने टीम में कि इट्स ऑलमोस्ट एज इफ मुझे सब पता है कब क्या कैसे यूज करना है, एबिलिटीज या क्या नहीं, तो उसके लिए जस्ट जस्ट दैट।
स्किल्स, आपसे एक चीज जरूर पूछूंगा कि
किस नहीं
लाइक,
है।
अच्छा ओके, हमारे साथ स्किल्स नहीं है।
Yeah.
ओह,
नहीं
फोटो
नहीं
लगाया हुआ है जस्ट, ये तो गलत बात हो गई।
नहीं है।
शिवी, चलिए
Yeah.
शिवी, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे कि जैसे आपने ये सारे मैचेस खेले, स्नैक्स आपके साथ आए, क्या कोऑर्डिनेशन रही, कितना ज्यादा आपकी तरफ से एफर्ट्स हमें देखने को मिले इस पूरी टीम स्नैक्स में?
मेरी तरफ से मैं, जैसे लाइटनिंग फास्ट ने कहा, बस इनिशिएटर लेके गोलू भाई के साथ फुल एंजॉयमेंट। जा रहे हैं आगे, साथ में पीछे आ रहे हैं बस।
ये अच्छा
बट
जवाब था।
कुछ क्रूशियल राउंड्स स्नैक्स आपने काफी बार क्लच किए थे, उसमें मेरे को सीन बताइए। अभी तो एक तो लास्ट वाला राउंड भी था, उसमें थोड़ी सी लेफ्ट राइट हो गया, बहुत क्लोज चला गया था वो राउंड भी। बट ओवरऑल आपका एक्सपीरियंस एज अ होल टीम वो कैसा रहा, वो बताइए स्नैक्स।
ओवरऑल एकदम क्रेजी, ऐसा इंटेंस मैचेस में ऑलरेडी, मतलब कोई भी गेम हो इंटेंस ऐसा जाता है तो बहुत मजा आता है, ऑडियंस को भी बहुत मजा आया रहेगा। ये फाइनल्स ऐसा डिसाइडर मैच है, ओटी जा रहा है, हर राउंड कोई ना कोई शाइन कर रहा है, तो बहुत मजा आता है ओवरऑल पूरे टूर्नामेंट में। मैं फुल मजे करा, सीखा बहुत कुछ प्लेयर्स के साथ खेल के। मजा आएगा, आने वाले इवेंट में जीतेंगे, #2 तोड़ेंगे।
चलिए हिल रेंजर, एक आखिरी सवाल आपसे कि ये टीम स्नैक्स को आईजीएल करके आपको किस तरीके का फील आया?
नहीं, आई मीन मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम तो हम लोग आई थिंक फन में खेल रहे थे। एंड थोड़ा ट्रायड नहीं बोलूंगा, पर हाँ बेसिक हम लोग बात करके एक दूसरे के साथ खेल रहे थे एंड इट वाज अ लॉट ऑफ फन। आई थिंक स्नैक्स भाई अभी रेडी हो गए लीग के लिए, तो
बिल्कुल।
अभी ऋषि भाई को बोलता हूँ मैं जल्दी स्नैक्स भाई को थोड़ा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट भेजे।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। चलिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया टीम स्नैक्स हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। स्नैक्स, हिल रेंजर, स्किल्स यहाँ तो है नहीं, लाइटनिंग फास्ट, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन, 50,000 आपको एक्स्ट्रा मिलेंगे। शिवी बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका
थैंक
हमारे
यू
साथ
ब्रो।
जुड़ने के लिए।
थैंक यू
बहुत बहुत
गाइस, थैंक
शुक्रिया।
यू सो
थैंक
मच।
यू,
Bye-bye,
सी यू
bye-bye.
नेक्स्ट टाइम।
Bye-bye.
बाय बाय। चलिए क्रैकी, ये तो बात रही
Well,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen, that was the interview with losing team. Soon we will be heading over to the interview of the winning team as well. Got to see some quite interesting insights, and honestly, I did not think these guys would be having so much fun. I mean, there was a little look of stress in their face when they were on the brink of defeat, but the way they handled it like champs, it was amazing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of fun. It's all fun in games, right? And especially considering this tournament and considering the kind of players we have who are always used to winning, taking in a tournament like this is not something that's going to even weigh in on their heads. So, yeah, they took it very lightly. They enjoyed it. And of course, we talked to the losers, right? We're soon going to have our interview with the winning team as well. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The show's not over just yet. You know, from the winning team, honestly at this time it doesn't matter who wins or lose, right? Everybody's going to be happy, but one thing that I really want to know is how they're going to spend that extra moolah, because it's a big deficit between position 1 and position
Yeah,
2, right?
yeah.
75 grand, that's almost like 1 or 2 players worth of money. So you get a lot of extra buck in the bank, and I wonder where that buck in the bank will head.
If you got that much money, what would you do with it?
Vacation and party. I think, yeah, those are the two things that I really look forward to after a stressful month or something along that lines of Valorant.
Yeah, that's good. Actually, I think I would also go for something similar. Not sure about
Really?
the party part, but yeah, I would definitely go for a vacation.
Yeah. A
So yeah,
vacation would be ideal, man. I mean,
ideal. Yeah,
you got to see how these guys chill in vacation as well. But when you get to
I've
actually chill in vacation per se, go to a completely secluded spot, no internet to annoy your head. You won't get that annoying killjoy player who's your duo calling you and be like, bro, come, let's play a game. Nah, no data, straight up. You're going to
yeah.
be out there enjoying grass. And you know what? Everyone deserves that change. People like SK Rossi as well, they really have a very contrasting life. They love playing the game, they love being part of this, but they have a lot of other things going on which are equal priority, which might be hard for us folks to understand because they might be so good at that level. Regardless, talking about that level, talking about being ready, I hope you're ready for the winner's interview.
विनर्स हैं, जिस तरीके से खेले हैं, दे लाइक प्लेड इट नाइसली, दे डिसाइडेड एवरी सिंगल मूव, और जिस तरीके से एग्जीक्यूट किया ना, वो बहुत बेहतरीन था, अमेजिंग।
बिल्कुल, बट आप कह सकते हैं कि सोचिए आपने कितने कितने मैचेस टीम मॉर्टल की अगर हम बात करें आज के दिन पे, पहले 2 मैचेस वो खेले, उसके बाद 3 मैचेस ये खेले, टोटल 5 मैचेस उन्होंने यहाँ पे खेले हैं, तो फिर फिलहाल के लिए दिक्कतें हो सकती है, बट स्वागत करेंगे। चलिए टीम मॉर्टल का मॉर्टल, मार्जिल, कापा, विभोर, जेफी, स्वागत है आपका। कैसे हैं आप सब?
हेलो
हेलो हेलो।
हेलो
ऑल गुड?
हेलो गाइस, मेनी कांग्रेचुलेशंस फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल।
थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
कैसे हो आप लोग?
बढ़िया बढ़िया।
बढ़िया बढ़िया।
अब बहुत बढ़िया।
बहुत बढ़िया। भाई पूरा दिन इतने सारे मैचेस खेले, आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा था पहले उसके बारे में आप लोग बताओ।
कौन
विबोर
बोलेगा?
बोलो।
कौन बोलेगा?
माजिल बोलो।
मैंने तो पहला मैच खेला ही नहीं, मेरा इंटरनेट अनफॉर्चुनेटली चल नहीं रहा था, बट क्या बोलते, फॉर्चुनेटली इन टाइम आ गया सेकंड मैच के लिए, और वो खेल पाया मैं, और हम लोग जीत गए कैसे तो गेम।
यकीन नहीं हो रहा क्या विभोर?
नहीं मतलब बहुत बहुत क्लोज गेम था, कुड हैव गॉन ईदर वे।
मतलब
चलिए
बहुत
मैं
ज्यादा सही था। हाँ
मैं कहूंगा मैं जेफी से जानना चाहूंगा कि ये जो मैचेस उन्होंने खेले हैं और जिस तरीके से उन्होंने फ्रैग्स निकाले हैं
वाह।
और कुछ हंसी मजाक भी उनके द्वारा देखने को मिला कि किस तरीके से सैचल और बस जज लेके वो घूमे पड़े हुए थे हाफ पूरा। आपका एक्सपीरियंस कैसा रहा जेफी?
I was playing for fun on the race, not gonna lie.
You were playing
बाकी
for
टाइम
fun?
Yeah, only that much because I know we were gonna win that. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
आई नो इतना क्लोज गेम जाने के बाद लग नहीं रहा था एक बार को, बट आई मीन मैंने कंग्रेचुलेशन, सुबह से आप लोग ने इतने सारे मैचेस खेले, प्लस 2-3 बीच में रोस्टर चेंजेस किए ना, जब जब एक बार पहले साई खेल रहे थे, उसके बाद विबोर आए, फिर
was,
जेफी ने भी जंप इन किया। हाँ
It
जी।
was मतलब like Zefe texted कि he is willing to play, ठीक है, then Sai said कि okay no issues, that means मैं अपना काम कर सकता हूँ, उसको कुछ काम था, so everything was aligned जैसा हमें चाहिए, पूरे टीम को चाहिए था। So और and then विबोर का नेट गया, so Sai postponed उसका काम, और फिर विबोर के जगह उसने
मेरा
खेला,
बस
विबोर का
मैच के
नेट
2 मिनट पहले नेट आया।
यस, इसका
हाँ
विबोर का लिटरली मैच के 2 मिनट पहले नेट आया, एंड देन वी
हाँ,
मतलब फिर
सारे
मजा आ गया।
एवरीथिंग वर्कड आउट, ऑल द स्टार्स
यस
अलाइंड, सब
एकदम।
कुछ हमारे फेवर में चला गया, और एवरीबॉडी
हाँ
गॉट अ चांस टू प्ले आल्सो, सो इट वाज नाइस।
माजिल, एक और क्वेश्चन मेरा सबसे पहले आपसे है कि हाउ यू हैव इम्प्रूव्ड सो मच, पहले से लेके पहले वाला माजिल, आई नो वीएलटी टाइम्स, उससे भी पहले से, वैलोरेंट पे शिफ्ट होने से पहले से भी, लाइक इतना ज्यादा इम्प्रूवमेंट जो आपकी कंसिस्टेंसी आई है, व्हाट्स द की फॉर इट?
आर यू सेइंग आई वाज बैड बिफोर? हाँ अभी
हाँ
I mean,
क्रैकी
ठीक है, let me be
ठीक है
honest,
ठीक है
you
ठीक
were
है ठीक है
not
ठीक
that good, you were
है।
not that good, but
No, no,
abhi
I'm
you're
kidding.
like
I'm
on a
kidding. I'm
different
kidding.
level.
No, I think with VLT, I got exposure as to how the game is supposed to be played as a team. But I had lesser hours put into the game compared to everybody else. सबसे compare करेंगे तो मेरा सबसे कम hours था, सारे agents भी कम खेला था। उसके बाद थोड़ा टाइम मिला मुझे खुद को ऐसे सेल्फ रिफ्लेक्शन करने के लिए और देखने के लिए कि वेयर आई एम लैकिंग, किधर मेरा अप्स एंड डाउन्स किधर हो रहा है, व्हाट आई शुड बी फोकसिंग ऑन, क्या रूटीन बनाना पड़ेगा पे प्रैक्टिस करने के लिए, क्या रूटीन बनाना पड़ेगा टू इम्प्रूव, एंड आई जस्ट फोकस्ड ऑन दैट फॉर अ पीरियड ऑफ लाइक 4-5 months, एंड देन अभी जो दिख रहा है वो उसकी रिजल्ट ही है।
Man,
चलिए
it's
काफी
incredible.
ज्यादा बिल्कुल
एक नंबर मार्जिन।
इम्प्रूवमेंट, एक नंबर। बट कापा मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगा कि जैसे हमने सेकंड मैच देखा, हेवन का मैच
हाँ
देखा, उसके बाद
हाँ
हमने एसेंट का मैच देखा, हेवन के मैप में आप बहुत ज्यादा डाउन दिखे, ये स्ट्रैटेजी
हाँ,
थी या फिर कुछ सच में हो गया?
थोड़ा मेरे टीममेट्स को दिलासा दे रहा था कि तुम लोग जीत
हाँ
सकते हो,
हाँ
अपना
मोटिवेट कर रहा
थर्ड
था
मैप
हम
में जा
लोग।
सकते हैं अपन, और क्लोज होके
हम
खेल
लोग को
सकते हैं।
टेस्ट कर रहा था,
उसमें
टेस्ट
आई
कर रहा था
हाँ
आपका।
हाँ
हाँ एग्जैक्ट।
मॉडल आप
तो
कुछ बोल रहे थे?
नहीं, मैं थोड़ा सा कापा का फ्रैगिंग में पोजीशन स्विच कर लिया था वो मैच में।
लेकिन मॉडल आपने भी बहुत अच्छे फ्रैग्स निकाले हैं, अगर सीरियसली बोला भी जाए तो आखिरी के जो एसेंट मैच था
बढ़िया।
उसमें भी बहुत अच्छे
जगला
तरीके से
मॉडल।
आपने फ्रैग्स निकाले, और कल हमने बात भी करी थी तो आपने बोला था कि एजेंट में कुछ चेंजेस होंगे, टीम में
या
चेंजेस करेंगे, तो
हाँ
ये सारी रणनीति आपने बनाई या फिर टीम
नहीं
सारे
नहीं नहीं
मिलके
नहीं
ही?
मैं बोला ना, इट ऑल अलाइंड, लाइक जिसको जो मन था वो करने को मिल रहा था, सब लोग, ऐसा नहीं था कि जैसे मुझे ये लोग ये नहीं बोल रहे थे कि तू ये कैरेक्टर खेल, जो तुझे खेलना है तू खेल, वील टेक आवर पिक्स, ठीक है, सो उतना चिल था सब कुछ, ऐसा कुछ नहीं था कि वी वर सीरियस अबाउट समथिंग थ्रू आउट, मतलब इट्स अ गेम अल्टीमेटली, एंड हम लोग वैसे ही खेल रहे थे उसको, कुछ सीरियसली नहीं इतना, लाइक नॉट एज इफ वी वर इन अंडर एन ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की भाई तू कैसे कर रहा है, तेरा कंप्लेन कर दूंगा, ऐसा नहीं है, वैसा
शेड्यूल
नहीं था।
वैलोरेंट लाइनअप।
लीक्स।
तो एक आधा क्वेश्चन और था मेरा जेफी के रिलेटेड, अभी जो स्विच हुआ थोड़ा बहुत साई के जाने के बाद, जेफी आए, जेफी की वजह से ना एंट्री में बहुत बहुत अलग लेवल का वो सपोर्ट मिल रहा था, तो एज ए टीम हाउ यू फेल्ट कि जेफी भले ही फन के लिए खेल रहा है बट सैचल प्लेज करके एंट्री बहुत अच्छी मिल रही है, सो एज ए टीम उससे गेम जीतने में कितनी आसानी हुई?
The first few games, honestly, मेरी तरफ से तो I didn't know what to expect कि अभी we had all our other roles down and then Zephy को duelist दे दिया जो साई खेल रहा था पहले, and I'd say I think he knocked it out of the park. मस्त खेला, एक नंबर. सिमर ऐसे बोलना नहीं चाहिए, बुरा नहीं मानना है. सिमर के कंपैरिजन से जो इम्पैक्ट मिला जेफी से, वो एटलीस्ट फॉर द फर्स्ट फ्यू मैच वाज अ लॉट मोर. ऑफ
So
कोर्स साई.
I'll be इसमें
बोल
ना
दे बोल.
I would like to add, I'll be very honest. मेरे को जेफा कैसे खेलता था मुझे नहीं पता था, ठीक है, बिल्कुल आइडिया नहीं था. तो आई डीएम्ड मार्जिल, हाउ डज ही प्ले, ही सेड कापा नोज बेटर.
मुझे भी नहीं पता था ना मैं.
बट ही टोटली केम आउट ऑफ सिलेबस मेरे खुद के लिए. भाई ये इसने जब मारना शुरू किया आई वाज सुपर कॉन्फिडेंट उसके बाद.
मोस्टली ज्यादा लोगों के लिए जेफी एक काफी अंडररेटेड है, बट मैं काफी टाइम से देख रहा हूँ. आई वाज एक्सपेक्टिंग हिम टू प्ले नियॉन, पता है.
He is underrated and underage also. Under everything.
But he played extremely
He
well.
played over your expectations though.
Yeah, 100%.
So I heard 14 years old, man.
Yeah.
Crazy.
एक ऐसे बीजीएमआई में भी है, बट एक ऐसे अब हमारे पास वैलो में भी है. एंड
हर एक फील्ड में एक आ रहे.
जी हाँ.
चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच टीम बॉटल हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए, एंड कांग्रेचुलेशंस वंस अगेन. आपको
Thank you
2 लाख
so
तो खैर
much.
मिल ही गए. बॉटल, मार्जिल, कापा, बिबोर, जेफी,
Thank you
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर
guys.
जॉइनिंग.
Thank you so much.
बाय.
Thank you. Have a good day, guys. Have a good day.
Well, it's been a long day, my friend. It's been a very, very long day. It's been a long 3 days, in fact. It's been a day where there have been things in our control, there have been things in the players' control, there have been things out of our control. Things have gone wrong, things have gone right. We've got our winners, we've got the entire result of the tournament, which is to display new stars from the scene, right? We got to talk to both the losers and the winners, but hey, if you were even picked in this tournament, you were a W in the first case. So, sad about this. Even the team that exited first net themselves 50 grand, but 50 grand, I think the laughs, the excitement, and more importantly, the relaxed nature, right? I think outside the game, most of these players are friends, but within the game, they don't get much time to even play with each other because of how competitive things are and how they need to be the ones with the tactical edge. Hence, you don't really make yourself that much time. So this gave them a unique experience as well, playing with old teammates, old comrades, fun content creators, and of course, some of their favorite streamers.
Definitely a mix of favorite content creators, pro players, all coming together to enjoy this beautiful game of Valorant is all we need to refresh our weekends. All these players and content creators, they work really hard. And as fun as a lifestyle in gaming in the gaming industry looks, it's not that easy. It's pretty difficult. And every now and then you got to remember that you started this to enjoy yourselves. And that's exactly why tournaments like these are important. We hope you guys also had a lot of fun watching the Penta Esports All-Stars Showdown. Do subscribe to this channel because we will be back with more tournaments in the future. For now, good night and take care of yourselves.